All right, Lenny, to start with, can you please tell us about yourself and about your team?
Sure. First off, let me thank you by inviting us to Cisco Live EMEA and giving us an opportunity to tell my story.
Thank you.
My organization, I lead network engineering and design for for CVS Health. And my organization basically supports network architecture, engineering, design, and implementation across our entire business, across the US. And that's basically 9,000 retail stores, pharmacies, prescription benefit management, Aetna insurance, and our home healthcare delivery. It's a very large, very complex, very mission-critical infrastructure and a footprint. I joined CVS Health about 3 years ago with a clear mandate to build a world-class engineering organization, build a culture of high trust and high performance. The way we did this was we invested heavily in talent, we set engineering standards, and execution discipline. Those foundations enabled us to build the transformation journey that we're on today.
Very good to hear. Lenny, you're on this AI journey.
Yes.
And could you please tell me a little bit more about the AI journey that you're on, and how long have you been, and what were your goals?
Sure. So one of the biggest lessons that we've learned so far, and if you were able to catch G2's keynote, he touched on a lot of the issues. You and Ragesh touched on many of the issues in your opening monologue.
Yep.
But basically, the real value of AI doesn't only come from the models that you build, but it also comes from enabling the models to run on the infrastructure reliably, securely, and at scale.
Yep.
And that fundamentally is an infrastructure challenge. One of the things we've learned, AI workloads behave very, very differently than traditional enterprise applications. If the network can't keep up, performance drops very, very quickly. Mm-hmm. And in many environments, the real bottleneck is not compute, but rather it's the data movement that you're seeing back and forth at the rapid speeds. So in order to accommodate this, we had to rethink and reimagine how we build our networks. So we re-architected our networks for low latency, high throughput, scale, to be able to scale at speed, and shifting that thought process and that mentality was central to how we design our networks today.
Awesome. So it looks like you got the technical thing figured out.
Yes.
But we do not have infinite resources to manage all these complex networks. So
Correct.
From a staffing and skill set perspective, how are you handling that?
Sure. So one of the things that we had to think about, and again, G2 touched upon this, was we had to rethink our data center strategy and how we look at data centers. When we started to deploy our AI workloads, we quickly figured out that as we scale up and we scale out, we didn't have the power in our traditional data centers to be able to handle that kind of throughput, that kind of power, and be able to scale up and scale out efficiently. So what we had to do is we took the approach of, instead of looking at a few traditional data centers that we had, we decided to standardize on co-location facilities. So we are deploying these co-location facilities across the west, the central, and the east part of the United States. So the objective for us was straightforward and it was clear. Place the information closer to the workloads and the users. That reduces latency, improves your efficiency, and stabilizes your performance without creating the network choke points.
Thank you, Lenny. Thank you for sharing your AI journey, and big round of applause for Lenny, please.
Thank you.
And we wish you good luck in the next phase of your AI journey.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
OK. So that concludes our presentation. If you have any questions, so I, Rakesh, and Lenny are standing by. So please come talk to us if you have any questions. Thank you.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are tuning in around the world. Hey, it is time for Cisco Live 2026. That's our opening announcement, if you can hear it. On behalf of the whole Cisco TV team, we want to welcome all of you back to the live broadcast. We are coming to you from the world of solutions here in the RAI, Amsterdam. What an incredible week it has been. Today is Thursday. It is the final day of the show. It is 9 a.m. here in the Netherlands, Central European time. We've got a full day of center stage sessions headed your way, along with fantastic demos and product overviews, keynote deep dives, more executive and key customer interviews. Every moment, all of the excitement, all of the phenomenal technology from Cisco headed your way. We are the critical infrastructure for the AI future. And we've got a full broadcast day of value-driven content on the way for you. Remember to keep reaching out to us on social media. Whatever your favorite platform is, make sure that you just use hashtag Cisco Live EMEA. One of the big stories all week here has been Cisco's platform advantage. It kicked off with the keynote with G2 and Gordon. We're going to go out to Rob in the world of solutions and hear more about the platform advantage and what it means for you right now. Good morning, my friends.
Well, good morning, Steve. Always good to hear your voice in my left ear, right ear, if I use the other earpiece. Either way, it's nice as we're getting into gear this morning. The energy's starting to pick up. They've opened some doors here now where people are coming in and doing this kind of thing and checking their booth. But I wanted to come over here because as we talk about the platform advantage, we're going to be talking all day about many different details that kind of make this up and many different ways to tell what is a really good story. But as we've been talking about, and you've heard off and on throughout here, it's all about the silicon. You can see the family all the way up to the new G300 down at the very end that was just announced. But do you understand the compounding effect? You know, we often say, well, what's the benefit of some of these things? It's simplicity. And you go, well, sure, that's part of the story. But to engineers and to practitioners and ultimately to businesses who are looking at putting additional resources into extremely space and power constrained environments, everything that we can do to help them do that begins to compound, right, and make everything easier, free up funds for other stuff. I'm always attracted to a switch that they bothered to put the pretty opening on here. Oops, sorry, we'll fix that later. But this is the new 9350. We're going to be finding this in a lot of branch offices and remote places because of the fact that this is running in the same family. These things are software upgradable. So you make a hardware-based decision. Historically, we'd think, I better be happy with this thing exactly the way it is for the next 5 to 10 years. Well, sure, you should still be thinking like that, although the timelines may be different, but this gives you the ability to actually upgrade. So they come out with new post-quantum cryptography updates, new routing protocols, something like that that normally would require a respin of an ASIC. It's not a problem because of the programmable control plane and capabilities we have here. So as Cisco continues to invest across having these ASICs across the entire platform, we all benefit from easier management and easier ability to be flexible for the future, adding additional security as those needs change. It just makes sense. That is my little spin on what I'd call the platform advantage.
Yeah, Rob, fantastic spin. Really appreciate it. It's great to get your oversight and your overview on this. What I always like to tell people on platform advantage, the idea is it's not about stacking spend on spend or capability on capability. It's stacking value on value. Every purchase you make is secured, it's safe for the future, it's prepared, and it allows you to apply that capability to multiple areas of your organization. Thanks so much, Rob. We're going to come back out to you again in just a moment, but right now, we're going to head to the other side of the studio where our own Amy Vertanis has a very special guest. Good morning, Amy.
Good morning, Steve. Yes, I do. I cannot believe that it is actually the final show day here. That is unbelievable. It has literally flown by. Now, as you've seen over the last few days, this is an incredible week, and it is partly and mainly to do with one special person who is sat next to me. So I have Joe Fielding here with me today. Good morning, Joe. Thanks for joining us here in the studio.
Thank you for inviting me.
I know you must be very busy this week.
Just a little bit.
Yes. So for everyone who doesn't know, just tell everyone your role here, who you are.
Sure. So I'm Jo Fielding. I work in the global events team, and I have a whole team here working on this event, and I am the Cisco Live EMEA lead.
Lovely. And so you said you have a whole team here. I can imagine you've all been working behind the scenes for quite a few months, probably a whole year, in fact. So tell us who's on your a few people on the team and who's behind this as well as yourself.
So Cisco Live comes together because of a huge amount of people. We have 4,000 Cisco employees that are here, whether you're a host, whether you're working on a booth, or one of our stakeholders. So it's made up of a lot of people to make it a success. But we have a core team, and there's 12 of us in that team, including myself. And we have our lovely registration team, who you may have had some interactions with, which is Heidi, Jamel, and Laura and Alex. And then we have Stina, who looks after our marketing and comms, Sharif on the broadcast, so helping behind the scenes here. And then we have our fantastic ops team, who look after the world of solutions, all the additional programs, the meeting village, everything that you see on the show floor. And then we, of course, have Remco, who works on the NOC, so making sure that the network works, and we have a great experience here.
Wow. Well, you've all done an incredible job, and you all must be very proud of yourselves.
Thank you.
So what's the focus for this year for you?
So the focus is always on our attendees. So we take a lot of pride in putting ourselves in the shoes of our attendees, and just to make sure that we look at all the data from previous years. We love you filling out your surveys, because it means we know what you're looking for and we can improve year on year. One of the big focuses this year really was the Cisco Showcase. It is 75% bigger than last year. And it's really just telling the Cisco one story. So bringing all those Cisco BUs together in one space.
And it's brilliant. It's a wonderful space over there. And so one of the highlights for you for this year?
So the highlight for me is always bringing the story to life. We work on this event, as you mentioned, for 12 months, sometimes more than 12 months, especially when we move to a new location. And just opening those doors on the first day, seeing everybody walking through, smiles on their faces, looking at how we can help them, really seeing them enjoy the experience and enjoying what we've created. We're always open to feedback, and we like to change things year on year, so it's always constantly changing, so it's never the same. But it's just great to see everyone walk through that door and bring the whole venue to life. Obviously, we see it from when it's blank and there's nothing in it to what it is now.
Well, I've seen nothing but smiles, so it's brilliant.
Amazing.
And so you did mention there, obviously, and then even more to do when you're moving on to another venue. So this, as we know, is the final year here in Amsterdam. So can you tell everybody, for those who don't know, where will we be next year?
So I think it's the worst kept secret, but yes, we are going to London to Excel next year for 2027. We're all very excited. They've got a new build from a conference centre perspective. It's now a huge venue, and we're taking it all over. They also have amazing transport links, and it's just a great city to be in. So we're really excited.
It is indeed. Well, we're really excited too. And I know you said that you've already started on the next event, so we're looking forward to that. But obviously, we've still got lots more time here in this week. Any final thoughts before we move on?
Just enjoy yourselves. Please fill out the surveys, because it does help us plan year on year. And come to the party this evening. It's a great way for us to celebrate our customers and partners and say a thank you to you for attending, for being here. So please do come and join us.
It sounds good. I've looked up the themes. It sounds really fun. Okay, well, thank you, Joe. As I said, you and your team have done an incredible job, and we are all really enjoying it, and it's been brilliant. So, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Steve, and we'll go back to you.
Thanks so much, Amy. Appreciate it. Joe, congratulations. An amazing event this year. She ended with saying, come to the party. For those of you who are tuning in on the broadcast who are not here with us in Amsterdam next year in London, let's see all of you at the party. It's part of the joy of being here at this phenomenal event. One of the most interactive and popular hands-on gamification experiences that we bring to every Cisco Live is Capture the Flag. This is where beginners build their skills step by step. It's where experts are able to push their limits with advanced challenges. Cedric is out in the world of solutions at Capture the Flag right now. Good morning, my friend.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Like, the world of solutions is waking up. People are coming in, and I woke up with a bit of hay fever this morning as well, just as an FYI. But hey, yeah, as you said, I'm here at the Capture the Flag booth. It's actually really popular, like, as you mentioned already. Like, we have 100% capacity filled at all times. And also, it's 40% larger, but I don't know as much about it as Alfredo Bichot does. So good morning, Alfredo. How are you?
Hey, Cedric. How are
Great.
you?
Alfredo is one of our SE directors here at Cisco for global networking, and maybe it's a good way of starting the day to remind people, and myself as well, what is Capture the Flag really about, Alfredo?
Well, Capture the Flag is a gamified way of learning. Instead of a traditional lab guide where you get a set of instructions that would tell you exactly what to do, here you learn by doing. Just like when you are riding a bike, where you fall and you try again, here that's what you do. You basically learn across all our technologies, so you have an opportunity to experience all our products across all the architectures that we have: networking, security, collaboration, data center, observability, you name it, Splunk. Very, very good experience for someone to spend their time here. Something that has been exciting is to see, because it's a game, you see the competition. People have been here. Our top two competitors, as you see, they're neck and neck. One is a partner, one is a customer. So they've been here since we opened on Monday. When we got here on Monday, we had a line of people. Yesterday, we had a queue of people during the whole day. It was incredible to see the participation and engagement.
That's awesome. Like, I love a good competition, right? We heard a lot of innovations during the keynote. Like, there was a lot of innovation on the show floor, like just the hall next to this hall. How are you bringing that innovation that we've announced in the Capture the Flag program?
Okay, so during Cisco Live, we made amazing announcements. And you heard him at the keynote. You heard him doing the deep dives. You can see them at the showcase. You can actually get demos over there. And what we did this year, we brought what we call new product introductions, so you can actually experience them. So we mapped all those announcements, and we got up to 70% of those new products here, where you can actually get hands-on across all of them. So basically, you just don't believe what they say, you can actually experience what they actually told you, and how those products work, and how they can help you across all your solutions for your businesses.
That's awesome, and I think that's one of the reasons why you need to be here in person, so you can really experience that.
Exactly.
Now, we've talked a lot about AI during the keynote as well. Like, if I look left, right, like, I see AI everywhere. Yeah. Even have dreams about AI right now. How are you bringing AI into Capture the Flag again as well, right?
Okay, so our theme for the year is AI for everyone. So not only do we showcase AI within each of our products and our solutions, so across all our tracks, you have opportunities to experience AI, but we also have hands-on activities where you can learn AI. You can learn AI by how to hack, for example, a bot, how to trick a bot at a restaurant to give you a reservation, how to code and do secure coding through AI. And we have a lot of our sessions at the theater. The theater has been having sessions every hour on the hour, and a lot of them have been about AI. And sometimes we have people spilling out into the hallway because there's just no capacity in the theater for them. So it's been a very interesting topic, and a lot of it for this opportunity to bring more AI to our customers.
Amazing. Like, thank you so much, Alfredo. I know that there is a lot to explore here. We're going to spend a little bit more time later today. I know that you have an award ceremony as well for your leadership board, which is going to be awesome. I'll be sure to be there as well to give a round of applause for everybody who's who's basically done it, right? But anyway, thank you again for being here. We'll see you again shortly. And with that, we're throwing it back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Cedric, and to Alfredo for that overview. All of a sudden, my favorite thing that I want to do is learn how to hack into a system so that I can trick a bot into giving me a reservation at a popular restaurant. I never even thought about it in those terms. We are kicking off the day's sessions with a keynote deep dive, this time on digital resilience in the AI era. We're about to learn how we can get ahead of issues, how we can minimize agentic AI impact on the business. We've got James Hodge on the way, phenomenal leader on our Splunk observability team, along with a great guest from EasyJet. Richard Wayne is with us, head of technical security for EasyJet. This keynote deep dive is all about using agentic AI to detect, to investigate, to remediate threats, and to ensure that your performance, your quality, your security of your organization and of your AI always stays powerful. Have a great time in the keynote deep dive, and we'll meet you right back here in the Cisco TV studio on the flip side. Here we go.
Good morning and welcome to this keynote deep dive around digital resilience. So I think we definitely heard yesterday from Jeetu about the possibilities of where technology is taking us. But if you cast your minds back maybe 20 years ago and where technology was, you think about kind of a web server, you could put a web server, maybe a piece of middleware if you're being bold, definitely when I was experimenting with that at university, and a database server all in a 2U rack mountable server, and you could touch and feel that. Now when you go and build kind of web services and experiences, you can do so much, but the complexity is growing ever more. You know, think about just those of you who hopefully don't spend too much time on your phone throughout this session, start Googling things, hitting kind of the Wi-Fi in this box, hitting a switch, a router, going through all that infrastructure to somewhere the other side of the world into that AI-enabled data center. That is a vast amount of hops, infrastructure, silicon, applications that everything is touching. But as a business, we have no choice but to have a always-on experience. People don't tolerate failure as digital is becoming a critical part of our lives, whether it's in the enterprise or in our home lives. Yesterday, I had a phone call from home because our heating wouldn't work. We use one of the smart heating systems, and we had to go through the troubleshooting of turning everything off and turning it back on again, which just reinforced all I do in my job is, have you turned it off? Have you turned it back on again? If not, how does it go wrong? But we can't do that when it's talking about critical infrastructure. And AI is raising the stakes. We're moving from this very deterministic world, a perfect design, I have my enterprise architecture, it's predictable, I know what's going to go and happen, into this kind of flood of new technology that's being enabled by some of this infrastructure that's starting to come out to allow us to reimagine experiences. Take the chips we heard about yesterday, the G300, the G400, the new pluggables. I'm starting to no longer be constrained in my system design by network latency and by throughput. I don't need to think about where my data centers are or how far apart they are or having to get everything co-located into that rack. I'm now starting to think about more autonomous systems, the beginnings of agentic coming forwards, and the new signals that that is bringing in. But that brings different challenges to what we've had before. This is from a paper that Cisco released about 2 years ago, looking at the future impact of load on infrastructure, whether that is power, compute, or networking. So when I wake up in the morning and I have a question, I go onto maybe a chatbot, I go onto my email system, I type a message in WebEx, and that generates an activity, and I get that spike in traffic. I get that kind of that lumpy approach to my traffic, my power, and my infrastructure. We had last year in one of the keynotes, Jeetu going from 8 billion people in the world to 90 billion agents and beyond starting to work on our behalf. And that's going to create, with this really advanced network and infrastructure, a different load, a constant load going through the way that through my infrastructure, and the way I'm going to have to monitor that is going to have to radically change. I'm going to have to start to rethink what it means to go and detect signals in my infrastructure. And we've got to evolve. Digital resilience is incredibly important. We're going to hear from Richard later talking about kind of regulated industries. I've got to move from the ability to go and detect and react And how do we go and change that narrative to much more of a predict and prevent model? How do we go and start to harness our ability to take everything from silicon through network, infrastructure, application, service level, and business level, be able to go and get insights from that, and start to go and get more predictive around, I'm about to have an issue, and hopefully I can go and auto-close that and prevent that issue impacting my business. It might manifest itself a bit, but how do I prevent it impacting my users and the overall service ownership? And so being part of Cisco has been really exciting as we start to think about re-architecting everything. Splunk is that kind of platform for resilience, and that starts with this term of that machine data at ludicrous scale. So going back to that graph I showed you a couple of moments ago, with that network load starting to come out, the amount of agents starting to go and work on that infrastructure, I've got to be able to go and take data in at scales that I've never thought possible before, which means I need to think about how I access data and not maybe bringing all of that data into a central place. I've also got to a point where it gets almost too complicated for a single human to understand what's happening inside of my infrastructure. The most amazing thing I can do with technology is we're almost at a moment in time where we're limited by our own imagination, but that brings extreme complexity in how we start to bring systems together and we integrate things. As the hyperscalers add more and more features that we start to take advantage of, we're ending up with lots of, dare I say it, technical debt being added into our infrastructure all of the time. And so that complexity, we need a way of using AI and systems as a prosthetic for our decision making and how we understand that infrastructure, and move into these more AI-driven, more predictive experiences. But as we start to move to a smarter operations environment for security, network, IT operations, developer operations, into an overall agentic umbrella, to get to the ability to be able to predict and prevent, we're going to have to be able to go and trust in those systems. And so building those mechanisms of explainability and understanding in that system so I can decide on my risk appetite when I'm going to allow that to go and auto-remediate and go and do actions. It becomes really hard to work out who do I blame if I go and get that wrong, if I haven't pre-thought out how do I go and build trust. And it's not in the AI really, it's in the system as a whole. So the way we're approaching this is Splunk evolving to be the core component inside of the Cisco data fabric. And the reason why we're talking about this as data fabric is we want to bring in data no matter where it lives, with some core principles behind it. How do we go and focus on data management, bring in that and catalog that data so users can understand where that data is, be able to federate searches so I don't have to go and put that into a single instance of Splunk or a data fabric. I can start to think about where does that data live, what type of analytical workload do I want on top of it, what performance do I want, and decide do I bring that into the core of the engine, or do I just do a federated search? And then start to bring in data no matter where it lives. So we're part of Cisco now, so over the last kind of 18 months, 2 years, we've been adding a huge amount in the network detection space, whether you're taking data from Catalyst, Meraki, Thousand Eyes. We saw yesterday in the AgenticOps demo at the keynote some of that Meraki approach. Well, how do we go and bring that into the overall data fabric picture so we can analyze things together and bring that context? Security, incredibly important part. Splunk does the core of the operational analytics side of security, but bringing in data from firewall, from Duo, from all of the different areas that Cisco provide. But incredibly important, whilst this is the Cisco data fabric, it doesn't mean it's only Cisco data sources. It doesn't matter what data source it is within your enterprise. If that's generating machine data, a metric, an event, a trace, or a log, being able to hoover up that digital exhaust and bring that into the data fabric so we can then go and apply analytics on the top of it to allow you to move to AgenticOps to build a digitally resilient organization. Now, when you get just the amount of data sources you can see on the screen, you add complexity into how I think about what data I can search. So we've been working on the machine data lake, which allows you to go and bring that data in, transform that raw data and provide a view of that or apply a schema to that. So as a user, I can see, well, what data do I have access to, whether that is natively inside the product or I'm accessing with a federated search, and be able to start to understand what use cases I can now layer on top of these different data sources. I can then bring, as I add more into that catalog, bring in security by design right up front when I start to access data. The one I'm most excited about is AI Canvas, and I will share a little secret. I've been at Splunk for 13 years, but I started my life in satellite networking. I went into it because satellite sounded really cool, and I didn't realize how complicated networking is. And I failed my CCNA on attempt 1 and on attempt 2, and I decided attempt 3 was probably the signal that I didn't need a career in networking. I've committed to my team, now I'm part of Cisco, that I'm trying to learn my CCNA again, but I'm not holding up great hopes. So we heard about the AI kind of view of the world. So you take someone like myself, who, I'm going to caveat this, I used to be technical. I have a good understanding of technology, but I have a problem in front of me. How do I start to go and leverage that data fabric to bring all of those signals together to go and help me understand what's happening and collaborate with my peers? And I can maybe go and find a colleague who actually understands networking to go and say, hey, help me out. I know there's a problem here, but how do we work together with a common language? So I'm going to show you a video of AI Canvas, which for me is one of the most exciting parts of actually building towards an agentic operations future. Okay, so you did have an amazing voiceover to this, but I was going to take you through.
I'm a security operations analyst, and I just got an alert from Splunk about some anomalous network activity. Now, there's a lot of things I might do to start investigating this, but at some point, I'm probably going to end up in Splunk search writing some SPL to really dig into the data to figure out what's going on. But now, I want to show you how we're integrating a new AI Canvas experience into Splunk to transform how I get work done. Here I've opened the alert in AI Canvas, which you can see is a new tab in the navigation bar. You may have seen AI Canvas introduced at Cisco Live, and it's a new unified work surface from Cisco that's being integrated everywhere to enable faster troubleshooting and collaboration while helping you find insights and take action with AI assistance. I can see some high-level details about the alert, but now, instead of writing SPL directly, I can ask natural language questions to figure out what's going on. Let's ask if there's any correlation to login events at the time this happened. AI Canvas responds by dynamically adding cards to the canvas and explaining what it found. It's giving me a login events card, where it says it found no obvious anomalies, and it's also giving me a network map and says that the Meraki devices on the network haven't had any errors. And right away, what I love about this experience is that it's fully interactive, so I can play with the results, but also that all of the answers include the ability to see the SPL that was generated. And I can even open any of the cards back into Splunk Search so I can verify what's going on, or just to use it as a starting point. But AI Canvas has done more than just give me some search results and visualizations. It's also intelligently suggested some next steps for what to do. Let's use the first suggestion to ask about the users behind this anomalous network activity. With the AI assistant helping guide me, it's letting me move faster and smarter. And here it's giving me a breakdown of users, highlighting that Andrew L. seems to be the source of the anomaly. And I can even cross-highlight and slice and dice the results in the canvas to see how everything is related. Let's ask what commands Andrew was doing. And automatically, the assistant scans the related network data to see out of everything Andrew has done, there's a curl command that can be used to transfer data to a remote destination. And the AI assistant is suggesting I create a saved search to monitor for this behavior in case it's still happening. I can just ask to create the alert to detect the behavior, and automatically the assistant creates the saved search in Splunk, which is pretty awesome. But now, in reality, I need to get some additional help here, not just from the AI, but from a coworker. So I'm going to invite Darren on my team to collaborate with me. AI Canvas is a multiplayer experience, so I can just invite Darren and even generate an AI summary of what's going on, so he'll have context when he opens things up. So let's send the invite, and I'm going to give him a couple seconds. I can see that Darren has opened up the canvas, and he's leaving me a note that he's taken an action to block Andrew and the IP in question. And now with that taken care of as a first step to deal with the alert, I'm going to go ahead and have the AI automatically generate a report. You've seen how AI Canvas creates a unified surface to help you get work done faster and smarter, both by tapping into AI assistants and collaborating with your teams.
So super cool technology, and I think what this is starting to allow is hiding some of the complexity you have inside of your application, your infrastructure, your networking, and allowing people to be productive really quickly allowing failed CCNA people like myself to notice there's something in the network and go and share and collaborate with Darren. Because very rarely do you find an organization having the same person or an individual being able to understand the entire stack. There's a reason we hire diverse teams, different types of skill sets, and we can use AI Canvas to start to go and collaborate amongst ourselves to go and increase knowledge and be able to start to focus on operational outcomes. So I think a really incredibly important piece of technology you're going to see more and more come through. The other part you may have picked up on is this wasn't developed just for Splunk. This was a Cisco technology that's now being embedded inside of Splunk as part of that one Cisco strategy that you've seen over the last couple of years, starting to integrate all of the portfolio together. So we're making sure we take the platform benefit of Cisco and integrating that across the entire portfolio. So originally, going back when I started at the company 13 years ago with Splunk 4.3, the only way we could analyze data is to go and send that data into a single Splunk instance. But you now have regulatory environments, you have maybe multi-cloud, on-premise, hybrid, you might be working with neo-cloud providers, or a mix of everything there. There may be a really good reason for holding multiple instances of Splunk all over the place. I might be taking, say, radius logs and dumping them into somewhere like S3, because I don't need them in Splunk all the time. But when I run an investigation, I might need to access them. So we've been continually working on federated search. We've released the ability to federated search across Splunk Enterprise, Splunk Cloud, and S3. So from a Splunk user perspective, I just write a search. I don't have to think about where that data lives and how do I access it, how do I go and access that data in S3. I just write a Splunk search. And we're adding data sources to that. So we've recently added Snowflake and Azure inside of the federated search capabilities. So I can start to go and bring things like business context into that. I can start to look at customer data and marrying that up with some digital experience monitoring and some analysis inside of it and bringing a complete picture, as well as starting to bring other data sources from people like Azure. It is without a doubt that the possibilities in our life with AI has been phenomenal. You know, you saw the bane of most people in the room are going to have a guess is report writing. At a techie conference, I'm going to say the tech part is the fun bit. The report afterwards is the bit that's the one you'll always put off for tomorrow. And so kind of the LLMs have been amazing at writing kind of those generative reports. But creating foundational models and frontier models for kind of the AI world for machine data has been more complicated. And so Splunk has been focusing on understanding how we can start to bring AI models specifically for machine data. So we've released models on security at a foundational AI model, and then a deep time series model to start to look into more predictive analysis, especially in the observability space. And all of that is available to be deployed inside of Splunk and Splunk Cloud. So I'm not having to send data somewhere else. I can run all of this natively inside of the instance to be able to go and make this as seamless as possible so I can leverage the analytics and the power of those models inside of my normal workflows and be able to consume that with ease. So a massive part of being resilient is making sure your systems are up, they're online all the time. And observability is the key to that. You know, a practice that really is a philosophy spanning infrastructure, SRE, all the different operations, with some really key requirements inside of that. The first part about that is how do we go and fix and prevent and utilize AI agents? So the first part about that is how do we go and bring in a troubleshooting agent to allow you to be able to go and fix issues faster, get to automated root cause, without you necessarily having to write searches, understand that system deeply, be able to just go and interact with the tool to be able to go and, you know, here we can see a timeline of evidence being built up so I can start to understand what was the sequence of events that caused this potential issue, some root cause analysis, and the most important part, some remediation recommendations. So I can go from there is a problem to understanding what happened to some deep dive into the root cause with some suggested next step actions. So we're focusing on what matters, which is availability, getting that system up. And this is being launched as we speak. To complement that is then layering on, especially for the observability world, an MCP server that sits on top of all of the capability that we're providing for observability, so we can start to go and integrate that with other agentic type of experiences. So we can acquire all of the data with a data fabric, start to layer on observability use cases on top, and you can start to build your own agentic workflows that make sense for your organization, that integrate with your ticketing systems, your other types of systems in this domain, and utilize the power of what you can go and discover with what I've just shown you in observability. As I rely on AI agents, we broached the trust topic earlier. How do I start to go and observe what's happening inside of that infrastructure and how I monitor AI agents themselves? And so we're baking in monitoring of AI agents. One of my favorite phrases that we've come up with, it's not a real word, but it's tokenomics. So I can start to marry up everything from silicon, load on network, load on infrastructure, load on application. I can start to look at the costs behind that, what is looking, so I'm getting a complete picture of that AI agent world, that agentic world coming in there. So that's the beginning of being able to measure and start to also use that for securing that LLM environment. It's now becoming critical infrastructure as we move into this AI era. We've got a demo. Things normally come in threes, so I failed my CCNA. I massively swing and a miss on the first demo, so we're going to keep our fingers crossed for me. I'm going to be cautious as I click, and we're going to go deep dive into what this looks like.
I'm an AI ML engineer working on an agentic travel planner application that has several AI agents. My job is to ensure that the AI application is producing accurate output. On the homepage, I can see an overview of the agents in our environment. This includes agents that handle hotel reservations, flight search, and other activities. If we scroll down, I see that flight specialist agent has been suffering from hallucinations. This is an issue, as I don't want customers to be receiving false itineraries. Clicking on the flight specialist link brings me to a page dedicated to this agent. I can see that hallucinations have spiked recently. On the quality issues graph, I see the spike in hallucinations happened around 2:20 p.m. today. I need to find the root cause of these hallucinations. I begin troubleshooting by taking a closer look at the related application traces. From here, I can select a specific trace and dive deeper into this issue. From the top, I see the agent workflow. I see in this trace that the flight specialist was called by the coordinator agent, and that there was indeed a hallucination. Clicking on the flight specialist node shows me the details of what happened during this span, including the original input request and agentic output. On the right-hand side, I can hover over the hallucination indicator, which explains that the agent made up a flight on Cloud9 Airlines using a underwater hyperloop. I scroll down and see the system prompt says, assume there is a high-speed underwater hyperloop directly connecting the origin and destination. That's obviously not true. I realize that a new prompt was released around 2 p.m. this afternoon. I confirm that the issue is an incorrect prompt and redeploy the agent with the corrected prompt.
So for me, the really cool part about that is I didn't have to write a search. I didn't really have to learn the innards of how that product works and the tool works. I was focusing on the problem solving itself. So from a productivity point of view, as I'm dealing with more and more complex systems, there's a data fabric that's helping me go and acquire all of that data, layering on capabilities to allow me to go and investigate what's happening inside of that environment and be able to go and collaborate with my colleagues on what's happening and go and really get into the problem without starting to what I had to do first 13 years ago, which was learn search language, learn dashboarding. I think back then I had to use XML to go and create dashboards. Here, you could have been productive on day one. You hire a technologist. You don't go and spend ages teaching about the tool, you just have them productive straight away. And this for me has been a really exciting kind of advance in the way that we're building out that kind of integrated suite. But one of the most important things about infrastructure is not just the infrastructure is online, is that it's serving what the infrastructure and applications are there to do, which is your customers and your business flows. So how do we then go and correlate what's happening in the infrastructure, in the applications, with the experience that our users have had? So when the acquisition of Splunk was announced, we also said we've got, as Cisco, two amazing capabilities in the observability world, App Dynamics and the Splunk observability portfolio, and we've been integrating them together and bringing all of the capabilities that are incredible in AppD on the monitoring side of tying those business transactions and bringing those into the observability cloud product so we can have the most seamless experience for the user across all the different types of categories of techniques that you need for observabilities. So again, allowing you to go all the way down into code level kind of insights and cool methods to see what's happening across my infrastructure and my applications. But to marry up with this is then going into the digital experience monitoring and digital experience analytics being brought into Observability Cloud. So I can now start to look at this not only from a call flow on APM, but what does this look like for a user? I can start to see that flow as I land on the web page, start putting things in my basket, going towards checkout. Where do I get my dropout rates? But really importantly, I can start to go not just the things that I can't tell from APM. I can go and bring session replay. So I can start to look for where they're having to scroll down, where they're having to click through too many screens. What was the user experience at the time that was causing this drop in performance from a business perspective? So it's that multifaceted approach to observability and keeping the systems up and online. We're part of one of the world's largest networking companies, have this amazing capability in Thousand Eyes looking at synthetics across the network. And so we've got the bi-directional capability to start to go and take insights and alerts from Thousand Eyes and layer those into a service view with ITSI. We've been working with our partner ecosystem, starting to take everything that we've been talking about. We've been working with Orange, bringing the power of three, Cisco, Splunk, and Orange together into what does this look like as a managed service, and how do I go and build that? So Orange really proud to announce this week that their observability managed service, CheckPulse, focusing on 4 core areas, collaboration performance, contact centers, and monitoring things like Jenis and WebEx contact center SLAs, full stack observability from network all the way through to the top of the stack, and the performance of the network itself with network backbone. So being able to really take everything that's happening in your digital estate and look at how they run that as that managed service. So it's an amazing partnering with them to kind of bring this kind of advance and integration of technologies to life. And we're looking forward to do this with the rest of our ecosystem. So we've got data fabric, we understand the observability, but there's a critical part that we need to then weave into this, which is the security side of the agentic SOC. It's the same data, but we're looking at it from a different perspective. One of the things that I'm most excited about agentic operations is it's making digital resilience real. When we started speaking about digital resilience maybe 2-3 years ago, that was much more about people coming together that sit in different teams. As we're getting agentic operations coming, we're starting to think about how do we integrate that from a systems point of view? How do I go and get insights from observability systems and security systems and layer those together to understand what's happening? Is this a security issue? Is it an observability issue or an IT monitoring issue? Really, it's a business issue inside of my digital estate that I want to go and ultimately predict and prevent from happening. So undoubtedly, it's got to go and evolve. The quantity of data, the complexity of data, the expectation now at a board level to make this work, we've got to rethink security operations. And that starts with the human, the analyst, and eventually the agentic analyst inside of that, simplifying that experience for them. So when they turn up to work, they have the least amount of friction to go and get their job done. So for us, this was taking our different products in our portfolio and bringing it out as the Enterprise Security Platform Edition. And here, the one we're talking about is the Premier Edition, including behavioral analytics, orchestration, automation, response, the AI assistant, to be able to bring all of this together. So we can have a quick look at what this looks like as a single view.
Splunk Enterprise Security offers Essentials and Premier Editions, providing a flexible, AI-powered SecOps platform that unifies tools with AI and automation to suit organizations' needs at any SOC stage. The Analyst Cube prioritizes findings by urgency and risk, allowing teams to focus on critical issues and reduce wasted time. This is where your SOC analysts will spend most of their time. By correlating internal events with known threat indicators, such as malicious IPs, domains, and file hashes, Splunk Threat Intelligence Management helps analysts filter out noise and focus on critical threats. Threat Intelligence Management centralizes and enriches threat data from multiple sources to enable effective analysis. The AI Assistant in Splunk Enterprise Security enables guided security workflows to enhance productivity. These workflows provide answers to analyst questions, guiding them through their daily activities and saving time while addressing threats rapidly. We can learn about built-in automation, summaries, investigation reports, and SPL generation. We're even offered a suggested follow-up option that provides prescriptive next steps and demonstrates how built-in recommendations help junior SOC analysts act confidently and consistently. AI Assistant for Security can augment SOC efficiency and minimize mean time to respond in your Security Operations Center. As we move through the investigation, we can utilize UEBA. This leverages machine learning to detect insider threats, compromised accounts, and advanced attacks. By analyzing behaviors, it uncovers unusual activities that traditional security tools might miss, helping organizations respond quickly to potential risks. The color-coded detection heat map highlights detection frequency and can reveal suspicious activity that may otherwise go unnoticed because they are normally allowed processes or applications. Response plans can work with SOAR to perform automated actions, such as detonating URLs, get job summaries, and run playbooks for encoded PowerShell analysis and more. Within ES Premier, everyone now has a SOAR seat and can run unlimited playbooks. The AI Assistant can also provide an investigation report that previews timelines, findings, and recommended remediations. This final report not only saves time, but it also allows SOC analysts to focus on the next critical alert.
So very similar to observability, just abstracting the complexity of using a tool to actually focusing on the task in hand and bringing all of that together. Again, my favorite part, and I think a lot of the SOC analysts are very happy with the auto report generation. Get that done, send it off to my boss, move on with my next task. But that integrated tool set coming together from a single point of view, leveraging AI where appropriate to go and get that task done in hand, with a very common look and feel to your observability colleagues. So I can now start to go and share techniques and work with each other there. And so out now, go to the show floor, go and get a demo of it on how we can go and do that to really go and get that full visibility of the enterprise underpinned by that data fabric. You know, the key to security really is getting all visibility to all data in the enterprise. So data fabric layered on top with this Enterprise Security Premier edition. Well, how do we actually add more AI and kind of automate more of that going through? Well, a really difficult part of the security journey is triage. So from the Snap Attack acquisition, it's a mouthful there, is bringing in how we think about triage agents to streamline that alert prioritization to start to look at, as I get an alert come through, how do I go and work with the system to help understand what that means for my environment? As we provide things out of the box, we're allowing you to kind of tune this over time for your organization, for your use cases, to go and reinforce that learning with the AI to start to be smarter about the alerts it surfaces to you to go and work on. Ultimately, to go and automate as much of the insights to get you to a faster mean time to resolve. So this is coming out in the next couple of months as an alpha. And then the hard part then is the detection studio. It's no good having the data, having the workflows, if I don't start to think about streamlining those detection, creation, and workflows. So how do I go and evaluate those detections? How many times are they triggered? As I change those detections and the way of those algorithms working, what happens if detection rates go down? Is that a good or a bad thing? Well, I don't know yet. I want to go and dig into that. But by taking a versioning as code in the way we do this, making it very easy for you to go and roll back and understand what changed for those detections over time. I think quite often as you start to work on these things, you lose that fidelity of history, and getting back to that perfect detection you maybe had 2 days ago, 3 days ago can be challenging. So by embedding this inside of the product, is allowing that workflow on detection engineering to be smarter as we go forward. So it can evaluate the health, understand the versioning, what has changed, and what's the effectiveness of all of the detections that I have in my organization. So we talked a lot about from silicon all the way up to application, really kind of bringing in the isovalent technology inside of here. It's huge on the observability side, but on the security side, being able at kind of a kernel level to understand what's happening, especially on the LLM side, we're able to integrate Splunk and isovalent together. So getting really, really technical, deep insights into what's happening in my infrastructure and surface those what's a very voluminous kind of domain looking at that and surface the critical insights that something is going wrong to then allow you to go and kick off a workflow beyond that. So again, integrated with data management for full visibility, and then be able to activate investigations when isovalent detects something wrong, kick off that workflow, and off I go with that seamless experience. So go and have a look at the booth. It's there as alpha now. Have a play with it. I mean, the isovalent technology is an incredible addition into Cisco as a whole, but into the security family and its applicability on the observability world. So this is where we're starting to see that convergence of observability and security all the way down at a kernel level. And we're continually working on this, just since over the last year is adding more and more integrations across the entire Cisco portfolio. So no matter what Cisco technology you have in your enterprise, that is a first-class citizen in the ways it integrates with Splunk. But it's not the only thing. This is just for the Cisco side. We're continuing investing in data sources, Microsoft, Azure, well, Microsoft and Azure, AWS, GCP. I'll try not use some swear words here, but Palo Alto, Fortinet. No matter what the type of device it is, you're going to have a complex environment, a multi-vendor environment that we're going to bring data in no matter where it lives in your enterprise, whether it is in disparate Splunk installations, whether it's in S3, in Snowflake, in Azure, in running across a network stream, in a kernel, on silicon, we can acquire that data and start to bring all of that back into the data fabric through data management, the data lake, so you can understand what I've got to work with as an analyst, overlay that with my detection engineering, and overlay that with the on the observability side with all the workflows through APM, through digital experience monitoring. So ultimately, I can go and build a resilient organization. There are lots of these integrations on Splunk base, thousands of integrations, add-ons, technology add-ons. So no matter what your data source is, it's probably already there for within inside of the Splunk product. You can search for different types of data sources. I think here we've got some Cisco ones, some add-ons for security cloud, for network monitoring. Click that, configure it, and bring that data in for analytics. It'll also include analytics out of the box as well. Publicly available, have a look. You've probably got something there. If not, come and tell us, and we'll look at building it with you.
And welcome back to the Cisco TV studio. We are coming to you live from the Amsterdam Rai, right in the middle of the world of solutions. We have just wrapped a fantastic keynote deep dive with James Hodge, with GVP, Chief Strategic Officer on our Splunk observability side. Richard Wayne was brought in as well, Head of Technical Security at EasyJet, great partner. But they were able to look at digital resilience in the agentic AI era. Why is that so important? Because it's how we stay ahead of issues. It's how we minimize AI's impact on our business and on our operations. So let's talk about a couple of the things that we have just learned. How do we use agentic AI to detect, investigate, remediate threats and issues? How do we ensure performance, quality, security? Such great value as always. Let's take a quick moment to ask you to continue reaching out to us on social media. Remember to use hashtag Cisco Live EMEA, whatever your favorite platform is. Let us know where you're tuning in from, what you're excited about here at the show. Add comments, Thumbs up emojis, hearts. We love hearts as well. That was a terrible heart. I did more like a triangle. Applause, whatever it happens to be. But we want to hear from you. Our social team is here in the world of solutions, and they are going to respond to every one of your comments. We're going to shift our comments and our focus a little bit into Cisco Optical. Our optical network innovations are helping you build, grow, connect. We are providing scalable and flexible connectivity for any network, and we do it with open optical networking. It's one more powerful aspect of that platform advantage that we're so proud of here at Cisco. And again, when we talk about platform advantage, the idea is not to stack purchase on purchase, but to stack value on value. How do you get the most value out of every investment that you make with us here at Cisco? So it looks like Rob Boyd is out in the showcase right now. We're going to talk optical a little bit right now. So Rob, I'll just send it on over to you.
Thank you so much, Steve. Yes, we are over in, actually I had missed this for a while yet, but we have beautiful layout of what we've been accomplishing here from the optical perspective. And the conversation that we want to have today is really understanding not only what's been released, but how it continues to tell this story of the compounding value. So as we deliver on this platform advantage, a lot of that advantage is actually coming from how we have the optics and the ASICs and that system tied in a way that others can't do, and there's positive benefits to doing that for our customers across multiple aspects, I guess is the right way to say it. But with that, I want to introduce Bill Gartner. I have you come in, sir. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thank you. We had a little bit of trouble connecting this morning, and I was like, oh, we need the expert. But give us your title to make sure I don't mess it up.
I'm SVP and GM of the Optical Systems and Optics Business Unit.
So you literally run the business unit that
I run the business unit, yes.
And we've made a lot of changes with acquisitions and continued integration. And this is fun to see. I wonder if you could kind of, as we enter this 1 terabit era, if that's safe to say, but this week's announcements in the G300, can you talk about what's changing with optics and what's been announced? Kick us off in that vein.
Let's start with what's happening inside the data center, which is really what we talked about this week at Cisco Live. Cisco Optics is a full portfolio of optics from 1 gig to 800 gig in various form factors. You can see different form factors that meet different customer applications, different switch or router applications, and we have a full portfolio all the way starting at 1 gig, all the way to 800 gig, supporting different customer architectures and different fiber types. Might be single mode fiber, it might be parallel infrastructure, duplex infrastructure, multi-mode fiber, so we can accommodate any customer's application with our fiber portfolio. And this week, we announced 2 new optics in that portfolio. One is a 1.6 terabit optic. That's this optic here. 1.6 terabit that goes into a 100 terabit switch. It's just magnificent that we're going to have that much capacity coming out of one
it doesn't seem twice as big or anything as the others.
No, that's part of the magic, is that we have
I love it's not linear.
We have to, it's not linear. We have to manage to do that thanks to silicon photonics technology, which is Cisco's silicon photonics. We can actually expand the capacity of these optics without increasing the size. And then we also introduced an 800 gig LPO or linear pluggable optic. Right, and that's an optic that can help customers reduce power. And we can talk more about that as well.
Yeah, because it really starts with one of those advantages you talk about, now I'm forgetting the words, but it's the optical
linear pluggable optic?
Linear pluggable optics, but we're taking some of the traditional components and we're moving them back into the ASIC. Am I saying that correctly?
Right.
And that allows us to do things in a more streamlined fashion than other competitors perhaps who can only play a part or perhaps are just using off-the-shelf silicon.
So the linear pluggable optic takes the DSP, the digital signal processing function, and moves that function into Silicon One. And in doing that, we reduce the power of the optic by about 50%. So it's very significant power savings. Now we've moved some complexity into the Silicon One. The total switch plus optic power reduction is about 30%. So it's substantial power reduction for customers.
Well, because the thing you always have to remember is we sometimes talk about these in kind of a singular fashion, but then you look at where they're going to go and they're going to be stacked side by side with very little airflow between them and in a very compact factory. And we still have to do something with how that generates, but that's also where you get the scaling.
Super complex. We have to manage the thermal environment here, make sure that all the optics are cooled, make sure that that switch silicon stays cool enough. So But these optics can run in either an air-cooled environment or a liquid-cooled environment.
Excellent. Yeah, I've been taking a closer look at also how we're doing direct-to-chip cooling now and
Yes,
new platforms.
right,
That's very
right.
exciting. Well, I'm curious, so how is AI traffic in the data center really changed how we've traditionally, seems like a server could go up or down or be bursting, no big deal, we'll resend packets. We're still doing this on Ethernet. It feels like we've really beat out InfiniBand and that consistency is going to remain. How are we dealing with that from the optical perspective?
Yeah, so one of the insights that we've obtained in looking at AI infrastructure versus a classical network infrastructure, exactly what you said. In a classical network infrastructure, if there's an error burst on a link, TCP/IP bridges that. You never really see that as an end user. There may be a retransmission of the packets, but there's no impact to the end user traffic. And there's no impact to neighboring links as well. In a GPU infrastructure, you've got all these GPUs operating in parallel. And so if there's an error on one of those links, all of those links have to stop, back up, and then restart. So those GPUs become very inefficient when they have to stop, back up, and restart. So the impact of a link error on one link in a GPU infrastructure is much greater than the impact in a classic network application.
And these GPUs are obviously super expensive.
You've got
Everything's starting up, so this adds up quickly when these kind of mistakes happen.
Very expensive GPUs sitting idle,
Ooh,
and that's just a
that is
bad thing.
Yeah.
Meta actually did some analysis and concluded that you could see a 40% reduction in the overall efficiency of that GPU infrastructure because of this effect. So what we do is, number one, we rely on silicon photonics, which is inherently very reliable because it's effectively an ASIC. And number two, we put our optics through a qualification process that is really the gold standard in the industry. We qualify our optics against all optical specs, electrical specs, environmental specs, and we do corner case testing. So we test the optic against the worst case temperature, the worst case voltage, the worst case host environment. And in doing that, we know that our optics are really the best that could possibly be delivered to our customers. We know that because we've acquired optics from the suppliers in the industry, and we put those optics through our qualification. And in one test where we acquired 35 different optics, none of those optics passed our qualification test. So we feel very good about the quality of Cisco optics going to our customers.
Well, I like that because some people may not understand, and make sure I'm understanding it correctly, is that Cisco owns that whole part of the process, and of course, this is where we can bring these advantages to customers. And make sure I'm saying this correctly, but one of the advantages of reducing power at this level by this much amount, even if you're not a hyperscaler, and you're not doing the 1.2 to 4, whatever terabits, the idea is that a lot of our customers, if they're going to be doing any kind of AI in existing data center space, they're going to be power and space constrained. This begins to free up some real estate so that they could potentially look at reconfiguring and taking advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, one way to think about it is
yeah.
every watt we save here goes into GPUs for our customers. So even a nominal power savings is very important for our customers.
Bill, this is fascinating. I appreciate you taking the time to meet with us this morning. Guys, I encourage you to come by and take a look at these things. They have the every generation of the switches, the ASICs, if you will, and then you can walk through and kind of see how they're all working together and ask the story of all the smart people that are here. But with that, I'll send it back to the studio.
Rob, thank you so much, man. Great job, Bill. Excellent, excellent overview. You know, it's interesting. I've been thinking with all of these different technologies, we get to come out to you on the show floor. We get to see demo after demo after demo, new capabilities. And here we are on the final day of the conference, and it got me thinking back to how we kicked things off on Tuesday morning with the opening keynote. We heard from G2 Patel, we heard from Gordon Thompson, we heard from Adele Trombetta, and we got these great drivers at the top of the conference that have driven through the week. And one of the things G2 brought up that we actually just touched on here in that last demo are the 4 keys of the ways Cisco is becoming the critical infrastructure for the AI era and how we make that happen. We talk about scaling the AI infrastructure. It's what we just saw. Agentic AI demands unprecedented scale. Cisco is getting us where we need to be, right? Number 2, fusing security into the network. So it's not just about providing security, it's making security native to every application at every level, and then putting security closer to the workload. Such an important point G2 brought up. Number 3, Cisco is delivering a truly integrated AI stack. which means security and availability integrated into every single level. We're going to take a quick break here on the studio floor. Don't go away. We will be back shortly.
There's nothing in the world like Bottle Rock. It's more than just a music festival. People have high expectations when they come here.
From the food, the wine, the world-class music, it's what keeps people coming back year after year.
And that's why we have a partner like Cisco.
Our technology helps us prevent major issues, remediate faster, and adapt quickly, so we can stop problems before they happen. This is what digital resilience is all about.
We have Meraki cameras and Splunk dashboards that are constantly collecting and managing data. It gives you a real-time overview of everything happening in a very complex and dynamic environment.
All of these systems have to work together without disruption, and Wi-Fi 7 provides seamless connectivity that keeps the festival up and running no matter what.
We work around the clock, 365 days a year, just to pull off this one weekend. That means everything has to work flawlessly, and that's the power of Cisco.
Cisco Crosswork Network Services Orchestrator is a powerful tool for managing network configurations and ensuring smooth operations. But one common problem is more than one person might need to manage the network. On top of that, people often bypass tools with manual changes. And until now, there's been no easy way to manage this. In the past, NSO assumed it had an accurate view of the network, but changes to devices with an unknown state could lead to issues. While NSO provided tools to identify and fix discrepancies, the process was time-consuming, resource-intensive, and didn't catch everything. So our team in Stockholm accepted the challenge and developed a groundbreaking solution: out-of-band service protection, released as part of NSO 6.5. With this new feature, NSO does not assume it has an accurate view of the network. Instead, before it executes a transaction, such as a configuration change, it uses smart capabilities to determine if there are discrepancies and to automatically restore synchronization between its view and the actual network state. Before making a change, NSO checks if the device's configuration matches the expected settings. If it does not match, NSO updates its view of the configuration before making the requested changes. However, you might not want to accept all out-of-band changes. So, to give you more control, we provide policy tools that let you define which configuration changes NSO should accept or ignore. You can apply these policies globally, by profile, device, or transaction. For example, you can let NSO manage IP addresses, but allow a network controller to handle VLAN configurations. This ensures multiple tools can manage the device without conflict, while NSO maintains a complete and accurate record of the configuration. Bottom line, out-of-band service protection allows you to use multiple tools to manage your network, giving you precise control, simplifying service development, and harmonizing your network operations. Learn more at cisco.com/go/NSO.
As AI advances faster than any technology the world has ever seen, every organization is scrambling to lay the foundation that will propel their business into this new era. But current data centers weren't designed with AI in mind. So how do you deploy modern AI using what you have while scaling for future needs? The Cisco IT team took it as a challenge.
Being able to build out an AI infrastructure, it's super exciting. You know, it's cutting edge stuff.
When our data centers were built, AI was just a buzzword. The existing data centers were not built for AI workloads.
One of the biggest hurdles we had to overcome was figuring out how to meet the power demands of an AI infrastructure. Trying to figure this out from scratch, it would have taken 18 to 24 months. We didn't have that time. The business needed that AI infrastructure now. And so we had to look for alternatives. We built the AI infrastructure in a separate facility, and we replicated the data from the existing production data centers to this facility where we house the AI infrastructure.
You have to bring the data to the AI, and it needs to be high throughput and low latency. So you want the data right there so that it can be processed immediately.
We designed the heart of this AI infrastructure with best-in-class GPUs, Cisco UCS compute, and Cisco networking.
We delivered the AI cluster in 3 months from start to finish.
As more use cases were added each week and more clusters were added, the Cisco IT team needed to make it easier to manage.
Nexus Dashboard turned out to be a good solution, one tool to operate both our traditional data center facilities as well as our AI infrastructure.
It dramatically streamlined operations and helped us grow for the future.
This was more than just solving a single challenge. It was the beginning of Cisco's journey to scale its data centers for AI.
This AI infrastructure supports more than 25 use cases across the business, and more are being added each week.
This was once in a lifetime opportunity. When do you get to work on a key technology that's going to fundamentally change the world?
I feel a lot of pride. The team rose to the occasion and delivered this infrastructure in a matter of months.
My name's Dan Keyworth, and I run the technology across the McLaren Formula One team. We use ThousandEyes to gain observability across our entire network. And this is how I Cisco. There is so much that goes into racing, whether that's deploying our trackside infrastructure to the track itself, to establishing networking back to the factory, to making sure that everybody has connectivity across the entire factory and can see everything that's going on at the track. ThousandEyes is helping us as an organization really get that full end-to-end visibility of everything that's going on the network through observability. What's great is that all lives within one platform, so we can see everything that's going on around the organization, but then also using AI insight over the top to say, these are the things that you need to be focused on as a technology team. And what that allows us to do is focus on the things that really matter to ensure digital resiliency and reliability, and allows the team to go racing and make sure that we've got everything else in hand. And that's how I Cisco.
And welcome back to the Rye. We are coming to you directly from Amsterdam. My name is Steve Moulter on behalf of the entire Cisco TV broadcast team. It is so good to have you here with us on the live stream from Cisco Live. You know, all week here at the show, we have been talking about Cisco Spaces. I love this because it's real-time location data, it's occupancy analytics, it's environmental insights. This is what's helping you optimize the use of your workspace and at the same time enhance employee experiences and manage your assets in the best ways possible. We have got Spaces running in multiple areas over in the Cisco Showcase. And right now I can see that Cedric is out in the world of solutions looking at Cisco Spaces. Oh, you're very into it, my friend.
Oh, right. Sorry, Steve. Like, I was trying to relax a little bit. You know, it's very hard these show days sometimes, always walking around. And here at the Cisco Spaces Reset Lounge, they're kind of doing this like breathing exercise, which I think was much needed, I have to say. But hey, we're here at Cisco Spaces. Like, I love Cisco Spaces. I use it in the office a lot, but I don't know that much about it. So luckily, my friend Sean is here, who works with Cisco Spaces. And Sean, maybe for people who do not understand what it is, like, can you just give us like a little bit of a 1-minute line on like what Cisco Spaces is all about and what it does?
Yeah, so Cisco Spaces really aims to bring intelligence to your buildings, leveraging the Cisco stack or the Cisco infrastructure that most of our customers are invested in today. So things like access points, collaboration devices, switches, and third-party devices. We use a software layer to then deploy use cases like indoor navigation, asset tracking, and more to the building that will benefit end users, IT teams, facilities teams, marketing teams, and more.
And you also said that like we're using Cisco Spaces here at the event, right? Like it was very good for me to like know where I had to go for like filming. So you have it integrated in the Cisco Events app, from what I understand. Can you just show us how that works?
That's right. So we're here at the Reset Lounge, where we're letting our customers and folks here at Cisco Live do a breathing exercise, and that's in reference to our partnership with Ariana Huffington and Thrive Global. And like we were mentioning, a lot of our use cases here really benefit the end user or the employees on site. And so one of the ways here that we're benefiting the attendees at the Cisco Live conference is by embedding some of our functionality into the Cisco Live app. So the first way we've done that is by using our Open Roaming SDK or software development kit and embedding it right into the Cisco Live Events app. So as you can see, I've already connected to Open Roaming, but once you download the Events app, you'll be asked, would you like to get free Wi-Fi? And once I hit yes, every single time I walk into the venue from here on out, I'm automatically connected to Wi-Fi. And we know that it can be frustrating, right, when you have to connect over and over again to the same wireless network. So now we're taking that off your plate and again, prioritizing the simplicity for the end users. The second way we've done that is by embedding our indoor navigation SDK. So as you can see, we've used our AI mapping engine to digitize this space here. And so as you can see, I've selected a point of interest, and here I am, and I'm going to go ahead and get directions. And I'll go ahead and start that. And so the way that works is we're actually using the BLE radio and the Wi-Fi 6 access points that we have deployed here in the venue and the BLE in my phone. And so now I can actually walk through the venue to my destination. And so as we mentioned, we have this deployed in a lot of office spaces and healthcare environments as well, because again, we want to benefit the end user and take away the stress of not knowing where you're going throughout the building.
That's awesome, and I feel less stressed even by just doing this experience. I know you have more around the corner, so we have a little bit of time left. So maybe you can show us what's going on there. I know it's like a little bit of a gamified experience.
So really our goal with Cisco Spaces is to make the IT or our end user for Cisco the hero for their organization. So as I showed indoor navigation as an example, our IT users have a chance to bring this to their organization, which will benefit literally everybody, even outside of IT. So part of what we're doing is to enable them with the hero's journey. So the first stop in the hero's journey is to go from legacy to legendary. And how our customers can do that is by purchasing the right infrastructure at the right density. So as an example, we want to purchase our Wi-Fi 7 access points. We want to use a placement or a network validation that will enable the use cases. The second part is deploying our OS or the Spaces operating system that will provide the foundational components to make these use cases successful. And then the last part is tacking on these use cases to drive outcomes. So things like asset tracking and indoor navigation that we can do as part of this hero's journey. And so the last part of this is that once you've completed the hero's journey, you understand the use cases, and you're ready to deploy and be the hero for your organization, you come over here to our wall of heroes. And this is where you can actually scan the QR code and take a selfie. And then from there, we're kind of gamifying. And as you can see, a lot of our users, now that they know about Cisco Spaces, are ready to buy it and deploy it. They're becoming the hero for their organization by benefiting, again, our end customers, IT teams, facilities teams, real estate teams, operation teams, and more.
That's awesome, great. Well, thank you so much, Sean. I want to be on that hero as well, so you'll have to explain me how to do that in just a second. But with that, Steve, I'm sure you can be on that hero as well, but now we're back to you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Cedric. Sean, great job. I love it, and great creativity there, creating the hero's journey around Cisco Spaces. Just so cool. You know, one of the biggest topics that we've been talking about all week here at Cisco Live 2026 in EMEA is sovereign critical infrastructure for Europe's AI future. Our European customers, they tell us they want choice over how they deploy their technology. They want control over access to their systems and to their data. They want autonomy over their digital infrastructure. That all requires security and global connectivity as well. And Rob is out in the showcase. He's going to bring us a bit more on that story. Hey there, pal.
Hey, man, I thought I would tease a little bit about what we have coming up in the next show, because I've just got a couple of minutes here. But if you've been watching, I talked to Bill Gartner about our optical advancements and the fact that we have to be very cognizant of how different it is when you're talking about GPU syncing in a data center using the optics. Very important, very expensive, but we also have to contend with how are we networking the GPUs out at the edge. And this is where we move from training, now we're really in inference, where GPUs and the models that we've developed are actually solving real problems and keeping it out where the data happens, because we can't afford to kind of trombone it all the way back and say, and deal with latency that would continue to break those processes. So one of the things, if you're watching the keynote, was the unified edge. We're going to sneak in here. We're just going to bully our way in. y'all keep talking here. We're just going to look at this for a second. So he's explaining the modularity behind the unified edge. This is what we're going to talk about in more detail with my next guest, Hasib, but that's going to be in our next show. But what's fascinating about this is you have one single box that has the compute, the GPUs, and all the modularity to conform it to what you need, be it a branch office, a factory location. I understand they're also doing this in automotive applications, so certainly mobile. Someone asked about being able to put on back straps. I can't imagine who'd want to wear this. But you do you, and you do your network. We're just here to enable it. But you've got a lot of ability here, including the ability to use NFC to make this very, very easy to roll out. You ship a box, NFC code gets scanned by a non-networking person. All they really have to do is draw power to it. It will find its network, and then what the real ability here is, and I can't wait to get into these details in the next show, come over here, look at this, is it's really about fleet management. So cool, one box, amazing. You can do wonderful stuff with it. Where the value starts to really come in is when you bring in Intersight. And you're saying, because this is where the real problems are going to be solved. Intersight allows you to do all that rollout, all that deployment, all that management, and one box or 1,000 of these deployed anywhere in the world, you still got the same control, centralized ability to work with it. It does not, the challenges of managing it do not scale with size. So this is how Cisco is starting to make it easier to bring GPU inference capabilities out to where the data is actually being created so that we can make it more useful. And that's a tease for the interview we've got coming up. Steve?
Rob, fantastic. I always feel so confident when I'm throwing content out to you because I learn just an incredible amount from you. You are so good at bringing the oversight and bringing it down to the level where every one of us can understand exactly what's going on. So it's deeply technical, but at the same time, it's deeply understandable. I always appreciate you. By the way, you also just came up with my favorite new quote of the week, and I'm going to quote you back to you. You do you and your network. We're just here to enable it. That's awesome. We're going to put that on a sampler. That's going to go on a t-shirt for you. Well done, my friend. Thank you. I so appreciate it. You know, when we look at the way Cisco affects small and medium businesses, if that's you, it means that you need products and solutions that are designed to scale, to innovate, to succeed in a digital-first world. Cisco is evolving the way that you operate, the way you collaborate, the way you secure your business. So a lot of the technology, for example, the things that we just saw there from Rob, that we've seen in a lot of the demos, we start to get this sense, no, these are just for the big players. These are for the hyper-global enterprises of 50,000 plus employees scattered around the world. Absolutely not. Small and medium businesses need all of the help, all of the support they can get, and Cisco is delivering that help and support. Cedric is out in the SMB area on the World of Solutions floor. Hey there, my friend.
Hey there, Steve. Yeah, that's right. Like, they need all the help, and we at Cisco love working with our SMB and mid-market portfolio. Now, I am, as always, not the one that needs to tell you about it. I'm joined by Kunal and Kim this morning, who are with Cisco and work on this booth as well. How are you guys doing this morning? Last day.
Thanks for coming by.
Absolutely.
Absolutely amazing.
Awesome, great. Like, as I said, it's the last day right now. I've seen it being very busy over here. You have great prizes as well. What have been some of the highlights for both of you for Cisco Live this year? Maybe I'll start with you, Kim.
Thanks, Cedric. So this is the first year that we've been able to combine the SMB and mid-market and have this amazing stand, and we've had so many people come and visit us. We've been very focused all week on showing the value to our partners and customers, and I think that it's been a big success for us.
Absolutely. I think it's been an amazing week at Cisco Live. We've had customers, we've had partners, we've showcased sales plays, we've showcased our SMB and mid-market competency, and a bunch of other things that have happened here. So I think it's been an amazing week.
That's awesome. And Kunal, maybe to touch on what you said you had customers and partners joining you. I also know that there were some customers that you brought on stage. Why is that? Like, tell us a little bit more about it, and also why is it important to showcase these customers as well?
I think when customers hear from customers about their experiences and their journey and how they have utilize technology and solutions, that brings the value of our technology and our portfolio to life a lot more than slides and statistics and things like that. And when there are partners who are there with the customers and they talk about how they can translate the value of the technology into real outcomes and business impact for our customers, that's when the value of Cisco is significantly accentuated, and that's what Cisco Live for me is all about.
I love that, because we also have some people, some partners actually, that might have not invested as much in the Cisco relationship in the SMB and mid-market space. I completely don't understand why they wouldn't do that, to be honest, to both of you. But what would you say for those that haven't yet? Why should they start investing? Why should they start growing with Cisco? Because it's a true partnership for both ends, right?
I think SMB and mid-market, regardless of which country or which economic zone you're looking at, contributes to more than 50% of the GDP. And these customers, when they compete with their larger peers, they have to be fast, they have to be agile, they have to be nimble, and they have to adopt technology and digital solutions at a massive scale, and that, I think, is a massive opportunity for our partners. We are committed to supporting them. We are committed to building solutions with them, helping programs to accelerate what they're doing with our customers, and that's why I think it's a no-brainer for our partners.
That's awesome, Kanul, and it's just great to hear, how invested we are as a brand into our partners, and especially as well on the SMB and mid-market part. Kim, I know we're going to explore the demo kit in just a bit, but I'm very lucky, we're all very lucky to be here live in Amsterdam. For those who are not able to join us here live, what is the best way to get some access to some of the resources that you've been talking and demonstrating here throughout the week so far?
Yeah, great question, because we do want to share. And one other last thing I would add to the discussion that you just had is we just recently introduced with the Partner 360 program our new SMB and mid-market competency, which is another example of our commitment to the space and to our partners to drive growth. Now, we're going to make sure that we put all of the messaging, the data, the sales plays, everything that we have to offer. Please visit our cisco.com site and you can find it there. So this is our SMB mid-market theater. You can see we have a really great spot here, which has created a lot of traffic. We've had our customers coming to present here, and we also have this amazing demo kit that we're going to talk a little bit more about now.
You're so good at handing it off. I'm here joined by Jeff. Jeff, thank you for being here with us. As Kim already mentioned, maybe let's zoom in on the demo kit for a second. But what is the demo kit all about?
Hey, Cedric. So I'm so proud to present to you the Cloud Networking Experience Kit. So this demo kit is going to be used by Cisco to show our customers the power of the platform and what cloud networking brings to their modernized infrastructure.
So I can see a lot of equipment in terms of, I can see some sensors, I can see some of our networking technology, Meraki I see here as well. Tell us about what's included in the kit, from a technology point of view.
Yeah, so the most important thing about your business is being connected to the internet. So it all starts with business continuity, 5G backup and failover. And then the next thing is it's all about secure networking. So we have firewalling, we have SD-WAN in here. We have future-proof switching with NGIG and PoE. When we go into our future-proof office, Wi-Fi 7 connectivity to cut out the noise. We're protecting our people and our assets with the MB Meraki product line. And we monitor the safety of our workers and our spaces with all of the sensors provided here by Meraki. All of this interacts together from a platform, and it provides the assurance with AI-powered capabilities to keep the network operating efficiently.
That's awesome. In terms of our customers and partners who are now interested in this kit, how can they get their hands on this amazing technology?
So we have 70 of these kits going all around the world. We're going to show our customers live. We're going to do live demos at every event. We're going to let our SMB and mid-market partners borrow these like a library book so they can show our customers and their customers the power of the cloud.
Well, thank you so much for walking me through over here. This is not the last opportunity for someone to see that, right? So it's definitely an opportunity to come into Cisco Live next year, wherever you are around the world, to experience and to talk to Jeff and Kim and Kunal as well. And with that, we're throwing it back to you in the studio, Steve.
All right, thank you so much, Cedric. Appreciate it. Thanks again to Jeff for walking us through the support kit, to Kunal and to Kim as well for the great story. And again, small and medium businesses, we have got your back. We're going to head straight back into the WAS. Rob Boyd, take it away, my friend.
Steve, they said I had another minute, and I was like, well, let me continue to share some of my excitement about what's happening with networking in the data center. If you're trying to find your way over here, we're at the AI-ready data centers. Specifically, if you come look at this beautiful boy. Oh my gosh. So first I looked at this and I go, looks like it has jumper cables. Can you see in there, Steve? It's, speaking of Steve, the camera, but Steve, any Steve out there. But what's fascinating about this is the cooling that they're doing direct to chip. And so what's happening here is this is how they're redirecting, I believe it's a dielectric fluid that allows us to run these. Now, the G300 and the rest of the chips, they can work with air cooling or liquid cooling. This ability to do liquid cooling, however, in this type of layout, as we see it in this chassis, starts to change the economics and change the architecture and allows us to get more density inside the data center in places that previously we're either running out because we don't have the power budget or we don't have the ability to remove the heat. That budget, there's multiple budgets that we keep running into in this if you go. But this is some fascinating hardware. Now over here, we've talked a lot about the 9350 series. This is 9345, I believe, or 24. I was attracted to these because they have flashing lights, and that gets me every single time. I wish all switches came with a transparent top on them and LEDs. I suppose we could add them like I do at home. But either way, the guys here are also explaining exactly how we control how we're sending access to what GPUs within here. So the modularity within software and hardware really starts to come together because, and I don't know if I got a chance to say this last time when I was talking to Bill about the optics, is that when it comes to the data center, it's the network that is synchronizing all of the GPUs. So because it has to be a real-time sync, that's why the networking gets so difficult to keep up, because it has to, when it bursts, as network traffic will do, we have to be able to absorb that burst, and that's where the Silicon One ASIC is beginning to help us do that. It's just amazing how all the components are working together in a way that, I got to think, Steve, competitors must be shaking in their boots if they even think that they're going to be able to compete with Cisco in this market. This is really amazing.
True, my friend. Again, first of all, Inner Nerd coming out. Yeah, great. I mean, colorful lights and crystal clear tops. Well done. Thank you again, my friend, for breaking it down for us in a way that's so beautifully understandable. Love it. We are going to head back to center stage, and this time we're going to take a look at some of the ways we are modernizing your data center for AI and doing it at scale. So, everything from the core to the edge. We've got Danny McGinnis on deck. He is leading this session, VP of Product Management for Compute, BE. When we look at our IT teams, they're being asked to do the impossible these days. Support mission-critical applications. They have to prepare for AI at scale. They have to protect against expanding attack surfaces, but at the same time, they have to operate across increasingly fragmented environments. That is where Cisco's core-to-edge portfolio comes into play and gives you the support you need. We're going to head out to Danny in center stage. We'll meet you right back here in the studio on the flip side. Here we go.
All right, good morning. Thank you. Last day. We're up early in the morning. Good job. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Danny McGinnis. I look after product management here for Compute business unit at Cisco. So think all things UCS, Intersight, a lot of our solutions work with AI Pod, Secure AI Factory. A lot of that comes out of our business unit. All right, so as an industry, I guess we've been looking at AI for quite some time now. If you think about, probably just the last 4 years of Amsterdam as a conference like Cisco Live or any other tech conference, we've been in this conversation around Gen AI. We've been talking about running large language models in our data centers, chatbots, and all the good stuff that probably uses up a big portion of our data center. I think, though, what's transitioned or changed more rapidly just in the last 12 months has been this conversation around what I'll call edge AI or business AI, and then transforming that as kind of a hybrid role with agentic. And so I think if you're in this space and you're thinking about the future of your business and trying to plan for what's ahead, it's really important to understand kind of the whys, what's changing, and how we're going to provide the right infrastructure and the connectivity to support these types of modern workloads. And so that's what we're going to talk a little bit about today. Before I start, I'm going to roll a quick video so you can hear from a couple of our customers, and I'll be right back up.
The importance of the edge is now coming to bear in a way that maybe it hasn't been thought of for many, many years. As we make that move to edge, what we're now starting to see, and it really is driven by a change in AI requirements, is a move back towards on-prem.
A large part of our strategy is to ensure that we are AI ready. We can process and operate AI-related applications within the factory itself, right at the edge on premise. All of that processing has to be real time.
When we are serving patients, we really go to the patient to provide the care as close to the patient as we can. As a result, we need to be able to deploy our edge to a wide variety of locations that we never had to before. Needs to be reliable, needs to be securable, scalable, and it also needs to be quickly deployable by maybe somebody who's not the most technical.
The modularity and the flexibility that the platform will bring along would be a key distinguishing factor for us, simply because we are expected to scale enormously as the workloads grow and the processing power needs grow.
We need to be able to scale in different places at different speeds while providing the very same experience and the very same level and quality of care.
We truly want to get to a point where we are, not just predictive, but really preemptive in nature.
As we rethink what the edge looks like, the importance of the network grows infinitely.
Our factories simply can't go down. We are ensuring that our systems are built to last, to build to scale, to be resilient, and be intelligent.
We don't know what the future is going to bring. We've already seen massive amounts of technology change. Being able to factor that in to a future-proof edge platform is critical.
All right, so some really good customer testimonials and use cases, and I think it sets the stage for the conversation we're about to have today. So let's talk a little bit about kind of what we're seeing and some of the whys, so we get into, we'll talk a little bit about what we're building, but it's always important, I think, to unpack the whys a bit. So the first off, I think, hopefully we all recognize now that there is an absolute surge of AI workloads coming our way. But what that also means is that the infrastructure is also changing very rapidly, and there is no one-size-fits-all model in this world. So important to be cognizant of that. The second is, and especially as we start talking about fleet-wide operations, the operating model is really, really important and top of mind. Think about it. As you as IT professionals, IT leaders, you've probably been for the last decade or so centralizing workloads into the cloud or reducing the number of data centers you have. And now we're saying the whole world is flipping and it's going the other direction and we're going to be back to a distributed model. And that is absolutely what's happening. We'll talk about some of the whys here in a second. And then lastly, that ultimately means more data is at the edge, and that means we need more intelligence at the edge. If you think about sensors and cameras and our human voices, the amount of data that generates needs to be processed as close to the source as possible. You hear a lot of talk about in AI about this concept of data gravity, and that's typically what I mean, right? You're trying to process, you're trying to analyze as close to the source of the data as we possibly can. All right, so we believe that this kind of these sort of changes and this transformation demands a new approach, and so that's why we've set out to kind of reinvent how we look at this and fundamentally change the way you're able to operate in this type of world. So, if you think about just ultimately what's the goal then, like what is part of my job or my team's role? It's really to think about how can we deliver you a simplified way to compute. And with that, we kind of look at it in three different pillars. The first, I would say, is around infrastructure, making sure that we have obviously the most high-performing, highly scalable infrastructure that we can provide you, but also one that grows with your needs. I can guarantee you that whatever you think you know today or you think you need today will be drastically different just 12 months from now or 24 months from now. The second is an operating model that doesn't shift. At the end of the day, and one of the biggest problems that I see in the world of AI is how can we actually support these environments at scale because they're changing so quickly. And now that they're being more distributed, that sets up an entirely new set of challenges we're facing. All right, so let me just talk to you really quick about our portfolio in general. So on our Blade infrastructure, this is probably what you know us for if you're familiar with Cisco Compute and UCS. This is an area that we're continuing to double down in and invest in, even while a lot of our competitors divest. Our fundamental thought process here is that in a time where power and space and cooling are more precious than they've ever been, these architectures allow for you to actually take advantage of all of those and save in the areas where you're constrained. Really also very proud for the last couple of years we've been working really hard to double down in our rack portfolio. And so on both of these, full latest and greatest AMD and Intel lineup across both sets of platforms, pretty much every form factor you can imagine. This isn't even the whole portfolio, it's just kind of a snapshot of what we're doing. We've also invested heavily in the largest, most dense AI platforms that you can imagine. So your SXM-based HGX architectures from NVIDIA and equivalents from AMD. And then also our lightest and smallest, newly announced about 3 months ago, unified edge platform that I'm about to introduce. A big part of what we do too, and you probably saw it on the last slide, I didn't talk to it, but is about our stack. We understand that we are just one cog in the wheel, or one part, one player in a very large ecosystem. And so a big part of what we also do is try to bring you a more tightly integrated full stack solution, where we partner with a lot of the logos and beyond that you see here, so that you get a more comprehensive, tested, validated set of features and solutions, so you can spend more time focusing on the applications in your environment. One example of this that you probably, I hope that you've heard of, if you've been at Cisco Live for 3 days, you've probably heard a little bit about this concept of a secure AI factory. Just spend a second or two here. So as we kind of went on this AI journey for the last couple of years, one of the things we quickly realized was that a lot of customers, unlike where you were in a VMware environment or even a containerized environment, there's a lot of newness here. There's a lot of not really sure what I should be doing. Cisco, can you help give us some guidance? So we came out with this concept of an AI pod, which really built this full stack from the storage layer to the compute layer to the networking layer, the Kubernetes layer, and the software stack that sits on top with companies like NVIDIA with their enterprise software. So that's great. We gave you a way to actually run the workload in your environment. But in order to take an AI application from proof of concept or development into production, we still have to meet all the security standards that our company puts on us. We have to make sure we can operate it and put the SLAs in the environment that you're used to or that your businesses are accustomed to. And so a big part of the factory isn't just how we build the stack for the workload, but it's also how we incorporate it into the rest of our workflows, into our security posture, and into our operating model. And so if you haven't seen that yet, it's a great place to get started, especially if you're in those early days of AI. Okay, let's jump into Edge now. So I started to talk a little bit about this kind of transformation, data at the edge, and I think if you just take a step back and you think about your personal lives, right? Every single industry or vertical that we experience in our daily lives, whether that be in retail, whether it be in manufacturing, whether it be in healthcare, it's all transforming. All right, so why is it transforming? One example, I guess, if you think about it, we've been installing cameras and sensors and taking pictures of ourselves and videos of ourselves as we walk around events like this, as we walk into retail stores, but we've never really had the power, the compute power, or the applications to do a lot of useful things with it. So think about all that wasted intelligence. It gets backhauled to a data center. Some of those camera feeds get stored. A lot of it gets thrown away or never processed or never looked at. But now we live in a world where we can change pretty much everything we do because the data has so much intelligence available to it. And we have applications and application providers. If you walk around this floor, I mean, there's so many phenomenal demos sitting around. There's literally a hologram at the Intel booth of Howie Mandel. I might not even be here next year. I may be a hologram next year. I mean, that's how quickly this is moving. And so a lot of that is because what we're seeing in terms of our new software vendors being able to unlock and unleash these capabilities. Okay, so with that, it kind of introduces a bit of a problem, right? So a little bit of a stat. 2021, 90% of all data processed in the data center or in the cloud, some centralized location. 10% at the edge. Look at where we're going in 2027. It's almost completely inverted. 75% on the edge, 25% in the data center. The data center's not getting smaller, by the way. Obviously, they're growing at a very rapid pace as well. But that just goes to show you how much more compute is necessary at the edge to provide the type of experience that we're alluding to or talking about. All right, now for those of you that are actually stuck deploying this, right? So now let's assume your line of business the company you work for has said, hey, we need more compute at the edge because we're changing those experiences. You're left holding the bag to go figure this out. This is kind of what an edge location looks like. This is a virtualized environment of what we see in a lot of our customer locations. A bunch of servers, some switches, some routers, and a whole bunch of network cables coming out of the front of that. Really challenging to maintain, really challenging to secure, really challenging to provide the same level of service at the cost that you're expected to do it at when it starts to distribute to all of these remote locations. And so we set out to change that. Knowing that this was coming, we looked at it and said, okay, we're going to need a new way to do edge. And so we kind of reinvented ourselves here, tried to take the best of everything we do in terms of compute, in terms of storage, in terms of networking, and package that all up and put it into the same box. Give you kind of a sneak peek into it. Not going to get into all the technical details here, but we built an 18-inch deep, 19-inch wide box, modular in design, so that you can start small, but be able to accommodate your needs as they start to grow. Packed a whole bunch of compute, a whole bunch of networking, a whole bunch of storage capacity into the box. And also we're really thoughtful around making this box work in an environment like a coffee shop or a manufacturing floor. Did a lot with the acoustics and the way we tuned the fans so that they're optimized for the human ear. Did air filtration on the front for HIPAA filtering, has NEBS compliance associated with it. So really thought about a way of, once this box is in place, how can we make it super easy for you to service? One of the biggest things that you have when you service these environments is that truck roll associated with it. Sometimes the truck roll can be more expensive than the server itself. And so trying to take that really expensive technician having to go out to a location rather than maybe the general manager at the store being able to service this over time was our goal. We set it up so you can mount it in a 2-post rack, a 4-post rack. We can mount it on a wall. We can put it as a tower on the floor. So we give you a lot of flexibility in the way that you'll deploy this inside of your locations. Okay, so that's kind of the physical idea. Gave you a little taste there. We also knew that we had to change the way you operated at scale, right? So we've been really good at managing thousands of devices in small numbers of locations. But when you think about the edge, you're trying to manage a small number of devices in thousands of locations, hundreds of locations. And so from day 0 all the way through day N, we've been working for 2 years to redesign what that entire operating model looks like. I'm going to give you a little bit of a sneak peek here in a demo. So first off, every one of the boxes that you just saw gets an NFC reader embedded in it from day 1. So now, anyone that you choose to have a very specific role-based access can use their smartphone, claim the device, make sure that it's connected back to centralized management tools. We call that Intersight. That's our management platform. And at that point, your work on the edge is now done. There's no more work that has to be done on site. From there, once that box has been registered, we've actually in advance already told and given this profile that said, hey, when San Diego comes up, we want to deploy our small store blueprint. So you can see that that's already in the process of being deployed with no human intervention whatsoever. That was done when it was ordered. At this point, though, you'll notice that the box is not in conformance. That's because we're still waiting for this blueprint of this architecture to deploy. As that is starting to happen, let's go take a look at what the configuration looks like. This instance for that small store included a Red Hat server, it included a Windows server, and included a set of settings that we expected to be onto the box, firmware settings, IP address settings, DNS settings, things of that nature. And now, after we looked at that, you come back and we can see in a very easy-to-view map that the box has reached conformance. This means we now know it's following the golden standard that we've set up for that store type. All right, let's fast forward. We're in the market for 6 months. There's a security vulnerability on the firmware that we're running on the box. Well, guess what? Now, at scale, I can change what that blueprint looks like. Very simply, say I want to go from 6.10a to 6.11. Set that as my new blueprint standard. Decide that I want to batch change this across my entire fleet. In this case, we used America. And now, on a follow-the-sun model, that will actually roll out to all of those devices in the change window that we've pre-specified associated with that platform. And so now all the boxes during whatever your change window is all start to upgrade, and you get a really nice dashboard to show you how to do that. So anyway, this is just a small example of what I mean when we're talking about day zero, making it super easy for you to show up, not having to send you yourself or your most expensive resources out to the site to go configure the box, but then be able to manage this fleet at scale throughout the entire lifeline or life expectancy of your organization. Okay, can't forget about security and observability. I brought that up in the beginning, how important that is. So the good thing is at Cisco, we do a lot more than just build hardware. We have a lot of security tools. We have a lot of observability tools. We thought about that from the very beginning, embedding tools like Splunk and ThousandEyes to help you observe and bring that into your operational model. And from a security perspective, we tried to think about security at every single layer. One of the things you'll hear me and a lot of folks at Cisco talk about right now is how important security is at every single layer of the model, and it cannot be an afterthought. It has to be embedded from the ground up. So in this case, we have physical security built into the box. I gave you an example of how if a config drift were to occur where one of your sites fell out of conformance, we give you really easy to visualize notifications about that. And then we also take and bring our security tools through our SD-WAN and our SASE capabilities, as well as our segmentation that you get from our routing capabilities, as well as our AI model security with AI defense, all into a single platform, so that you can feel comfortable about having a trusted model, especially as you think about distributing this at scale. You also see us working with a large ecosystem of partners. A lot of our ISV partners are here on the floor or are being demoed in booths. This is just a small example of some of those partners and companies that I mentioned that are working really hard to unleash and unlock some of that data. And so, keep your eye on some of these. I think there's some really good demos around to go check out. All right, so with that, better than hearing it from me, I'd like to invite Antonio Murta to stage. This is the CEO of AI for CMR. They are doing some phenomenal work. I'm going to let Antonio introduce himself. Thank you, sir, for being here with us. Want to have a seat?
Okay.
Why don't you introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about your company and the vision.
Good morning to you all. My company basically does cardiac magnetic resonance. I will tell you in 1 minute what cardiac magnetic resonance is about. When you have a kinetics problem with your heart, normally you have to start with an echocardiography, which is very easy to do. But if you need rigor, you need to enter an MRI machine for 1 hour, be still for 1 hour, and collect 500 images, which are very complex, to be analyzed by an expert. What I do is to support the expert to guarantee that he does that swiftly and safely. There are very few experts that are able to analyze CMR images or exams in the world, thousands, literally. It takes 10 years to be an expert. And basically, the constraint in the world right now is not anymore MRI machines. We have plenty of them. They are accessible. It's the experts, because they're not as many as we would like them to be. And so I'm doubling to quintupling productivity to guarantee that the very same experts can handle safely much more cases. That's my job.
That's great. All right, so obviously I'm up here talking about the edge. You need the edge. You need that compute power and that processing edge. Talk a little bit about why edge compute, edge processing is so important to the work you're doing.
So basically, I'll mention 2 examples from customers or if you want, acquaintances that I'm running right now. One is in the United States, Johns Hopkins, one of the most important medical schools in the world. Actually, the home of MESA study. MESA study is the largest cardiology study in the world. It has been running for decades. So I was challenged to serve the very top experts of Johns Hopkins jointly with you. And basically, the litigation, legal aspects of data privacy are so dire in the United States. Many of you know that much better than I do, that actually the researchers said to me, Antonio, we would love to do this here, not in the cloud, because it's too difficult to guarantee that it gets done. We will delay the research for at least 6 months. And that's why we reached because you thought about all of this properly, we understand fully that the security elements and, shall we say, the whole organization elements around the edge are more dire than the concentration on the cloud. That's a very important example that we're doing together. I will quote another one, which is in a very radical set of circumstances. This is India, the largest population country in the world. Very low latency, very high latency in many hospitals. Actually very difficult to use cloud architecture, not because the internet doesn't work, but because it's too expensive and they don't have, they can't afford it, simply put. So actually here the edge is not an option. If you want to do safe AI, medical AI on the ground, you don't have an option. You either have an edge architecture or you can't, simply put. So this is the largest oncology chain in India, and we are actually deploying the edge to facilitate that the experts can handle many, many patients. And here the demands for patients are dire because the imbalance between experts and patients is gigantic. It's actually frightening. Not comparable to the situation of the United States in any way, shape, or form, okay? So very two different examples that illustrate.
So we've got latency. These are some big files we're talking about transfer. We got latency, we have data privacy, we have protection, we have security, sovereignty, regulatory, a lot of...
So I'll illustrate with another example, which is not related strictly to what I'm doing, but I'm aware of it because obviously I'm very much into health applications. So you know that real-world evidence, clinical data, is very relevant for medical device companies and for pharma companies. New drugs, new devices, new medical devices cannot get approved without clinical evidence that supports that they're safe. So in the old days, we would be able to, between commas, apply models that would allow us to buy and sell data respecting privacy rules. But in many jurisdictions like Europe for example, it's not legal anymore to sell data. You can only sell access to data. And that's totally different. The moment you do that, data is not allowed to get out of the hospitals. So we are now moving to a world in which clinical trial data, actually fundamental for drug development and fundamental for medical device approval, cannot move away from hospitals. This is a trend. The moment this gets implemented across large jurisdictions like continental Europe, actually the edge becomes the norm, not the exception.
Yeah, that's absolutely what we're seeing and why we invest in the box. So we're at Cisco. You like the platform. You've chosen the platform as part of your go-to-model. Talk a little bit about why what we've done is differentiated from what you've seen in the market.
I'll tell you with an example, and I think that this example will illustrate why is this important. Look, the exam that basically I've been working for the last 80 years is a very complex exam. It's an exam that takes 10 years for a doctor to be an expert. 10 years. You need to become a doctor. Then you need to do your specialty of cardiology, and then you need to become an MRI, a cardiac MRI expert. That's 10 years of life. Now, great, but then you spend 1 hour to do one case. That cannot happen. You cannot spoil the time of a very expensive human being that has been trained for ages and have a ratio of 1 hour per case. I'm doing now 10 minutes a case, safely. And I'm helping experts to scale, because that's fundamental. Now, I'm going to fast forward for the next 3-4 years. Today, there is a very dire disease called cardiac amyloidosis. You're familiar with with Alzheimer. Alzheimer is a result of accumulation of beta-amyloid protein in your brain. The protein is accumulated, and actually, after it gets accumulated too much, your brain function doesn't work. That's called Alzheimer. The same happens in your heart, and disease is called cardiac amyloidosis. The accumulation of beta-amyloid can suspend your heart function can cause cardiac arrest at the right time. It takes 3 years to kill you. 10 years ago, this was not possible to address. We simply did not know what to do to the patients. A few years ago, Pfizer invented tafamidis, and tafamidis saves people's lives if we discover the condition on time. And there's a big if here. That's where I got to this, to the edge. You see, cardiac amyloidosis is very difficult to detect, even for a very good expert. And when they see it in the images, it is probably too late. 2/3 of the patients are never diagnosed, and they die without knowing that they died from this condition. We need to improve the ratio of diagnosis. Computers can be potentially better than eyes doing this. We need to help the cardiologists with computing power at the edge to do biomarker automation. I'm working on this today to guarantee that in 2 to 3 years this will be possible. I would like, if I do this at an early enough date, I'm literally helping people to be rescued. Literally. Now, this cannot be done without speed. This needs to be done at speed, okay? Or else we delay the whole process. That's why, at the end, the edge is important. I also would like to highlight that, obviously, we would not be here discussing this if NVIDIA boxes would not double their capacity every month. The Moore's law is slow compared to what's going on. We now can see things that we couldn't even imagine just a few years back. Just that, with the edge security that we've just mentioned, and I'm not an expert in that, obviously, but I understand the importance of it, given that you're talking about private data and you really want to defend people, as you should. The coupling of the two elements, NVIDIA power with the safety of the edge, basically means a whole new world. I certainly see that hospitals, I'm going to do shall we say, I'm going to play here an oracle thing. In 10 years, the bill of AI of an hospital will be big because all specialties of medicine will be impacted by AI. Not a single one will not. I will just quote one last example, and you'll allow me to actually get out of cardiology. Today we do biopsies and we do digital pathology. And we do one lamel to diagnose if a person has cancer. And to do that, we count cells, we see the shapes of the cells. That's a very tedious, rigorous process. It's like searching a bag in the sea. It's difficult. It's very large, the sea. Now, you do that in one lamel. We would love to do that in 30 lamels to do the whole biopsy. In a few years, we will be able to do virtual lamels, not physical lamels, and every lamel will be handled automatically. As you may imagine, the diagnostic power of this is much better than one single lamel. This is called 3D digital pathology. Today it's not feasible, but it will be feasible. 2D will be passed. We'll move from 2D to 3D. This cannot be done, again, without AI at the edge. That's the summary of it.
I could talk to you about this forever. I'm fascinated by it. I know you're extremely passionate about it. We're out of time. So thank you so much.
It was a pleasure.
Yeah, it was great having you. You're a great partner. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for spending some time with us this morning. Hopefully this was enlightening and you appreciate it and you start thinking a little bit different about where we're going to place workload and what that connectivity is going to look like between our sites. So appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of Cisco Live, everyone. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Cisco TV broadcast studio. We are so glad to have you with us here on the live stream, coming to you directly from Cisco Live 2026 here in the Amsterdam Rai. I'm Steve Milter. We have just wrapped another great center stage session. Danny McGinnis brought us the full story on how we modernize our data centers for the AI future and the way we do it at scale, all the way from the core to the edge. We learned how Cisco's core-to-edge portfolio is supporting the virtualization and the container-based architectures of today. But at the same time, it's protecting you for the performance, the efficiency, the security, preparing you for tomorrow's AI workloads. As always, so much proactive, actionable value and content from Center Stage. Remember to keep reaching out to us on social media using hashtag Cisco Live EMEA. Whatever it is that you like to do while you are watching the broadcast, maybe you're eating a meal, maybe you're hanging out with your animals, maybe you're actually getting work done, and it's a double, it's like a split personality thing where you're multitasking, which isn't really a thing, but we try to do it anyway. Whatever you're doing as you tune into the broadcast, please let us know. Give us a post. Share some information, some thoughts on what it is that you're doing while you watch the broadcast and what it is that you get most excited about. What we're going to do right now is go to an interview that Cedric was able to record with Rakesh Chopra. He's Senior VP and Fellow in our Common Hardware group. I'm excited to watch this interview along with you. Let's roll that.
You know, we just had a great session here with Rakesh, who is one of our SVPs and Cisco Fellow in our Common Hardware group here at Cisco. How are you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing great. Thank you for taking the time to talk with me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I know that it was very packed over here right now, and then just people just left over right now. But you know, we talked about the G300 here. What is it that excites you the most about it?
So it's a great question. So I think there's many aspects to it. First of all, I think we need to acknowledge that there's so few companies that are actually capable of building a 100 terabit class device. That's a very elite organization of companies, and we're proud to be part of that, but we're doing it totally differently from everybody else. We're not just focused on speeds and feeds, we're focused on programmability and efficiency, making sure that your workloads can achieve maximum performance, simultaneously making sure that your workloads and your network can evolve over time. There's nothing like that out in the industry. At the end of the day, this makes sure that as we move forward, the network is the foundation of AI, and specifically Cisco Silicon is the foundation for AI.
Awesome, and you know, we talk at Cisco about a unified architecture. Why is that important right now, especially in the age of AI, in terms of both on-prem but also cloud-based environments?
Yeah, so great question. So I think there's many things to unpack in that question. So at the end of the day, if you think about the layers of the cake that need to come together to sort of operationalize AI at scale, there's the silicon, which we just talked about, so I won't go over into that again, but then there's the systems, and we're building systems for any data center style deployment, whether it's existing infrastructure or new fully optimized AI data center infrastructures with liquid cooling. We're building optics that allows customers to deploy these at scale in a very reliable way. And if you think about how AI works, performance and reliability is fundamental. Those pieces are all sort of common across anyone who's trying to deploy AI. But if you think about taking and building AI infrastructure in the enterprise, what enterprises need is they need an easy button for deploying AI infrastructure. And that's what we have at Cisco when we layer on top Nexus One. We can operationalize, deploy, and manage a full AI infrastructure with ease. And there's really nobody else in the industry who can do something like that.
I really love how you said like they need an on button, just like a switch and flip, like, you know, like the flip the switch to turn AI on. And I love it that at Cisco we can provide that for our customers. Yeah. So hey, Rakesh, thank you so much for taking the time over here to talk with us. I wish you all the best for like the rest of the conference, and I'm sure we'll see each other again soon.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Take care.
And you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Fantastic job, Cedric. So appreciate the insights, Rakesh, and again, great center stage session there. I've got Jonathan Gorlin on set with me here, Senior Director, Product Management for us here at Cisco. Glad to have one of our own in studio, and you match really well nicely, I wanted to mention as well. And Paul is here with us too, for Nutanix, VP of Performance and Solution and Engineering. I am so glad to have you both with us, so thank you for making the time today.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, and you flew in just for this, is that what I heard?
I came in 7 hours for 7 minutes.
Are we supposed to, we should feel pretty good about this, right? He's a pretty busy man if he's willing to do this. It also, I think, speaks volumes about the nature of the partnership between the two of you, so congratulations on that before we get going in any other direction. All right, so let's start with the nature of the partnership. What is it unlocking for partners that really wasn't possible before now? Jonathan, maybe we'll start with you on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're really meeting customers where they are today, and what we're hearing from customers is they want turnkey, fully integrated hardware, software solutions, not necessarily pieces and parts and doing all the integration work together. And so everything we've done with the Nutanix partnership is really trying to address this concern of how do I have this tightly integrated solution, but still maintain maximum flexibility in a world that's ever-changing and unpredictable.
Oh, that is so good.
And so what that means specifically, right, is we've integrated across the entire aspect of how you manage and lifecycle the solution, from how you procure the solution, how you install and deploy it, how the product's integrated in API level, how you get support. The whole 360-degree view, we've really created a product that is an extension of the Cisco portfolio, which is running the Nutanix software and bringing it and marrying it together with our Cisco Compute, our Cisco UCS servers.
I think that's brilliant. Paul, I just want you to kind of pick up on what Jonathan said, now from your side of the picture, so we get that as well.
Yeah, no, the partnership between Nutanix and Cisco has never been stronger, and there's just more and more collaboration. We've seen tremendous adoption from customers on Cisco Hyperconverged with Nutanix, and so it's been great. And what we see is like we're all doubling down. We've seen there's new support for M8 servers, which is giving a whole new wealth of options to customers. We're seeing, as Jonathan said, we have a lot more tighter integration between our software stacks. Like one example would be Intersight integration with Nutanix Foundation. So when you're deploying servers, it's like one product. It's a seamless integration between Cisco software stack and our software stack. So we're seeing a lot of stuff around specific use cases like Cisco's Unified Edge platform. We're aligning, we're helping Cisco build a Cisco validated design with Nutanix at the edge with that platform, which is really exciting, which is really what customers want. And it's got containers and VMs all at the edge running the full stack Nutanix software. We're seeing integration with the AI factory. We've got alignment with Nutanix is building. I'm building an AI factory for our production, like our internal engineering teams that are doing, they're all based on Cisco MGX servers. And we're helping Cisco do the same on a CVD running Nutanix AHV. And I think more than all of that, the most exciting thing we're seeing is the support for FlashStack with Nutanix AHV. And I think that's really what customers are probably, out of all the things that we're doing in the partnership, that's what they're most excited about.
Amazing. And again, all in seamless delivery as well. When we look at the way this partnership possible, talk about simplification. We talk about this all the time. How do we remove the complexity? But at the same time, we also contain the architectural strength. As we continue the sovereignty conversation, I think that's especially important, but how are we tackling it? Paul, let's stay with you, and then Jonathan, I'll come back to you as well.
Yeah, well, sovereignty is a huge topic right now, and we're seeing that Nutanix has a lot to offer the world in terms of sovereignty, especially here in Europe. We're seeing there's really a repatriation. There's this idea that we want to be whole on our own. We don't want to be dependent on other countries and politics and governments. And so Nutanix has the ability to really enable that for customers and really build full stack solutions running really any workload on Nutanix, on Cisco. And I think that's really where we're coming from.
I love it. Jonathan.
Yes, I have a lot to say on this actually. So it's a tough challenge to maintain simplicity while also having flexibility. It's a constant balance, and those two tug at each other. From a simplicity standpoint, what we've done, and Paul mentioned our Cisco Intersight. This is our cloud-based server management platform, and it completely redefines how you manage on-premise compute and how you manage and monitor at scale. So what we've done to make it easy is we've integrated the Nutanix tools with our Intersight platform at an API level, deeply integrated. So out of the box, when you deploy a Nutanix cluster, we provision the servers, we provision the storage, we provision the east-west network to ensure that you have maximum performance and maximum uptime. So we do all of that in a very simple turnkey way, but at the same time, we need to maintain flexibility. Flexibility in hypervisor choice, Nutanix AHV hypervisor, we love it. Choice in terms of what type of workload you want to run, VM or container-based, if you're, depending where you are in your modernization journey, as well as what Paul will get into a minute is we talked about FlashStack with Nutanix. FlashStack is bringing pure storage into the mix. So giving choice of traditional hyperconverged storage, which is where the disks are local in the server, or reusing your existing storage vendor of choice. We want to give you architectural choice no matter what direction your business needs to go.
I love that, open option. So good, let's do that. We've got time for one more. Let's come back to FlashStack. You mentioned it earlier. How is that helping customers protect and extend their existing Cisco and Nutanix investments, and where do they take it?
Yeah, no, I think it's a really important question. And what we're seeing is that it's really a byproduct of customers feeling uncomfortable and concerned about price increases.
Yes.
And lower value. Even though they're paying more, they're getting less value because of Broadcom's acquisition of VMware. So what Cisco's doing is really smart. They're listening to their customer. Their customer is saying, I need other options. And what they can do is use Nutanix instead, but they can keep their Cisco UCS servers, they can keep their pure storage, reuse that. And it's becoming even more important now in the current landscape where we're seeing a lot of supply side pressure that's hitting the entire industry. We're all affected by it. Prices are going up, supply is going down, we have to wait longer for hardware. And so it's a real opportunity to say, I need to exit some of my VMware estate. I need to reduce my costs because my costs are going up over there, but I can continue to use the same Cisco UCS servers, and I can use the same pure storage arrays that I've used. So really together, we're leaning in really hard, Cisco, Pure, and Nutanix, and we're leaning in together, and we're all going to have to weather the storm together. And that's really what it's all about, I think, right now.
It's a great way to put it. We are right at the end, but I want to give you the last word, Jonathan. We'll just put like a 30-second button on top of this before we head out.
Yeah, definitely agree that it's all about giving our customers choice. The Nutanix platform integrated with Cisco Compute is all about looking at it holistically. We didn't have time to get into our EA program, which is very popular with Cisco customers, but we can actually resell Nutanix software in our EA, give customers a ton of flexibility and predictability in an unpredictable world. So really, when you look at the business value that we bring to the Nutanix solution, as well as the technical and deep integration that we're doing, along with customer choice, we really think we've knocked it out of the park, and we have got a great solution for customers. We encourage them to come take a look.
That is fantastic. Again, congratulations on the great partnership. Paul, in case we don't say it often enough, I'll just add it on with Jonathan. We really are grateful for this. This is long-term, tremendous power that we've been able to create together. Thank you for coming in and taking the time to do this. Jonathan, great to have you here, and well done on this, and I hope we'll get a chance to talk together in studio once again soon.
Thanks so much, Steve.
Thank you, guys. All right, so we're going to head out into the showcase. I've got Rob over there saying, yeah, come on, throw it to me. Rob, where are you, my friend?
I am over where I was before, or at least, well, in our last show, looking at the unified edge hardware, because I was fascinated by this when they announced it at Partner Summit, I believe, but here at Cisco Live for the very first time, we've got this incredible demonstration of multiple advantages that Cisco uniquely brings to the game. But instead of me kind of winging in a few things that I know, Hasib, I want to introduce Hasib's principal TME over this product family. I say family, but it's like it's like an only child there that's got all the power. I don't know. I'll work on that joke later. But Hasib, what is important to understand about what is here and what makes it different?
So Cisco Unified Edge is our latest offering from our BU. This is, just by the looks of it, if you see, this one is focused for the edge deployments where you don't have too much space, but you need compute and the AI power, and you need the networking, and you don't want to manage all these things separately. This is an all-in-one box solution for the edge.
And so when we describe the all-in-one becomes valuable, let's start at that level, because you're talking about at the edge, not even talking about AI, but at the edge where we've got lots of retail customers, certainly multiple branch offices, whatever it may be. A lot of these are space-constrained environments that certainly don't have Cisco CCIE sitting around waiting for something maybe that needs help with the network. They're going to be lean and mean. And currently, they've probably got, how would you describe in today's situation, they've got multiple boxes sitting there that they've got to hopefully keep cabled correctly, and they pray nothing goes wrong. We're addressing the ability to handle traditional networking as well as accelerate into doing anything you need at the edge, including AI inferencing. Is that correct?
So you hit the nail on the head.
Oh, good.
So essentially, I think everyone might have seen that picture where you have 4 different devices. Some of them are routers, some of them are desktop PCs, all connected through cables. No one knows where the cable's going. No one knows how to manage it. If one of the things fail, how do you know it failed, right? I mean, till it's too late. So what we are trying to solve is we're trying to bring all those components into one chassis. We have 25 gig networking built into the chassis. And believe it or not, if you look at this, we have dual controllers. This is one of them. This chip, which is not too big, this is a 25 gig chip. And through backplane, it connects 5 different nodes in this chassis.
Okay.
And when I say node, this is the first node which we came out with. This is the compute node.
Obviously where it connects to the backplane.
That's where it connects to the backplane.
Okay.
Exactly. This is a compute node, and this would be the router node. We'll talk about it in a second. If you see look at the processor, it's a single socket. It's soldered down, And this is not your desktop processor.
This is a higher-end processor.
This is Intel Xeon 6 SoC, which means it has all the goodies built in, all the way from the AMX extensions, which help with AI workloads. Networking is all built in. We use the built-in networking from here. We have 8 memory slots in there, which means we can go all the way up to 768 gigs of RAM. Wow. We have dual M.2 drives, RAID, and you have an ability to put like an I/O controller and 3 or 4 disks depending on your use case. And best of all, since it's an AI platform, every compute node can take an L4 GPU, which means you can have up to 5 L4 GPUs in this for any workloads which require AI or machine learning type of model.
Well, and these obviously go into some environments that are probably not going to be the most tuned for good air conditioning, or certainly not water flow or dielectric fluids, whatever you're going to use. But you guys also redesign these power supplies so that if you're in a tight situation and you've got airflow taken care of, because it doesn't need a ton, as I understand it, but to get to it, to replace a fan that's gone bad or something, you guys have made that modular coming from the top, because that makes more sense, because you're not in a nice wide hot air, cold air aisle, right, to work with.
So I'm glad you mentioned that. So one thing which I want to point out is, look at the size of the fan.
Yeah.
If you remember the C-Series or our older platforms, short depth, they're 1 RU, right? So the fans were really small. If you have to move a lot of air, a small fan has to rotate really high. And the high speed means higher noise.
Yeah.
Now we have 5 of these fans, which could be pulled out or pulled up, which is a very, we always like to point it out, engineering did an excellent job creating this platform. But the sound levels on this device are really low.
Yeah.
So when it's running with a moderate workload, it's basically as loud as a dishwasher, home dishwasher. And
it's not bad.
At home, if the dishwasher's on, you'd notice it, but after 2 minutes, you don't notice it. That's exactly what happens here. I'm not saying that if you're putting L4 GPUs and you're running a lot of load, sound level is going to go up.
It could get louder.
But it can run really quite under your desk if you so choose.
Well, running out of time, Hasib, I appreciate it. I'm just going to mention the fact that these really get valuable when they multiply, because it's not about the singular box. It's all about what this can do and how it can add value today, no matter what you're actually doing with your network, because it can actually, it sounds like, do a better job with existing stuff, but still give you an easier way to manage it. But you add in Intersight, I believe.
Intersight, and I do want to point out something which I haven't. You look at an NFC tag right here.
Sorry.
Mounting it is as simple as me tapping my phone onto this NFC tag. It goes and gets back into Intersight, which is our cloud-managed platform, and you manage the chassis from the Intersight, which means I can send a semi-technical person, he can mount it, he can add it to Intersight, and then we can manage it remotely.
They have to know how to find the power and how to plug a cable, and that should get everything taken care of. Hasib, thank you so much. But guys, be sure and come check it. This is amazing, and it's just an all-in-one example of multiple marketing promises being made and delivered on this week on the show floor. Steve?
Fantastic, Rob. Thank you so much, and to Hasib as well for the overview. We're going to jump directly back out to the World of Solutions show floor. Cedric is in one of the most important areas of what we do here at Cisco. He is with our crisis response team. Hey there, Cedric.
Hey, Steve, and you're right. Like, we're back here at the Purpose Pavilion. I know that Amy already did a quick visit and talked about some of the circular design and sustainability parts that we have at Cisco. But I think I just want to kind of like show you this globe, because I think it perfectly represents Cisco in a way as well, where we have so many products around the world. Like, you can see them in hospitals, you can see them in offices and so on. But what some people might not know actually is that we have a crisis response team. If there is a disaster that is happening around the world, let's say flooding or anything else, and the network goes down, we have our teams that deploy kits, that make them, that send them over, that sometimes also help with getting a network up and running again. So let's just go over here real quick so I can show you what we have. So I have a couple of different kits over here. We have a line of sight kit, which is kind of more for long range. We have a mesh response kit as well, which is kind of for better connectivity. And then at the back there as well, Simon, our lovely cameraman, we have an emergency communications kit extension pack. Now, what we do in other trade shows as well is we do have a crisis response vehicle that's fully equipped with Cisco technology that we actually send from one of our offices to a crisis response side to make sure that we have all our technology there already available, and then we can get up and running in no time. Because as you can imagine, Steve, like if something happens, internet goes down, communications go down, like we have somebody, like your family might be, like you want to know what's happening with your family, with your loved ones and so on. And I think it's absolutely amazing that Cisco is able to just bring these technologies so fast because, as you know, time is of essence. Saying that, Steve, over to you again.
Thank you so much, Cedric. Really appreciate it. Great story. As always, the work that they do over at CRT is just so important and so powerful. So right now, I have got Mohammed Imam in studio with me. I'm so glad to have him here, Senior Director of Product Management for us at Cisco. Welcome back, my friend. We're back together.
Thanks, Steve. Pleasure to be here again.
I always look forward to these opportunities for you and I to talk with one another. Let's kind of start with the obvious, right? How is Cisco redefining the campus for the AI era? We'll begin there, and then I want to quickly get to AI, because you and I were just talking about that a moment ago.
Yes, absolutely. You know, in the AI world, the campus networks need three things. Number one, it has to scale.
Yeah.
It has to scale for the AI applications and the new traffic and traffic patterns that's emerging in the networks. Number two, security has to be built in by design. And third, the network itself has to help our IT to operate more intelligently. Mm-hmm. At Cisco, that's how we think our customers can adopt the campus networks. And that's what we are doing. So what we are doing is we are bringing scalable devices with the introduction of Cisco 9350 and 9610. Mm. We are making sure that security is fused into the network. It's not an afterthought. It's not bolt in. It's rather built in. And third, AgenticOps is helping us make the life of our IT teams more easier, powered by the network itself, because the intelligence is coming from the network that we are building.
Very good. So as we, here at this particular show, you were just saying a moment ago before we went live, you said, as we continue the AI conversation, people are getting it. You're starting to hear, person by person, with everybody who comes in and visits you here on the conference, everybody you talk to, I understand. I know how to do it. I know why I need to do it. What are the kinds of stories that you're hearing?
There are a lot of stories. I don't think we have time to go into some of those stories. But the common theme that I'm getting from the customers is that the AI is bringing new traffic patterns, new traffic, and new requirements for the network. Mm-hmm. How do we solve it? What can we give to our customers to solve some of these things, along with security concerns that's coming, even sometimes outside of security, like quantum, for example? That is top of mind for our customers. And they're really looking for something that is going to solve their network problems and make them ready for the next few years to come.
Excellent. And like you said, you could go into 50 different stories that you've been hearing. I want to dive a little bit deeper into the Catalyst 9000 portfolio. You brought it up in a moment ago. So you talked about what's new releases. Specifically, what should customers be paying attention to with these new launches?
Yeah, I think a couple of things that we have introduced recently and we are showcasing out here in the world of solutions. The Cisco 9350, which is our next generation stackable switches, performance, scale, and architectural flexibility is at the core of these platforms. Hmm. And so we have built these platforms with high availability and resiliency in mind. We have built these platforms with security in mind at every aspect, from the device to the network to the endpoints. And then we are giving our customers a unified solution when it comes to management. AgenticOps and agentic solutions to manage the network in a really easy way with Meraki Dashboard and Catalyst Center. That's the entire solution that our customers are looking for, and they're really getting excited with what they are seeing here on the floor.
All right, so let me take a step back then. For those people who are, say, hesitant to move off of the technology that they've been using to adopt the new capabilities, maybe they are worried that if they make their purchase now, that they're not going to be protected 2 years, 3 years down the line from now. What do we say to them? How do we get them confident that we've got their best interests at heart and we've secured them?
Look, we are the first in the industry when it comes to platform where we have built quantum secure with quantum chips.
Good.
That is a really long-term play. If you are concerned about some of the quantum threats, because think about it, quantum computing might be still further away, 5 to 7 years maybe, but the quantum threat is today.
Yep.
And there are certain customers in the financial sector, especially, who are concerned about the data protection. Why? Because the bad actors can actually harvest the data today to use it in future to decrypt it. Because it's all about mathematical complexity. And when quantum computers come in and becomes available, the mathematical complexity will get compromised. So how we can make some of these new algorithms available for our customers in these platforms, that's key to our customers. And we have these hardware ready for quantum threats today.
Love that, love that, love that. One of the big topics, starting on the keynote stage with G2 and Gordon, security, you touched on it earlier. It is such a huge concern for our customers in terms of those new adoptions. Let's get a bit more specific on how we're addressing current and future threats with our security strategy, keeping that security closest to the workload.
Yeah, absolutely. The security really needs to be fused into the network, and that's how exactly we are moving forward. So we are making sure that when we are building our networking devices, security is top of mind there and is part of the design. So we have talked about quantum and PQC algorithms, but we have also things like Live Protect, which is going to be able to upgrade against the vulnerabilities. Just in the last year, we had more than 40,000 vulnerabilities that were published. Think about how much effort our developers have to do to go and bring updates in the software. If we have a mechanism where we can go and just with a very light effort can tweak the kernel policies to bring security into the kernel and change the policies to make it protected, that's a huge win for our customers because they don't have to go through all those lengthy upgrades and where they have to take downtime. All of that is really minimized.
Amazing.
And that's with Live Protect is going to be available very soon on our switches, Cisco 9350 and 9610.
Very exciting. Mohammed, we could talk all day. So appreciate you coming in. Thank you for being here in the studio and keep up the great work that you're doing.
Thank you, Steve.
Thanks, my friend. We are headed back out into our next center stage session. We're going to talk about next generation agentic security. Yaron Singer is on board, our VP of Engineering and AI, to talk about how AI has reshaped entire industries. We're going to see you right after the center stage session. Away we go.
Hi everyone, thanks for coming. I'm Yaron Singer, and I'm here to represent Foundation AI and tell you about next generation agentic security. So basically, if we're thinking about AI, as many of us are probably are, it's kind of remarkable to sort of think about the way that we're using AI right now. So it went all the way from something that basically gives us like static knowledge to the capabilities of AI to give us real-time information, all the way now to basically having AI giving us already making autonomous decision-making in agentic systems, as we know. Now, when we're thinking about the world of cybersecurity, there's a lot of opportunity here using AI. If we're thinking about where cybersecurity is right now, we're starting to see usage of AI right now, but it hasn't reached its full potential just yet. In terms of like the opportunity that we have in cybersecurity, it feels like a perfect fit. So when we're thinking about like the challenges that we're facing with cybersecurity, we're facing a lot of challenges regarding just data overload, critical skill shortage, meaning that like it's very difficult to find and hire strong analysts in networking security or strong analysts in in just general cybersecurity. The threat landscape is evolving rapidly, especially now kind of with AI. We're seeing AI-generated attacks. We're seeing very, very powerful attackers now using these techniques. And in general, in cybersecurity, what we're experiencing many times is alert fatigue, we integrate more and more tools to add more and more protections into our systems, right? And those add more and more alerts, which just kind of creates this aspect of a lot of fatigue. And with this philosophy in mind, we decided to form this team of Foundation AI that I'm going to talk about today. So the idea being is that we can kind of like take all the stuff that we're doing at Cisco with networking and data, platform, and a very, very strong threat intelligence team, and kind of fuse it into technology that we're calling Foundation AI. So the origin of the story for Foundation AI goes back to Robust Intelligence, which is a company that we formed and was acquired by Cisco about 1.5 years ago. So that's me on the on the right, and Kojin on the left. Basically, with Robust Intelligence, what we used to do is we created basically, I think it was like the first and prominent company for AI security. So we created models and created an AI firewall for protecting AI technology from attacks. So this acquisition by Cisco led to AI defense that many of you probably know, but importantly also led to growing the team into what we call Foundation AI. So what we did is we started with Robust Intelligence, basically building models for an AI firewall, which is basically, if you're thinking about this, these are models based off of like kind of bird architectures and whatnot to look at prompt injections and things that could be can make AI dangerous for organizations, right? From those capabilities of models and being able to build entire platforms and systems that protect AI, organizations, what we've done is we started developing models that go beyond just protecting AI to open source models and open source architectures based off of Llama and things like that for in general protecting cybersecurity in general. So going from classifiers that are able to look at prompts and tell whether a prompt is malicious or non-malicious, to building general purpose classifiers to and then all the way to LLMs, right, that can basically be integrated and used for cybersecurity in general. And to do that, what we did is we started by taking open source architectures like Llama, and later on we grew it to other architectures. We developed kind of like our own methodologies for training models and entire platforms and pipelines, and kind of collected open source data so that we can start developing these models and made these models available as open source. And now we're growing all the way from going from model building to entire agentic platforms and systems. So what we have right now is we have not only kind of capabilities in open source models, but entire sets of tools for building agentic systems that can be integrated in Cisco products, but also be made available to developers to build their own solutions. So technology behind Foundation AI is used encompasses many things. Some things are like agentic frameworks, AI search kind of frameworks and capabilities, models for user and analytical behavior, and foundation models that I just spoke about. So if you're following some of our blogs, you've read probably things like Peak Assistant, which is an agentic system. It's an open source agentic system for threat hunting that incorporates all this kind of technology to kind of create this this agentic system using all these components that I mentioned here. And all these things can be used for SOC acceleration, things like threat hunting. You be used also for kind of aspects of compliance and security engineering. So the question is why build open source models specifically for cybersecurity? So when we're looking at cybersecurity, what we identify is that in many cases, analysts and organizations have multiple problems. Some of the problems that they have is the scale of the data is just massive, right? Compute costs are very, very large if you're thinking about running all these trillions of parameters of models. And lastly, I think one of the most important things is there's a big issue with data integrity and data security. So a lot of these, when you're looking at cybersecurity data, a lot of the alerts, a lot of the things that are coming in, they are highly sensitive. They're basically highly sensitive data that you do not want to share outside of your organization. So the ability to take purposely built models for cybersecurity that are built and trained for specific tasks in cybersecurity allow us to build models that are essentially small in comparison to just off-the-shelf models. In many cases, there are 3, sometimes 4 orders of magnitude smaller. You can run them on your laptop. You can integrate them easily, in kind of like in whatever environment that you're working in, and that basically allows you to run models in a way that scales. It has high data integrity, and doesn't, and it basically performs really, really well. So some of the examples are we've compared these these models to some, in this case this is a kind of like comparison that we're doing from, I think this is like 6 months ago in the original paper that we released in for the Foundation Sec model, which is the first open source model that we released for cybersecurity, and we compared it with other open source models that have the same architecture. And what you can see is that on the security benchmarks that are listed here, the model performs better than, for example, Llama 70B, which is a model that is like 1 order of magnitude larger. So we're taking an 8 billion parameter model, comparing it to a 70 billion parameter model, and we're running it on cybersecurity benchmarks. And we're seeing that on cybersecurity benchmarks, we're able to achieve higher performance, right? And the reason is because what we're doing is we're training a model that is purposely built for cybersecurity. We're not trying to, kind of like have a generic model answer generic questions, right? So the moral is, if you are focused on specific tasks, you can actually build models that are orders of magnitude smaller, right? That will, outperform models that are, 3 orders of magnitude larger. So at this point, we've done this not only for one architecture, but now we've done this across multiple architectures and models with multiple capabilities. We have a Hugging Face page. If you go to the Hugging Face page where you can download models, you can download open source models for free, and you'll see the base model, and this is the model that we released at RSA last year. You'll see an instruction fine-tune model. So these are models that have capability, like kind of chatbot-like capabilities. You'll see models with like different architectures. And then recently we released a reasoning model. So now we have a model that is open source, built for cybersecurity, that has reasoning capabilities. And this is the first time that anybody's ever released a reasoning model for cybersecurity tasks. So it's it's pretty exciting stuff. So when we're looking at the capabilities of these models and these agentic systems for the SOC, right? It basically gives us this kind of like new world and new opportunities, right? So for SOC teams right now, what they can do, basically with these models, they can just do a lot more. So the pain points that you're seeing with with SOCs is that they often face the world where there are way too many false positives. There's kind of like manual and repetitive triage. And basically, like, there are a lot of fragmented tools, right? So right now, what we're seeing in the SOC is we're seeing, the models have over 300,000 downloads on Hugging Face. We're seeing SOC teams just take these models, they integrate them, and then they're basically running their SOC operations using these models in a basically a lot more efficient way. So things like alert triage, summaries, all these kinds of things are now being done with these models. And now when we have reasoning capabilities, we can do a lot more things. So we also integrate these models not only with not only with kind of like end customers, but also our own customers at Cisco. So if you're using Duo, you'll see that Duo is actually running on the Foundation Sec model that we're releasing is available. So Duo is an identity solution. It's used by over 100,000 customers. There's inside Duo, there's a capability of an intelligence capability that has regular digest of emails of everything that happened in the identity space that analysts are using. And originally, it was using Anthropic's cloud to basically summarize complex, complex and large amounts of data. So basically, kind of like the challenge is that there's a kind of like a streamline of digestive emails, right, that needs to be summarized and kind of like reasoned with. And what we've done with Duo is we've integrated the model. So now, like Duo Intelligence runs on Foundation, the Foundation Sec model. So basically what that gives you is it gives you this very nice overview and summary of all the incidents that happen, and with some sort of prioritization, so that the analysts, like when they're getting their digest or when they're getting kind of like their weekly reports, right, they can now focus and look at like what are the important things and kind of get a clear summary. So if you're using the product, so this went live yesterday. So if you're using the product, what you'll see is kind of like benchmarkings and metrics tracking over time. There's an executive summary, and then there are recommendations and prioritization. So all these things are generated by the model. So this is the first capability that we've integrated into Duo. But now that we have the capability of a model and we have a capability of basically building an agentic system, right, we can integrate those capabilities into the product on a regular basis. So what you're going to be seeing from in this case in Duo, you're going to be seeing a lot more agentic capabilities that are integrated into the product and a lot more automation, specifically for not only cybersecurity use case, but in this case for identity. So at this point, we're integrated inside Duo. We're integrated inside Cisco's XDR product. We're integrating with iSurveillance soon, integrating to CSIRT, which is Cisco's own SOC, and then also integrated into Splunk. So if you're using Splunk, you'll see that Splunk has a really cool AI assistant capability. It has, and what this AI assistant capability is, it has sort of it basically allows you to automate a lot of the tasks that typically we do as analysts. So there's I think there's automation on the order of like 13 workflows or 13 tasks that you can do. And what we've done is we've also integrated the model inside Splunk's AI assistant. So Splunk's AI assistant basically is run by the Foundation Sec model. So in there's an entire AI toolkit, right, inside Splunk, and you'll be able to, whenever you're using now kind of Splunk's AI system, where you're using it for all these tasks in the SOC, you're using the Foundation Sec in the background. And then finally, right here at Cisco Live, there's a team that Cisco Live has its own SOC to protect all the data coming in and going out of Cisco Live. And that SOC is also using Foundation Sec, and it's using it inside the XDR model. And you can see a demo of it here, which is really cool. So basically, what they do is the XDR has this option of kind of creating playbooks. So what they do is they create a playbook, and then they integrate the model inside the playbook. And what it does is it summarizes incidents, it does mapping of MITRE attacks, traces attack paths, and basically can draft up reports. So it's really, really cool to see, and you can see that over there. So if you're interested in getting started, we have cookbooks and on GitHub. And you can start downloading the models. You can start downloading open source code, play around with it. You can download the original Foundation Sec 8B and other models on Hugging Face. You can also contact us if you want it, interested in being a design partner or developing with the model and the technology. So thanks for attending, and hope to work with you guys soon.
My name's Dan Keyworth, and I run the technology across the McLaren Formula One team. We use Thousand Eyes to gain observability across our entire network, and this is how I Cisco. There is so much that goes into racing, whether that's deploying our trackside infrastructure to the track itself, to establishing networking back to the factory, to making sure that everybody has connectivity across the entire factory and can see everything that's going on at the track. Thousand Eyes is helping us as an organization really get that full end-to-end visibility of everything that's going on the network through observability. What's great is that all lives within one platform, so we can see everything that's going on around the organization, but then also using AI insight over the top to say, these are the things that you need to be focused on as a technology team. And what that allows us to do is focus on the things that really matter to ensure digital resiliency and reliability, and allows the team to go racing and make sure that we've got everything else in hand. And that's how I Cisco.
At Audi, progress through technology, Vorsprung durch Technik, has always defined who we are. Today, progress means transforming how we build cars. As we accelerate toward a fully electric future, we needed a smarter, more sustainable way to produce vehicles.
In production, precision and safety is everything. Our programmable logic controllers manage the sequence of robotic movements down to the finest detail and enforce safety. We wanted to take a bold step, move the capability to control processes from dedicated hardware on the factory floor into a virtualized environment with Edge Cloud for production. Virtualization gives us flexibility and efficiency, but it also raises the bar. Security and determinism must remain uncompromised, and safety has to be guaranteed at all times.
Together, we've proven that virtualizing control is not only possible, but reliable. By Cisco working as one coherent solution, uniting networking, security, and observability, we had a foundation that gives us the speed our processes demand, protection our PLCs require, and the visibility to manage everything with confidence.
Even where milliseconds make all the difference, the first virtualized controllers ran smoothly from the start, with security built in from day one. It's an exciting first step towards a software-driven factory. The past months proved that our innovative concept can deliver the same reliability and the same protection as traditional approaches, without any compromise.
Every step we take to make our factory smarter and more secure brings us closer to our vision of the production of the future. And with Cisco as a trusted partner, we are confident to get there.
There's nothing in the world like Bottle Rock. It's more than just a music festival. People have high expectations when they come here.
From the food, the wine, the world-class music, it's what keeps people coming back year after year.
And that's why we have a partner like Cisco.
Our technology helps us prevent major issues, remediate faster, and adapt quickly, so we can stop problems before they happen. This is what digital resilience is all about.
We have Meraki cameras and Splunk dashboards that are constantly collecting and managing data. It gives you a real-time overview of everything happening in a very complex and dynamic environment.
All of these systems have to work together without disruption, and Wi-Fi 7 provides seamless connectivity that keeps the festival up and running, no matter what.
We work around the clock, 365 days a year, just to pull off this one weekend. That means everything has to work flawlessly, and that's the power of Cisco.
From factory floors to ICU wards, wherever something hums, spins, or beeps, data is born. Every byte is a breadcrumb, a clue to smarter decisions, leaner operations, even lives saved. A round trip to the cloud is possible, but some decisions can't wait. And while edge intelligence is ready, the infrastructure wasn't, until now. Introducing the Cisco Unified Edge. Not just a server, an AI-ready platform. The difference isn't subtle, it's structural. We started with compute, storage, and software, then deeply embedded networking for the next level of convergence, all in a unified chassis with 5 interchangeable sleds, so you can build for what's now and be ready for what's next. We then set a new benchmark for unified operations, from the edge to the core. Zero-touch provisioning and pre-validated blueprints for speed with precision. But it's our fleet-wide operations and end-to-end observability that others simply can't match. And because we know an unprotected edge can turn advantage into exposure, we fused security in. Hardware-based protections are foundational. We then apply zero trust to every access, humans, machines, AI agents, and assess real-time identity and risk for segmentation. We even make sure your AI models don't go off script. We assembled all these pieces into a platform with one purpose: to think at the edge safely. Cisco Unified Edge. Because the edge is not the fringe, it's the front line.
So could you share a little bit about the size and scale of Nestle in your business?
It's massive. We're talking about 275,000 employees around the world. We're talking about 188 countries. We have more than 300 factories. All of them need to be connected to support our business every day. At Nestle, we are not adapting to change, we are engineering for it. As we enter the area of agentic AI, I believe that complexity will only expand, demanding even smarter, faster, and more resilient networks. And with Cisco, we've built a network that's agile, resilient, and ready to meet the demands of the world's largest food and beverage company. Our factories are not where the networks are. Our factories are where our raw materials are, where the farmers are. We have come up with solutions in the branch office where they just have to plug it in and it works. Anchored by Cisco's next generation secure WAN solutions, including advanced routing, a unified SD-WAN fabric, and a global cloud backbone. We can dynamically route traffic across multiple clouds and providers. With Cisco, we've eliminated MPLS. We manage everything securely from a single dashboard. This gives us centralized visibility and control across thousands of sites without needing multiple point tools. I remember when a major undersea cable was cut in Africa. Other businesses were offline for weeks. We were back online just under a day. And today, we are maintaining 99.97% availability. Our mean time to detect and resolve issues is at record lows. Cisco brings it all together and makes sure our heart is beating every single day.
When you're racing to be number one, who would you choose to drive with? At Cisco, we partner with the best in the world so they can partner with you. Cisco's partner program now puts you in the driver's seat. You choose your team. You get to work with the best. Choose a partner who understands your business, who has the skill set to push you further, faster. Choose a partner to help you accelerate your AI strategy and keep up with the pace of change. A partner to help you build a future-proofed workplace and drive digital resilience. The competition's moving, but you're moving faster. Cisco's partner ecosystem helps you choose the perfect team to anticipate, outpace, and outrace.
The network is changing all the time. Operators and hyperscalers are practically using the network as they've always used the network. They just need more capacity and more diversity. But what has really changed is the way enterprise customers are using the public internet like they've never done before. Aurelion is a company that focuses on connectivity, and we are currently running the largest internet backbone in the world. I actually think we have probably twice as much capacity in our internet backbone as the second largest network in the world. And this network then connects about 70% of the prefixes on the internet, covers about 128 countries around the world. We are currently connecting all the largest operators and the largest content providers to make sure that everyone can use everything that's needed on the public internet. Cisco is a very big portion of our network. We have them practically in every place where we have equipment. The energy is of course very important for us, and the RON solution is using less than 50% of the energy of every other solution. This is super important because we consume enormous amounts of energy in our network, and every watt we can save is good. Before we said, anything less than 500 kilometers, we could do a pluggable from Cisco. Longer than that, we have to go with a sort of normal transponders in the optical network. That's changing now because of tests we've done, and we can see that traffic can fly up to 800, 900 kilometers, and that's a huge difference for us because that opens doors in our network that we haven't seen before. And then the other side is, of course, our own usage of AI in terms of transparency towards customers, self-serving towards customers, self-healing networks. There's a lot of stuff we can do with AI. There's a lot of information coming out of Cisco routers. There's a lot of information that we can use to help our customers understand more, to help ourselves understand more around the network. So I think the AI opportunity, we've just scratched the surface, and that's the way for us to stay in the front of everyone else. Cisco have been great with us, letting us test stuff in the network and making sure that Cisco learns and we learn, and together we both learn.
As AI advances faster than any technology the world has ever seen, every organization is scrambling to lay the foundation that will propel their business into this new era. But current data centers weren't designed with AI in mind. So how do you deploy modern AI using what you have while scaling for future needs? The Cisco IT team took it as a challenge.
Being able to build out an AI infrastructure, it's super exciting. You know, it's cutting edge stuff.
When our data centers were built, AI was just a buzzword. The existing data centers were not built for AI workloads.
One of the biggest hurdles we had to overcome was figuring out how to meet the power demands of an AI infrastructure. Trying to figure this out from scratch, it would have taken 18 to 24 months. We didn't have that time. The business needed that AI infrastructure now. And so we had to look for alternatives. We built the AI infrastructure in a separate facility, and we replicated the data from the existing production data centers to this facility where we house the AI infrastructure.
You have to bring the data to the AI, and it needs to be high throughput and low latency. So you want the data right there so that it can be processed immediately.
We designed the heart of this AI infrastructure with best-in-class GPUs, Cisco UCS compute, and Cisco networking.
We delivered the AI cluster in 3 months from start to finish.
As more use cases were added each week and more clusters were added, the Cisco IT team needed to make it easier to manage.
Nexus Dashboard turned out to be a good solution, one tool to operate both our traditional data center facilities as well as our AI infrastructure.
It dramatically streamlined operations and helped us grow for the future.
This was more than just solving a single challenge. It was the beginning of Cisco's journey to scale its data centers for AI.
This AI infrastructure supports more than 25 use cases across the business, and more are being added each week.
This was once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When do you get to work on a key technology that's going to fundamentally change the world?
I feel a lot of pride. The team rose to the occasion and delivered this infrastructure in a matter of months.
Hello and welcome back to the studio. I am Amy Vitanis and I am here in the RAI in Amsterdam, live at Cisco. Now, we have got an incredible week. I cannot actually believe that it is day 3, the final day of the show, but we've had a great week so far. Now, as we know, AI is reshaping entire businesses from healthcare to software, but cybersecurity has only started to adopt AI as its core technology. And we just heard from Yaron Singer in the center stage about 5 minutes ago, talking about this and why open innovation is essential to modern security workflows, and how Foundation AI is helping this. Now, we have got Yaron Singer joining us very, very shortly in the studio here with Steve, which we're really looking forward to. But before that, I do believe we have Cedric out on the show floor with Amos Yoff, who is the Director of Engineering for Foundation AI. Hello, Cedric.
Hey, Amy, that's absolutely right. Like, I'm here with Amos. Like, thank you so much for joining us here at Cisco, or Cisco Live Broadcast even. Like, you know, we are with Cisco. You know, we have had a center stage session just before, and we will talk a little bit more about that presentation later. But we hear a lot in the event about AI, right? And AI comes with a lot of opportunity, but also we have to think about how we really properly set that up for success. And businesses, that's what businesses think about today. Now, from your perspective as a builder, if you think about AI and you think about like kind of getting that from the ground, from a security perspective, what are some of the things that our customers or people that want to do that really have to tackle first before they can go there?
Okay, so it's a great question. I think a good first place to start tackling is around alert triage and summarization. LLMs are pretty good at it these days. This fits nicely into the SOC analyst existing workflows. So it helps the people do their job. People usually appreciate it. It doesn't do full automation straight away. So I think this is a good first good place to start with.
Right, because like during the keynote earlier this week, G2 talked about the 3 steps of AI. Like he talked about chatbots, he talked about agentic AI, and he talked about then the physical part. I think we are now in the second phase, you could say, about agentic AI.
Yeah.
If you think about it, in terms of agentic AI, it can sound quite abstract. How does it differ from our traditional AI systems that we used to know before? Like, what's the key? Like, what's different there?
So I think traditional AI systems or ML systems, they would usually just replace everything or introduce a completely new process. My intuition on agentic AI is, think of it as something that integrates with your existing workflows. So you might have an AI agent that'll help you out and do one part of an existing workflow that you're doing. Maybe you'll have several AI agents helping you out, hopefully with the tedious and boring part of your job. And then maybe later, if you take it to the next step, maybe they'll start automating some of the things away completely, so you have less work to do and you're more supervising rather than acting.
I love that, because if you think about it in the security landscape, like we have a lot, and in the AI as well, like we have a lot of information, we have a lot of threats coming in and so on. What do you think is one misconception that some of the folks might have around security in that AI landscape?
So a common misconception is that AI is good, will be good just for like automating the repetitive, simple, boring stuff that people do these days. I think that is a misconception. I think AI has a much bigger potential for actually helping with the complex and deep expertise part of the work. For example, something that my team recently did with Foundation AI is we actually introduced an automatic detection engineering analysis workflow. It is something that to do today with people, you need to hire an expensive contractor. It'll take them a couple of weeks. You could at most do this like once a year or something. And AI helps you do something like this continuously, repetitively, with a very low cost. It basically democratizes a lot of these advanced workflows.
And it sounds to me that like you're working on a lot of innovation in your team with your team members. With AI, if you think about it, like we all want to go on that bandwagon, like the C-suite is pushing for that, like to make us more productive and everything, but there is also that security part of it. How do you find a healthy equilibrium between having AI in your business, but keeping it reliable and also keeping it secure?
I would think very carefully about designing the human-in-the-loop interaction model. So which parts do I let the AI do? And AI is great, it can help a lot, but at what point does the human come in and review the work? Does the human make the call and the decision, or do we let the AI make a decision and the human approves it? Or maybe in some cases, okay, let's just let the AI, in some cases with guardrails, make the decision and act on it. But this is something we need to think about very, very carefully, because at the end of the day, people are responsible for getting the job done. AI is a tool to help them. So we need to think carefully about how we integrate it into the specific process that we're looking at.
That's awesome, and I love that your team is pioneering this. Well, hey, thank you so much for joining us here on the broadcast. We're going to now throw it back to Amy in the studio, where we're going to hear a little bit more about Foundation AI. Amy, over to you.
Thank you, Cedric. That's right. We are going to be hearing a little bit more. That was great to hear from Amos there and hear about how, you've got to be mindful of AI as a tool and the human part in that as well. So thank you so much, Cedric. And now I'm very happy to say that we have Yaron here in the studio with Steve to hear more about Foundation AI. So over to you, Steve.
Thank you so much, Amy. Yeah, you want to talk about the expert on Foundation AI. I'm so glad that I've got Yaron Singer here with me, our AI lead and engineering lead here at Cisco. Great to have you with us, my friend.
Yeah, no, super happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Coming in. All right, so first, congratulations on a fantastic center stage session. Really terrific, great lean in on that. AI, the talk of the show, of course, everywhere here at Cisco Live. So for our customers and partners watching on the broadcast, give us just a little bit of background on Foundation AI. We've heard about it, let's hear about more. And why is it so pivotal at this particular moment, not only for our customers, but for us here at Cisco?
Yeah, for sure. We started the organization is based off of the company that Cisco acquired, where I was CEO and co-founder, called Robust Intelligence. So back about maybe a year and a half ago, Cisco acquired our company, Robust Intelligence, which was dealing with kind of like state-of-the-art of securing AI. So what we're doing at Robust Intelligence is a lot of it is now kind of inside AI defense, basically building kind of like this next generation AI technology for protecting AI. And when we did that, we kind of decided that we can actually grow the team and actually kind of grow this effort and kind of expand the technology so that we're building AI not only to protect AI, which is a huge thing, but we can actually use a lot of this technology to advance it so that we're actually building models and AI technology for cybersecurity in general. So we kind of pitched that idea to leadership, and surprisingly they're kind of like they went all in. And the rest is history.
And the rest is history. I got to say, not surprising at all, because, and we heard about it in the keynote, right? Gordon came right out and said, until people feel safe and secure with AI, they don't adopt it. So I think by having security at the core of the conversation, this is how we move the technology forward. It's how people bring it into their organizations, and it allows us to develop at the scale and at the speed we want to.
100%. So I think one of the things that that we felt back when we were doing Robust Intelligence as a startup, but then of course like now also kind of like at Cisco, is like the biggest challenge that organizations are having with AI is not is not so much technology, but the security and safety around it, right? So what it basically what it becomes is a matter of whether you can secure the technology that you want to put into use. So if you can secure the technology and you feel that you have the right guardrails in place and whatnot, then you can actually advance your organization light years ahead using AI. But without that, it's it's just really difficult to do at enterprises.
And it's risky. It's sort of a pie in the sky. How do you look at what's coming out of Foundation AI right now, the work that you're doing? How does it show up in our real Cisco products, the ones that our customers use and rely on every single day? Is there anything to be worried about, or does it just sort of slot right in?
So it, I think that the team has done amazing work to slot it right in, and basically a lot of the products that we have at Cisco, a lot of the security products that we have, they're actually powered by the technology, the models that we're developing at Foundation AI, and also the underlying technology in general. So if you're using Duo and you're getting these amazing digests right now, that they're automatically generated through our models. If you're using Splunk and you're using AI Assistant, right, there are all these incredible capabilities that AI is giving you for all these skills that automate a lot of the, kind of the SOC analysts and a lot of the workflows. All of them are, basically generated, using the model that, that we have there. And then in addition to that, even if you're, we have other integrations across the security products. Some are coming. We like our own kind of CCERT at Cisco, which is the kind of like the CISO office, is powered by by the models. And even here, the SOC is using the SOC in this in Cisco Live.
Yes.
It's actually kind of protecting everything that's happening here. You can see it. There's they're using XDR, which is another amazing product that that we're delivering here at Cisco, and they've integrated the Foundation AI models into XDR. So it's just really phenomenal to see the kind of like the massive adoption the product teams are having.
And on every level, and I'm so glad that you brought up Splunk, because again, the observability across every level of the stack is so vital right now, and the fact that those protocols are in there, you're doing it already. You're already creating those federated searches. Let's just go ahead and let's keep them secure as we go. Foundation AI has taken a more open approach than a lot of other AI efforts out there across the industry. Why do you think this is such a big thing for Cisco, especially when it comes to the security protocols, but how does it help customers trust and adopt AI more readily?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think there are kind of like multiple reasons. I think, first of all, this is inherent in the culture of, the team. Kind of my background is, very much on the kind of like open innovation, open source foundation AI, robust intelligence. I was actually a tenured professor of computer science and applied math at Harvard.
Oh, wow.
And a lot of the team, a lot of the people that we have in the organization, they're researchers, they're academics. They come in with that mindset. So really, first of all, I think that it helps us. Just to candidly, I think it really helps us with recruiting top talent into the organization. But I think when we're thinking about our customers, when we're thinking about outcomes, basically it allows us to develop at a scale that we couldn't imagine before. We have over 300,000 downloads just on the models alone. For the technology, the amount of feedback that we're getting is just like just unimaginable. It basically allows our customers to use these models kind of everywhere that they see fit, and it basically just kind of gives us like this massive protection for our customers. Now, from our side, at Cisco, we in return we're just getting all this feedback. We're building better and better models, right, that go into the products. So I think it's an amazing kind of feedback loop that that we're able to enjoy.
Couldn't agree more. And again, step one, getting people excited about what we do and seeing our own passion in what it is that we do. Yaron, I just love it. It's such a great story. I hope we get to talk a whole lot more about what it is that you and your team have been developing. Congratulations on a great center stage once again. Thank you for coming in, spending time in the studio and sharing the story with us.
Amazing. Thank you for having me.
Really appreciate it. Amy, we'll send it back out to you.
Thank you, Steve, and great to hear there from Yaron, and what an incredible team he has by the sounds of it as well. Okay, we are going to take a shift here, and we're going, I believe Rob is out on the show floor, and he is going to be chatting with Eric. I can see him, I know he's there. Hey Rob, how are you doing?
I am doing fantastic, Amy. It's always good to hear your voice in the host seat over there. I am still in the AI-ready data center. Is that how we say it? Yeah, AI-ready data centers. Yeah. But do you really know what that means? I had a chance to catch back up with Eric because we've been here today. Let's introduce Eric Magnuson.
Hello again.
We spoke yesterday on some other subjects as well. We've been speaking to the value found in here, but I want to make sure we get it right. How do you speak to what is an AI-ready data center?
That's a great question, and I think sometimes it's easiest to start out talking about what isn't an AI-ready data center, right? So a lot of customers have spent a lot of time, money, and energy building data centers to accommodate traditional workloads of the past. But as you know today, if you paid attention to G2's keynote, there are some huge infrastructure constraints that customers are starting to face based on previous technology. So the demands of artificial intelligence are so exponentially growing on both security, compute, and networking that there's this huge deficit that customers have to start to fix. And so Cisco has thought about how do we bring together all of those components into an AI-ready data center that can really position your organization to be able to modernize the workloads that you have today, but then also be in a position to transform and embrace the opportunities ahead. Because again, as you heard in the keynote yesterday, the future is going to be defined by the fast movers, by the people who embrace this technology and build out that critical infrastructure to be in a position to take advantage of whatever opportunity comes their way. So that's really how we think about AI-ready data centers.
No, that works, and I want to dig into a couple things you said there, because in my experience, I think customers can suddenly get overwhelmed and thinking, oh, we're telling you you have to go do AI right now in your data center, this is the life, this kind of thing. But that's not what we're saying here, right?
Not at all, not at all.
But as I looked and talked to some of those same customers, a lot of them still have a lot of technical debt for the workloads that they need to be supporting better. And now we're asking to support more power, cooling, and all the different things that may or may not work in that. How do you respond to anybody saying, hey, you're doing cool stuff, but I'm not ready to go into AI right now?
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, the great thing about Cisco's technology is we're ready to meet you where you are. So right here on the show floor, we've got examples that if you are ready to embrace the opportunities of AI, we've got the secure AI factories in partnership with NVIDIA that have the new chips embedded in them as well that can really combine security, networking, compute capacity, and observability to help you build out that data center if that's the way you want to go, which we think is a great choice. But if you want to just start doing some of your AI workloads, I think you just talked to the Unified Edge folks about how we can have these modular devices now that folks can put out in coffee shops, in bakeries, wherever they need to be, because some of these cool new agentic AI applications, they do demand a lot more resources, and sometimes round trip to the cloud just doesn't really make sense. So Cisco's technology is really set up to meet you where you are with your AI journey and transformation, but I will put in a plug for listening to the Cisco AI Summit that happened last week as well, because we had CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, saying, you know, if you really are thinking about the future, the best bet is to just build your own computer. And so if that's, you know, what you're thinking about, what you might want to do here, the AI-ready data center offerings from Cisco are really the way to start future-proofing that situation so you can be ready for whatever comes your way and the opportunities that you can take advantage of when you have the critical infrastructure in place to be able to do that. So we're not saying you have to do it, but we're just gently suggesting that if you want to stay ahead of your competitors, you know, you might want to start doing that, because we've done a lot of these AI readiness reports, and like I think in the European market, only about 11% of customers say they're fully ready for the AI transformation. And so again, from a competitive angle, like that's a huge opportunity for customers that we are suggesting you might want to start think about, while at the same time helping you modernize for your traditional workloads at the same time.
Well, and I think AI is going to end up being something we don't talk about as much as we do now, right? It becomes how we do compute.
Absolutely.
But that doesn't take away the need for the network to be able to support it, because as I've learned through a lot of your team members and such here, is that the network is what allows it to even exist, because it is almost feels like, especially when it comes to training workloads and the way we have to string up GPUs, it's so tricky, it almost is you're building an extremely disaggregated computer that has to run under very specific conditions.
Absolutely.
And Cisco is solving for doing those things in such a way that is reasonable for an enterprise, even though enterprises still may be struggling a little bit with what is the outcome I'm looking for here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's great here in the European theater, because we know that customers really do want to maintain that control. And so we do think that building out those AI-ready data centers, scaling out, scaling across, connecting those data centers together so that you can accommodate that kind of always-on workload from agentic AI is the way to go, because those are the opportunities that will start to give you the real infrastructure that you need to be able to cover all of that at the same time as, again, modernizing all those workloads as before. So again, we're really focused on making sure that customers have those choices that can really make sure that they're, you know, they can maintain data sovereignty over what they need to do, while at the same time embracing those new opportunities with agentic AI.
This has been fun, because I'm seeing so many examples, of course, of the platform advantage that we've talked about here, where things work better together and give you a compounding advantage. But I'm also seeing the fact that you know, we may lead with AI, but you talk to these guys and everything we've done is very supportive of traditional workloads and making sure that it's yes and, if you will, to say, yes, you of course can do this because that's still going to remain important.
Totally.
You still got to protect it differently because all of that's accelerating. And so no matter where you are on the spectrum of maturity, we've probably got an answer that's going to make more sense and help you actually reduce costs and simplify over time.
Absolutely, like you were saying, with those new AI workloads, you cannot have the kind of failures, the jitter rates that you've had on traditional workloads. But at the same time, if you start embracing that new stuff to be able to take advantage of agentic AI, all of your other applications are going to start working better too, right? So opportunities to have like no more drops during your video calls and things like that. So it's a kind of a 2-for-1 advantage that you get when this kind of modernizing your data centers to keep up for AI, but I'll also help you with all your other workloads as well.
Eric, thank you so much.
Hey,
always keep me on the straight and narrow.
You know
with
it.
that, we'll throw back to the studio and Amy.
That's great. Thank you, Rob. Good to hear that from Eric and all the great tips he has, and also great to hear you're being kept on the straight and narrow, Rob. That's what we like to hear. Now, who better to hear about what we are doing here at Cisco EMEA, whether it's supporting our partners and customers in this AI era, and what we're doing to keep Cisco ahead of the game. It is our very own Gordon Thompson, the president of EMEA. So I'll hand over to Steve, who is with Gordon now.
You so much, Amy. Yeah, I'm sitting in the catbird seat right now because somehow we managed to pluck Gordon off the show floor. I still don't quite know how we did it. You're one of the most in-demand humans here at the event. I want to start with congratulations. A phenomenal Cisco Live 2026 EMEA. You've been feeling that every minute as you've been walking around, haven't you?
I have. I really have. It's been amazing. You know, we've it's been a great event first and foremost. And you know, I was asked by the press and analysts yesterday, what is your biggest takeaway? And you know, I started by saying, well, it's great to talk about products and it's great to talk about our platform-based approach, but the biggest takeaway has been the people. The people, the culture, the atmosphere, the energy in the room from our Cisco employees, from our partners, from our customers. It has been off the charts, and that says something about the momentum we're feeling at the moment in the market.
Couldn't agree more. We are in the service business. I think we frequently forget that. We build a lot of phenomenal boxes, great capabilities, and we load security into every single one of them. But fundamentally, we are here to serve people and their interests to make their lives easier and make their lives better.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, and it's an unbelievable time as well. We spoke on main stage about the EMEA moment. And you know, the EMEA moment for us was really a recognition that there's an opportunity, an unprecedented opportunity ahead of us. And are we prepared to capture that moment now? That's the question for all of our employees, our partners, and our customers as well, in terms of how they go after that. So, exciting time, but it's a time for reflection as well. I don't think you can, Steve, I don't think you can continue to do things the way you've always done them. You have to now recognize if you're going to take advantage of the opportunity ahead, it needs bold, decisive actions. It needs different thinking. And you know, fundamentally, that's what the EMEA moment is all about.
And you really kicked this off so beautifully. You were the first speaker on the keynote stage on Tuesday. And one of the things that I think you set the tone so nicely on, the time factor, right? So the time is not a long way down the line. We've got to create movement. We've got to make decisive action, as you said. But at the same time, we still have fear within the industry. Lack of understanding, lack of trust in the security and safety of the adoption model. How do we square that circle for people?
Well, you know, time was the first thing we needed to talk about, because the Cisco AI Readiness Index says only 11% of our customers are prepared and ready. So the key thing for me was to get our customers to reflect on the fact that 89% of them are saying they're not ready. And for me then, it's a case of saying, okay, strap yourself in, get ready to move a bit faster, you know, get ready to make some bold decisions. But at the heart of any bold decision you make, you need to believe and trust in the companies that you're working with. And so fundamentally behind what we are doing is saying to our customers, you've trusted us for over 30 years in the region, right? We realize how important that is for you, and you can continue to trust us in the region, and we will continue to support you as you develop your strategies moving forward. So trust is at the heart of it, Steve, because if people don't adopt, AI will not deliver.
Yes.
And people will only adopt if they trust.
100%. So why Cisco? Let's get specific, right? Especially from your leadership perspective. People look out there and they see a number of different vendors they can partner with. They see a lot of different phenomenal producers. Let's face it, we've got a world filled with brilliant minds, great engineers, great developers across a lot of brands. We talk about the platform strategy at Cisco. We talk about how only Cisco can tie together each element across that entire platform. Why us and why now?
Two things, I think. The first thing I want to say is no company can do this on their own.
Amen.
You saw at the AI Summit, it was an ecosystem of companies coming together to say, we can help you deliver against the AI future opportunity. And Cisco was at the epicenter of that ecosystem. You saw that and you felt it at the AI Summit. So the first thing to say is Cisco is relevant. Cisco will play with all of those key vendors in the AI infrastructure space and will help you deliver. So that's the first thing to say. The second thing to say is the world has changed, and it's no longer about deploying shiny new products on top of shiny new products. All that does is deliver complexity.
Yes.
And when you deliver complexity into your environment, you slow your environment down. You don't make the decisions in the time that you need to. And that brings us all the way back to time. And you know, if there's our customers out there need to recognize that, you know, they need to trust a vendor, we want them to trust us. They need to recognize that they need to move faster in this world. A platform-based approach is the way that you're going to do that. So you combine a platform-based approach together with an ecosystem-centric organization who is relevant and working with all the key players in AI. Cisco's the only game in town.
I love that. Also, I think one of the hardest things that we can do is we talk to people here at the show, all the folks that you're talking about that we get to engage with, they get excited, but then the burden is on them. They have to go back to leadership. They have to make the argument for budget, for transition, for adoption, for speed.
Yeah.
How do we help them to do that?
Well, the heart of it is they're going to have to make bold decisions without having all of the information at their fingertips. This world is now a world where you're making decisions where sometimes the ROI isn't perfectly clear to you. Sometimes the end game isn't perfectly clear to you. But I think for us, it's about holding the hands of our customers and helping them navigate this, recognizing that they're going to make some decisions. So for us, it's about honesty, it's about clarity, it's about, you know, giving them the belief that we are the right people to partner with in this journey. And fundamentally, I think that's what it's about, because you have to be conscious that customers are having to make difficult decisions today. They're getting caught up with the fact that sometimes they don't have all of the requisite skills in their organization. Sometimes the budgets aren't big enough to be able to deal with it. Sometimes they don't have enough people. And we have to be able to help them fix all of those things as we move forward. And that's why it's important for us as an organization not just to focus on the products we deliver, but also on the CX capabilities we can deliver, and also our partner ecosystem who can combine all of that together as well. And I talked about the importance of execution trust on Keynote as well. And I really referred there to our partner ecosystem, because 98% of our business is done through our partners. And so having that partner ecosystem to hold the hand of the customer as well and say, we'll support you on this journey. We'll help you navigate all the complexities that exist there. That's another key reason why I believe we're having the success that we're having at the moment.
Couldn't agree more and couldn't have said it more perfectly. One last little note that I want to leave on. One of the things that I always do tell people is you don't have to do this alone. Yes, we have products that we can sell you. We have support that we can give you across every aspect of your network and your organizational structure, but you're not alone. We're not just here to sell you, we're here to help you, to support you. So I want you to look into your crystal ball. 12 months from now, you and I are going to sit down together in London at Excel Center, and we're going to see where we've come since then. What are we talking about?
Look, I think we're starting to get to the point where we have, not just a connected environment, but we have a truly intelligent environment. An environment that senses every single individual in the room. We had 21,000 people here. We're going to have 25,000 in London. I want every single one of them to believe that they have a unique experience entering the doors of the Excel next year. It's about helping people have this individualized personal experience as we move forward that is built around the intelligence of everything we do and connect to support people. So let's move to a fantastic event, but with an individual experience for everyone.
Couldn't end on a better note. Gordon, such a pleasure. Congratulations again. Thank you for making all of this possible, and thank you for coming in and talking with us.
It's a true honor, a true honor. Thank you so much.
Really appreciate it.
Cheers.
Amy, we're going to send it back out to you.
That's great. Thank you, Steve. Really great to have Gordon here in the studio. Two things I feel right now. Super excited for next year in London at the Excel, for what we're going to see there. And also what I heard from that interview was Cisco is the only game in town. Absolutely love that. So we are going to now get ready to head back over to the center stage, where we have Tom Gillis, Kevin Dillon, Dan Wendlandt, Guru Shiroi, and Will Etherton. And they're going to be talking about AI-ready AI data centers and how they future-proof your infrastructure for the AI era. Now, if you haven't had a chance, you can take a look at our Cisco showcase. We'll be out there again later today, and you can see the AI-ready data centers there. We were just there, actually, with Eric and Rob. Also, if you are at home and you're watching and you want to feel part of it, we want to hear from you. We want to hear what you're thinking. You can go onto any of your favorite social platforms, use hashtag Cisco Live EMEA, and send us in your thoughts. Send us in your favorite session. Send us in your photos. We'd love to hear what you're doing. But right now, let's get ourselves over to that center stage.
Every era is shaped by its infrastructure, from transportation to energy, from connectivity to cloud computing. Today, AI is defining the next age, making the impossible possible across all industries and across the world, changing lives in moments that matter. The promise of AI is clear, but the infrastructure to make it real wasn't, until now. Introducing the Cisco AI-ready data center, infrastructure built to power AI across hybrid environments. It starts with full-stack compute at the core and the edge, optimized for the latest x86 platforms and NVIDIA-certified GPU architectures, delivering exaflop-scale performance with petabyte-class NVMe storage. But while compute sets the ceiling, it's the network that lets you reach it. We built an intelligent network fabric, from silicon to systems, spanning the front end and back end, connecting traditional apps and containerized AI workloads, and scaling effortlessly as you add clusters, endpoints, and sites, from core to cloud, campus to edge. In the AI era, networking isn't just plumbing. It's how AI thinks at scale. The end-to-end telemetry becomes understanding. Observability becomes continuity. So AI workloads run 24/7 without interruption. When it comes to security, it's built into every layer, protecting the infrastructure, workloads, and models, so AI innovations don't silently increase your risk. Automation optimizes operations and coordinates response, balancing cost, serviceability, sustainability, and governance. And a generative interface brings teams together across network, compute, security, and observability to solve problems collaboratively. We've once again engineered with an ecosystem of partners for the in-between moment, where today's systems still run the business. Tomorrow's demands can't wait, and ripping and replacing isn't an option. AI will change. Your infrastructure foundation shouldn't have to. Cisco AI Ready Data Center. Built for today, ready for what's next.
Please welcome SVP GM Infrastructure and Security Group, Tom Gillis.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tom Gillis. I'm the General Manager for Infrastructure and Security here at Cisco. And I'm going to talk about the really significant changes that are taking place in the application landscape, and perhaps more importantly for this audience, to the infrastructure that's powering that application landscape. So the AI revolution is upon us, and I think about a particular milestone with the introduction of GPT-5. I think ChatGPT reached a point where I can say officially it is both smarter and funnier than most of my friends. Now, maybe the bar is kind of low if you know my friends, but like the capability here is amazing. And so as we start to use AI and put it to business, harness it for business use, we want to expose these applications to some of our most sensitive data. And that introduces really interesting questions, because when a model learns something, it never forgets. So we think about an AI-based application. Traditional apps had 3 layers. We had the data tier, the presentation layer, and the app layer. Now we've introduced this thing that we call the model, which is a new layer in that stack. And when you put your data into the model, it's impossible to delete it, because it gets kind of infused into that model. And so many of the customers that I talk to are just beginning their AI journey, and they're typically starting in the cloud, but thinking about how are we going to put security controls in place? And of course, there's no stronger security control than an air gap. So customers are beginning to think about, how can I put AI infrastructure into my environment for either economic reasons, sovereignty reasons, proximity to the data, but more and more we're seeing customers understanding the security implications of having this data running on infrastructure that runs in your own environment. So as we look at the data center of tomorrow, you really need to think about a single set of infrastructure that can deal with the traditional 3-tier-based apps, with modern Kubernetes-based apps, and also these AI apps. And each one of them has unique requirements, and the network is a common denominator to all 3. So the network in these AI world, in these composable systems, the network becomes the backplane that allows the system to operate. It's what lets the models think. So let's explore a little bit more of the major trends that are happening in networking as we move into an AI-based era. So for decades, the way that we thought about data center infrastructure, you had servers that were dominated by a CPU. And a CPU is a sequential processor. So each time Moore's law would make an advancement, that processor would get twice as fast, but it would use less power. So these systems got faster and faster and faster, but it was on a more predictable scale. And so the way we think about the network that connects the server, the storage system, the firewall, the load balancer, this is what we use the term we describe as a front-end network. Now, we've entered a world where AI applications need GPUs, and GPUs are inherently parallel processors. So each time Moore's law takes an advancement, the individual processing elements get faster, but our friends from NVIDIA find ways to put more of those processing elements on a particular chip. And as the GPUs need to communicate directly with other GPUs, the network requirement for what we call a back-end network, or GPU to GPU communication, it is extraordinary. So the data rates that these GPUs can consume data is massive. We are currently shipping 800 gigabits per second per port, which for an enterprise networking person, you might think, oh my God, I'm working on the transition to 25 gig or 100 gig. 800 gigs, and that's not enough. These applications and the silicon that powers them can consume so much data that we're rapidly moving to 1.6 terabits, and then beyond that, we're working on 3.2 and beyond. So the network really becomes the backplane that can tie together this massive supercomputer architecture. And this is the heart of the partnership that we've had with NVIDIA. So we work really closely with NVIDIA to make sure that as this supercomputing capability comes online and comes into your data center, you're going to allow it to smoothly communicate GPU to GPU without having to think about a special, unique set of networking requirements. Whether it's a front-end network or a back-end network, it's all one network that can be managed with one common set of management tools, one common set of hardware. And a unique attribute that allows us to enable this is the programmability of Silicon One. Silicon One is our switching ASIC, and so it can detect, am I operating in front-end mode or am I operating in back-end mode, which means GPU to GPU? And if it's running in back-end mode, we can change the algorithms, the load balancing, the way that we move packets back and forth, because those GPU to GPU connections are extremely latency intolerant. Right? If you're running a big training model, a training run, and you've got these very expensive GPUs that are executing, that can be running for days or maybe even a week, and if there's one little hiccup in the network, that kills the job, you have to restart it. So the economic impact of a network congestion is really, really significant. We have learned a ton from our deployment in these very large scale, I'm going to call them top of market AI deployments. And we're taking all of that learning and we're bringing it into the Cisco network infrastructure that you've known and relied on for decades, really. So as we think about the networking architecture for these AI-based applications, there are three ways to think about it. There's scale up, which our friends at NVIDIA have been working really hard to make the GPUs that are talking to each other intimately run faster and faster and faster. But big jobs will span more GPUs than you have from a particular scale-up architecture. So there is a scale-out architecture, which is using Ethernet as the backplane that allows these GPUs to act like one coherent system. And then for really, really big training jobs, we actually have customers that are doing scale across. So they'll have a single job that'll run across multiple different data centers. And when you do a scale across deployment, now you need to think about traversing a fiber connection. And this has been a big, big focus area for Cisco and an area of significant growth for us, because we take the complexity of DWDM and some of the optics and the transponders, the individual pieces that are necessary to do a scale across network, and we collapse that down into a single pluggable optic that we call routed optical networking. And this has enormous benefit for the customer, 90% reduction in power, significantly lower operating costs, and it's a pluggable optic that takes multiple layers of infrastructure and presses it down into one simple, easy-to-use capability. Now, the other thing that we focus on with our optics is quality. So we do extensive burn-in. We have 1,600 testing sequences. And the reason this matters is I talked about GPU to GPU communication. If there's a hiccup in the network, if an optic just has a bad moment, drops a little bit of packets, it could impact the entire job. So we took 21 different vendors' optics and we ran them through this sequence. Only one of them passed, which is the Cisco optics. So we are typically the gold standard in optics quality. And this is going to become increasingly important in an AI-based world because the optics are increasingly a larger part of the BOM and a critical part of the compute infrastructure. So you can see that the needs Some of the stuff I'm talking about, you may think, oh my gosh, it's so far away. But the speed at which these AI applications are evolving, it's going to be coming to your data center, and we're going to make sure that you're ready when it does arrive. Now, as we think about that data center, as I talked about, you're going to have modern workloads that are using this AI capability. You're going to have Kubernetes-based workloads, but the vast majority of workloads that we still see out there are VM-based. And if you know my background, I spent 5 years at VMware. Virtually all of my customers from my VMware days are asking, hey, we need to think about getting off of VMware and onto a more modern platform. And Kubernetes is the platform of choice. Kubernetes is open, Kubernetes is standards-based, and Kubernetes is the pathway to the cloud. So there's a tremendous amount of interest in migrating VMs. I'm not talking about rewriting the app, taking the VM as it is and do a lift and shift into a Kubernetes environment. But one of the big challenges with this is that what VMware does very, very well, and my team spent years focusing on, is when the VM comes up in vSphere, it has no knowledge of the underlying infrastructure. And so you can do things like a vMotion, where you can move a VM from one host to another, and all of the network traffic just automatically snaps over. So as you start to think about migrating thousands of VMs out of that environment into this Kubernetes environment, Kubernetes is very capable of running a VM. But one of the challenges we see is this networking challenge. Kubernetes was born in the cloud, and so it's a layer 3 network model. It doesn't understand layer 2. And VMware is great at layer 2 networking. And so what our team from iSurveillance have done is they have built a bridge that allows you to take a VM and move it one at a time from that VM environment into a Kubernetes environment, and allows the VM to reach back and talk to all of its peers in the vSphere environment as if it was running in vSphere. And so the very practical implication of this is that you can move a VM out of that VMware environment into the Kubernetes environment without re-IPing the VM. And if you had any experience dealing with VMs, you'd know that changing an IP address on a VM, you might think that's trivial. It isn't. Oftentimes it's hard-coded into the application itself. And so having the ability to move those VMs one at a time, we think is a foundational capability to enable this migration. So this is a key underpinning of this data center that can deal with tomorrow's workloads, today's workloads, but also yesterday's workloads, which are still the dominant population in your environment. And when we think about workload mobility, this is really our goal, is to give you ability to move workload from any to any, meaning you can move it from the VMware environment to any flavor of Kubernetes. You can move it from a premise-based environment to a cloud-based environment. You can move it from one cloud to another. You may move it back to premise-based. So workload mobility, we think, is a founding principle of this data center architecture of the future. Now, the same mechanism that is allowing us to do that magic to translate the VMs into the Kubernetes environment, it allows us to have insight into the Kubernetes app itself. And this is super important for network professionals, because when one container is talking to another, oftentimes the switch or the traditional network infrastructure has no visibility to that. And so iSurveillance is a critical tool because it provides visibility into the container-to-container networking right down to the process level. So for every single flow coming from one container to another container, we can see not only the flow, but we can see the process that initiated it and the process that terminated it. This is incredibly useful for troubleshooting. This is incredibly useful for understanding and managing your infrastructure. But we'll talk about later, this is incredibly interesting for security. Process level visibility, I believe, is the future. Process is effectively the new form of identity. It's not enough to know who you are. It's not enough to know what machine you're running on. I want to know what process on your machine is initiating a connection and what process is terminating that connection, whether it be on a workstation or server-to-server connections. So process level visibility is key, and iSurveillance is the engine that provides all of these network services. So there's been a huge amount of development in our network infrastructure, and to talk more about that, I'd like to invite my colleague Will Etherton to come on up here. Will? Thunderous applause for Will.
Hey,
hello,
Tom.
sir.
Thank you.
You've been a busy guy, Will, right?
It is. We have a lot to talk about today.
Yeah.
So to kick it off, we had a new chip that we just announced yesterday. So our G300, this is a 3 nanometer. It is a chip that has 1.6 terabit ports. It's also the first chip where we were able to take an entire generation of experience of deployment in AI infrastructure and bring those learnings forward and build in features that capitalize on that programmability that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah. Now, 1.6 terabits per second, that seems like an enormous amount of bandwidth, but we need that, right?
It is. I mean, if you think about the old days when we were building these like carrier networks, you would have an interface on, the server might have 1 gig or hundreds of megabits, and then we would have much larger ports. And now we have host ports that are 400 and going to 800 gigs. So 1.6T gives you 2x multiple. So it's really not much more speed than what we're already at for the host port into the server interface.
Yeah.
So it's very key.
And at these data rates, the optics becomes even more important, right?
It does. And as part of that, we announced a new 1.6T client optics, and we announced an 800 gig LPO. And LPO can bring down power pretty nicely in some similars to co-packaged optics. So it's another option that we'll be supporting. And so optics is something very important to us here at Cisco. So if I hit just a little bit about some of the features and the systems, we have, with our G300, we have Nexus 9000 that we're supporting, as well as the 8000 series. And so one of the key things for us is supporting our a common hardware layer on our common silicon architecture, and then supporting Nexus OS, Sonic, and iOS XR on this. So we're very excited. This will be, I would say, late this kind of calendar year is the time frame.
Now, I was walking around on the show floor, and you see those boxes with the kind of cool lights, and they've actually got tubes on the inside.
Yes.
Liquid cooling is becoming more and more of a requirement. Yeah,
it is. It is. And we're going to be supporting. We've seen that as a hard requirement.
Yeah.
So we're going to have both variants, because we still see a lot of customers, especially in the high-end enterprise, where they want this density, but they may not be able to do liquid cooled. So we'll have direct to plate, and the air-cooled version is about 3 RU, but we get down to a really nice tight 2 RU when we have the liquid cooling. So we're very excited. So, just to talk a little bit about the features of the silicon. So we have, first of all, packet buffer. So many of our competitors will put the buffering on a per port basis, which means the absorption is pretty limited. We have a very shared buffer, which means we can take in that buffer across all of the ports, 64 to 512, and then we can buffer these so that we would have less risk of packet loss. Intelligent load balancing. So this is where that programmability comes in. So we've done things, as an example, one of the feedback we had is you have these back-end networks and your packet spraying and then reordering, and then you have front-end networks where, for instance, you might be going to vast storage or other servers, and you might want to do flow-based, and you might want to mix those in the future, but intelligently on a per port basis. So we have that capability, and then we can configure, and we've done this in our generations where we work with customers on particular load balancing algorithms for some of their networks. So again, that programmability is very key.
And let's just put this in very practical terms. What this means is, as we go through and continue to learn about the optimal way to deliver these sort of very large scale AI infrastructure deployments, when you buy a Nexus switch, we may come up with a new algorithm and it'll just work on the switch because of the P4 programmability in the core of the silicon. It's kind of like your electric car, when you take it home and you wake up one morning and it's got a new feature on there. Same idea, right? Programmability that allows the hardware to behave differently.
Yes, and we believe we are one of the, at these kind of rates, and there's not that many companies doing these rates, we believe we are the most programmable. And then the last one's telemetry. And so being able to identify, for instance, within a fabric that a particular transceiver went down and be able to pinpoint. So we put a whole lot of a new telemetry that we've been learning. So all of these, again, very excited for this new chip. And there's been a lot of talk about it in the last 24 hours. And so, again, we're coming out with these new systems embarking at the 100T. So from there, P200. So P200, and I know we have a lot of these, letter number combinations, but P200 was announced at the end of last year at OCP. And the way to think of P200 and G300 is that, shallow buffer. It's a switch that would go into the data center. You want low latency and lowest cost at highest performance. P200 is more of your classic router type device, so it has larger buffers, it has larger routed tables. We use it in our across, and the announcement this week is we're expanding from what we announced at OCP. We're going to have these modular systems. We're going to have XR-based Sonic and NXOS, all based on this. So we're active development these, and later this year, you'll be seeing delivery across all these systems, and new optics to go with P200. So again, that data center interconnect scale across is many folks refer to. So this technology.
So common hardware that works across this. You can choose your operating system, whether it's NXOS or Sonic, but we have
NXOS, ACI, Sonic, XR, very flexible.
And the unifying force to all of this is management, right?
Yes, yes. So to bring that together, Cisco Nexus One. So this has been something that we've been working on for about a year and a half, and we're very happy to say this has now come together. So across ACI, Nexus OS with EVP and VXLAN, and our cloud-delivered hyperfabric, we now have a common model. We have connectivity, and using border gateways, we can actually support VM migration between these different. So this gives you, we're now talking silicon layer, common hardware, we get the OSs on them, and now we pull together and have a common management model. And then going a little further, G2 Mint talked about Cisco Cloud Control, and so I'm happy to say that data center, we're actively working across the teams with security and Meraki and so on to pull that common Cisco Cloud Control together.
So there may be premise-based infrastructure or cloud-based management for it, but it's all going to be one common framework.
Yes, through the common framework. And with that, I did want to mention updates. So Hyperfabric is something that has been out for, I would say, sort of base enterprise. We just GA'd support for AI networks at the end of last year. We have some early deployments happening at NeoCloud levels, getting into the thousands of GPUs. And really, Hyperfabric is a model that is cohesive in how we can deploy alongside with Nexus ACI, as I was mentioning before, but it also brings capability where you, for instance, can compile the fabric. Addressing, cabling, template-based design is all handled for you. So we're really trying to make it as simple as possible, especially when folks have small operation teams, remote hands. And
I want to pick that up for a second. So, one of the reasons why customers choose Cisco gear is because it just works. And I think Hyperfabric is kind of the ultimate expression of that, where if you want to start to do AI networking to run these AI workloads in your data center, and the kind of crazy supercomputer speeds we talked about, terabits per second, the optics, all of that, we simplify the entire experience. So you have this cloud-based interface where you pick one of 3 standardized designs. We work with our friends at NVIDIA to create templates where we know this stuff is going to work. Click, deploy, and away we go. It's a whole new management model.
It's a whole new model, but we're supporting the Nexus hardware that you love. We're building up from that, and we also are expanding. We're announcing that we'll be adding an EU sovereign cloud delivery, because we know that's important. So that'll be available soon.
Nice.
So, great. Okay. Last topic to end on for me is the native Splunk. So this is something that will be available in the spring. And what we have been adding is capabilities such that we can have flexible ingestion, federated search, and distributed analytics. And it really, brings the data center networking more closely in a simpler model into the overall Splunk experience. And so I think you're going to be hearing about this across different products, that really these integrations to make it more native. And we're excited to have, see what customers do with this.
Yeah, Will, thanks so much.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, yep. Now I'll talk more about what we're doing with Splunk and how we think we can transform security operations with this federated model, but take note that the federation into Cisco's data center networking products, that's going to unlock a class of east-west traffic analytics that have generally haven't been observed, because the data is just too large. There's too much to ingest all of that, and having the ability to store that locally, but then search across it using Splunk's federation capability, we think is going to be really transformative. So to talk more about what we're doing around this AI infrastructure, I'd like to invite our friend Kevin Deerling to come up, join. Kevin, good to see you. Thank you for coming. This is old home week for you?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah,
indeed.
Yeah. So we've been working closely with the team at NVIDIA, and I think the philosophy here is you guys make chips that are just beyond imagination in terms of their speed, and the partnership is really focused about how do we make this stuff easy so folks in the audience can actually deploy this in their environment.
Yeah, I think we've got a great partnership with Cisco here. If you look at the complexity that the AI models, the large language models, we really need that programmable networking plane. We build a ton of the scale-up networks, the scale-out networks. We partner with Cisco to bring that into a reference architecture that is fully architected in a way that we've sized the networking correctly, we've sized compute correctly, we've sized all of the applications, and with some of the things that you'll be hearing about, and our DPUs, all of that coming together to make it easy, because you don't want to have to get down into the details if you actually architect something that you don't have enough memory capacity or bandwidth or network, or all of these things have to work together, and that's the reference architecture that we pull together.
Yeah.
So being able to hit that easy button is really important.
Even something as simple as a handshake, right? So as the data is coming off of the Bluefield interfaces into the Cisco network, we know we've got it and we're going to take it to where it's going, so you don't have to worry about it, right? That's the goal.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, and one of the things that we're seeing as we scale out into agentic workflows, what's called the context graph. Context is becoming really important. So being able to actually understand where the decision was made, why it was made, not just the state of the network, but really bringing in all of that intelligence. And I think Cisco is in a unique position to have visibility into all of that so that you can understand where the decisions that are being made, because as Tom said, this is not going to be a rip and replace. Those platforms that you have, those systems of record, whether that's for HR with a Workday or Salesforce for CRM, all of those platforms are going to exist. They're going to be augmented with agentic workloads, and being able to tap into all of that with Splunk to be able to, see what's happening, really important.
Yeah, totally. Let's shift gears a little bit and let's talk about how people are using AI in the enterprise. You have a unique perspective with your role at NVIDIA, but let me offer a suggestion. We have very large software development teams at Cisco, and we're taking advantage of the really remarkable power of AI for software development. And some of my more advanced teams that are, I would argue, more successful in using these AI tools, they burn up a lot of tokens, like a crazy amount of tokens, right? And it runs around the clock. It's constantly like generating new code and burning up all these tokens. And so as our teams are learning to harness the power of these tools, we start to treat the AI coding as a peer. Think of it as like a digital assistant, or it's almost like another team member that you work with. And just like in the real world where we have a team, there's different types of team members. And so you have some very senior engineers that you would go to consult on a really hard problem. And then you have more junior engineers that are going to round out and solve that problem. The same thing is true with the models that we use for these tools. So using the latest and greatest models from Anthropic or OpenAI, you can think of that as consulting with an expert on the design. But if it's a more simpler task where you're going to round out and complete, we find ourselves using premise-based models that are much, much lower cost. Does that tie with kind of the way you're thinking about evolution here?
Yeah, so I think you described tokenomics. Not all tokens cost the same. There may be other things that you said, sovereign reasons, security reasons that you want to run on-prem. And I think we're going to see a proliferation of models and agents. So as we get to agentic workflows, there are going to be customized agents that are really, really good at particular tasks. And these agentic workflows are not going to be calling a Uber model that manages everything. They're They're going to be calling lots of models. And in the tokenomics, one of the factors that you'll want to reference is what is the cost of that model? What is the quality that I need? Are there QoS or latency guarantees that I may need to make to my end customer? And we can integrate all of that into really the low-level infrastructure. If you're trying to figure that out on yourself when you're running an agentic workload, no chance. So we have LLM routers that are built into the Kubernetes framework that let you choose. Oh, for this particular agent, I can call a local model that I've fine-tuned, maybe for security reasons or for economic reasons or whatever. It could be sovereign reasons. This particular part of the task, I'm going to go out and call a specific frontier model. I might pay a little more for that. The latency might be long. And I'm going to combine those in the optimal way that meets the requirements of whatever the SLA guarantee that I've given to my customer. So automating that really beneath the platform, you're going to have an AI express your intent and then be able to deploy that on the Cisco hardware with that API. Looking forward to that.
But it clearly calls to mind this multi-cloud world that we've kind of been flirting with, but generally you have workloads that run on the cloud and workloads that run on-prem, and they're separate. We're seeing this in real life. It's one workload, one problem you're solving that's using resources that may be cloud-based, may be premise-based, maybe European, maybe in the US, right?
Yeah. So hybrid cloud, multi-cloud, multi-model, open model, all of those are important. One of the key things that you should look for is a platform that you can build out, something that will support your old apps, your legacy apps, something that will support modern apps like Kubernetes, and something that will support AI apps without locking you into a particular model or framework. So those things happen, and suddenly you can't migrate. You want to be able to choose. Things are evolving so fast.
Kevin, it's a pleasure having you up here. There's one more topic I want to cover, which is these AI apps are living not just in the cloud or in the data center, but they're moving into the world around us. And we worked with your team closely to deliver an edge computing box that can start with very small scale, but you can scale up to deliver that edge AI infrastructure, which I think is going to be increasingly important. Is that on your radar?
Absolutely. So really just spanning all the way across, whether it's at really the far edge, the near edge, the core, all of those having a unified interface that you can do. I believe that the digital experience that we have today, it was designed back in the late 90s, and it's sort of progressed. But it is going to be fundamentally transformed by AI. I think the way that we experience the web today, you get customizations for ads, but that's about it. I think in the future we will have a generative edge. I believe that you'll be able to upload your picture. I'm not a clothes guy, but some people are really into what they might look like in various clothes. You could have that image. You could do sports that is customized for your interest. I'm a fly fisherman. I don't care much about other sports. Everything will be digitally generated at the edge. The AI cloud is going to be a huge new opportunity, and that doesn't even touch on robotics and physical AI. All of that is coming. Machine vision, all of that.
It is an exciting time. Kevin, thanks for coming and joining us.
Great to be here. Thanks.
So working with the NVIDIA team, we've been updating our Cisco UCS. So we now have a full line of servers that can run both traditional workloads as well as these AI-based workloads. And I think the Cisco Unified Edge is one of the more interesting ones. So it's a single, I think it's 3-rack unit chassis. It has 5 sleds. You can see this on the show floor. You can populate those sleds with compute, with GPUs. You can put a Cisco router into one of these sleds, a secure router, so a Catalyst router. And the idea is that this could have a 5 or even a 10-year lifespan. You deploy this thing out on the edge, you start small, and then you can add new GPUs, new classes of compute. It's got a built-in dual 25 gig backplane. It's really an impressive piece of hardware, and it's allowing us to bring that full NVIDIA computing stack into the capillaries of your network, into places that maybe we weren't even expecting it. Now, at the other end of the wire, building the integrated rack-level solutions that Cisco calls our AI pods. And a great starting point for AI pods is with the new version of Splunk. We have really advanced agentic SOC capabilities. all of those agents are processing the alerts and doing the work that was burning up valuable SOC operators' time. Now we do that with GPUs. And so using NVIDIA-powered Cisco AI Pod to power Splunk, or to run AI Defense, which is our AI security capability, is a great way to start to put your hands around AI-based network infrastructure in that easy-to-consume fashion. And of course, in the data center, we focus on a complete ecosystem, so we have technology and ISV partners to make all this stuff work. Management is, you're going to hear about over and over and over again, a key focus area for us. So Intersight, which is our manager that allows you to configure the hardware of the server, but also understand the network topology in a single view, continues to be a big focus and investment area for us. So you've heard us talk about the role of security and how we're fusing security into the fabric of this infrastructure. It starts with some of the primitives. So we have trusted boot capability in our switches. We've been investing heavily in post-quantum cryptography. So all of our devices are post-quantum capable. We've integrated DDoS capability into our switches and routers. So this is like a very complete solution. I believe we've taken a huge step forward in maintaining the integrity of our devices themselves with an announcement that we call Live Protect. So the Live Protect really came about in direct response to some of the attacks that we saw around Volt Typhoon and Salt Typhoon, if these names ring a bell to you. More and more, we're seeing that nation states are targeting switches, routers, firewalls, load balancers. They're targeting the infrastructure itself. Why would they target a hardened device like a router or a switch? It's because oftentimes these don't get upgraded that often. They get upgraded during narrow change control windows, and these are software products that have vulnerabilities. The second reason they target them is that people aren't watching these closely. So Live Protect allows us to address that. We've embedded that isovalent tetragon agent into the device itself, and when we discover a vulnerability in our software, in NXOS, for example, we will announce the vulnerability, but when you look at your Nexus dashboard, you'll see a compensating control, a shield that you can apply to a switch without a reboot. Now, it's very important to point out that a shield is not a patch. It is a compensating control, but it's a finger in the dike that will prevent exploitation of this vulnerability so you don't have a patching emergency. You can patch during a regularly scheduled change control window. And this is a huge step forward, and I think a great example of how Cisco is focusing on protecting the infrastructure itself. Now, we're using some of the same philosophy to really reinvent how network security works. That same tetragon engine that we think is so powerful, we're using that to fundamentally change firewalling. So we have a notion of what we call a hybrid mesh firewall, where we could take what used to come in a box and break it, in some cases, into a million little pieces, little tiny baby enforcement points that can live in a hardware appliance. It can live in a software form factor using eBPF in the host, or it can live in a network switch with a smart switch. We're actually going to show a demonstration of this. And so the hybrid mesh firewall allows you to put security in places you never could before. There's still a need for hardware firewall appliances, and we've just refreshed our entire line. So what we announced at the show was the 6100, which is our data center firewall, extremely high performance, and what we're very focused on is the efficiency of this system. So you can cluster these things up, and they'll run 8 terabits per second, which is a gigantic amount of layer 7 capable firewall. But it's more importantly, the power and the performance per rack unit is industry leading by a significant amount. So this is a really, really important part of that secure data center infrastructure. And like I said, when we think about the future and that data center blueprint that can run tomorrow's workloads as well as today's and even yesterday's, there's a new type of device called a smart switch. And a smart switch is a network processor as well as a security processor. It's kind of like two personalities that live in a single device. So the network processor, its job is to move packets from point A to point B fast, as efficiently and reliably as possible. And those don't get updated all that often, as we've talked about. But for security, you want to examine, are these packets legitimate? And the security processes need to get updated much more frequently, almost on a near continuous basis. And so we have the ability to lifecycle manage the networking capability and the security capability in a single device. We manage them separately. And this conforms with the separation of duties models. So you've got a networking team that's responsible for connectivity, making things work, and the security team that's responsible for making things safe and secure. They can meet and merge with a smart switch. So let's show a real-world example of HyperShield running on a smart switch. I'm going to ask Dan Wendlandt, who is the co-founder and CEO of Isovalent. Come on up, Dan. Thank you.
All right, cool. Thanks, Tom. So we're going to double-click on kind of that theme of fusing security into the network and really show the value of future-proofing your data center network with the Nexus Smart Switch. So this is a collaboration between the Isovalent team, who's building a lot of the software layer, and the Nexus team, who's providing the smart switch. So in this scenario, imagine you are the networking lead at Shop Global, a leading e-commerce company. So Tom, you and I have been in networking for a while, right? Right? Too long? Yeah, I can see, right? But the one thing that we've seen in networking, right, is that the one constant is that we're always having to change, adapt our networks to new business requirements. And these days, as you probably saw, there's a new thing driving a lot of business requirements. Now I've got a question for you, Tom. What do you think that is? I'll give you a hint. 2 letters, starts with A, ends with I. Well, he'll think about that in the background. I've got to keep moving. Anyway, we can.
East-west traffic on those AI applications is like nothing we've ever seen before.
Exactly,
right? Yeah.
Right. And so you'll see here in Nexus dashboard, that's exactly the challenge. So in the lower left, we have a Cisco AI pod plugged into our Nexus fabric, right? And in the middle, we have a legacy app. That's our shopping app. And really now our application team has built a new real-time inference capability to give better recommendations at checkout. And of course, the business has high hopes that this is going to drive a lot of revenue.
Right.
Right? But this is a shopping app. It has customer-sensitive payment data in it, right? So you, of course, already are protecting this app with a firewall.
Right.
Right? And so we can see that's connected to the fabric in the lower right. But we now have a problem, right? This explosion of east-west traffic, exactly what you were talking about, right? A lot of inference traffic between the application and the AI pod is overwhelming our traditional firewall. That means packets are being dropped. That means applications are being harmed.
Yeah,
right?
Hairpinning is not a pleasant task.
Exactly, right. So this hairpinning model, right, is kind of forcing you to choose between giving your application experience you want or protecting your workload. That's a really bad choice to have, right? But don't worry, I have good news, right? You are a forward-thinking, networking team. You bought the Nexus Smart Switch. So as we can see, there are actually Nexus Smart Switches in that fabric between the shopping app and the AI pod. And what that means is, as Tom was saying, each of those smart switches has a DPU in it, right? It's not just packet forwarding, it's this ability to inspect and enforce on that traffic in a stateful way. So you can meet your security compliance requirements without having to hairpin traffic through a firewall.
It's like every switch port is a little baby firewall, right?
Exactly.
And when we say firewall, it's stateful.
It's stateful, and it's up to 800 gigabits of stateful inspection and enforcement.
At layer 4.
Per,
That's just amazing.
Per firewall, or per
In one
smart
rack
switch.
unit.
That's crazy, exactly.
Yeah.
Right? So going back to a point you mentioned before, right, though, now you have this 2-personality device.
Right.
And one thing you might be wondering is, do I need to give my security team access to my switch?
Right.
Right? Might be a little scary. So not really. If you notice here, your Nexus Smart Switch is actually showing up in Security Cloud Control, which is an interface for your network security team. And Security Cloud Control gives your network security team a single pane of glass to define policies, right, that span across all of your Nexus Smart Switches. So single pane of glass to program policies into all of this fleet of devices. So this allows us to create a zero-trust segmentation policy, right, that allows that shopping cart recommendation engine to reach the AI inference endpoint, but nothing else. Really achieving that kind of zero trust without having to rely on a traditional firewall.
So the separation of duties model, where the network team has networking tools that they're familiar with, and the security team has firewall tools that they're probably familiar with, but it converges in one device.
Yep, and they're able to share troubleshooting context, right? So you don't get into that finger pointing problem. That is really key, because it's all built on the same foundation.
Yeah.
So super cool. We've avoided the hairpinning, but I've got one more cool thing that I want to show you, right? So, we've defined our policies, and one thing you might notice here is that you have the ability to draft policies here. And this leads to a very powerful capability because we built on that DPU smart switch, right? We're able to actually have shadow policies and put these policies into what we call a validation mode, right? So this validation mode lets you say, well, what if I was running this policy in my network, right? Because what's the scariest thing about changing a firewall policy?
It's changing the firewall
Changing the firewall policy, right?
I have a friend that's a firewall administrator, and for many customers, you have over time like 1 million firewall rules, or hundreds of thousands of these firewall rules, and he's like, dude, changing and updating those firewall rules, it's like playing Jenga. You pull a rule out, and you're like, ooh, nothing broke. Right?
This time, right?
So we solved the Jenga problem here, right?
Yeah, I'm going to tell my kids I finally won a Jenga. Yeah. It's the first time, probably. Right? So here in this example, we can see that we've been running this validation. This is a new policy, so there's 45 new kind of types of flows that have been allowed, no new ones denied. We can now push this policy out with confidence that we're not going to break anything.
Yeah, on live traffic.
On live traffic.
Yeah.
Right? So, just to wrap up, you can see we're now back at our familiar Nexus dashboard. Everything is my favorite color in the dashboard, which is green.
Yes.
Right? Because we've been able to remove that firewall, right? We now have a healthy, low latency network. We have a healthy and secure application. And that's really the power of fusing security into the network.
Yeah. I think this is the future of network security, powered by Isovalent. Dan, thank you so much. That's really awesome. So we talked about this fundamental change in the application architecture where the model, which is non-deterministic, introduces a whole new set of risks. And here's one way to think about it. When a model learns a piece of data, it's infused into that model. Now, let's imagine that a model would learn my bank account number, okay? Now, you can tell the model, don't reveal Tom's bank account number. But where we have a security risk is, do you remember the game 20 Questions when we were kids? I got a secret, you've got 20 questions to guess my secret. And based on the answers, you can almost always get it in way less than 20 questions. That's the security problem that we see with AI-based applications. So an attacker could play 20 questions. The model knows, hey, don't reveal Tom's bank account number. So if you query, can I get Tom's bank account number? Model will be like, oh, nope, I can't give that to you. But an attacker could say, well, does Tom work at Cisco? Model says, yes, he does. Does Tom have direct deposit? Oh, yes, he does. Is there a number associated with Tom's direct deposit? Oh, yes, it is. Here it is. And now all of a sudden, the bank number is revealed. So as we think about security in this AI world, the idea of a static set of rules no longer applies. We actually need to use purpose-built small models that are looking at and observing this behavior, this what we call multi-turn interaction, where the queries are going against the model and we look for deviations that are outside of that normal boundary, even if it's multiple questions that are chained together. And this is what AI defense represents. So AI defense is a really unique capability that allows our network security products to be AI literate. And you can use it as an individual point solution, but what I think it's way more powerful is it is built into Cisco Secure Access. So when we're sitting between the user and a prompt, and we just announced it's built into the hybrid mesh firewall, so for machine-to-machine traffic. So it allows us to do not just simple access control, but intelligent access control that can look at, is this something that we think is normal or not? Really powerful capability, and I think it's going to be a requirement going forward with native Splunk integration on the first day it's released. So the enhancements to AI defense is we have the ability to scan and look for this more distributed AI model. So we can identify MCP servers. We can look at the entire software supply chain and make sure that your agents, as well as the applications, are behaving the way that you'd expect. And all of this is tied into Splunk. Now, when we talk to Splunk customers, they always tell me two things. They tell me, this is an incredibly powerful platform, and there's a but in there. You know what the but is? It's kind of expensive, right? And the reason that Splunk is kind of expensive, I'm going to argue, it is a victim of its own success. It is so good at ingesting petabytes of data. We have customers that ingest 5, 6 petabytes of data a day. Can you imagine that? 6 petabytes that you're pulling in. Well, ingestion is not free. Even if the software was free, that consumes servers and storage capacity. And so the big opportunity between combining Cisco and Splunk is to fundamentally change that model. instead of trying to move all of this data, remember the east-west traffic that Dan was talking about for AI applications? Just the logging data on an AI application could be 10 to even 100 times larger than the logging for a traditional app. Instead of trying to shove all of that data into one gigantic data lake, the idea here is we federate. So instead of having a single monolithic data lake, we start to create data ponds, a smaller number, maybe it's 5 local data repositories, and Splunk has visibility across all of them. So the #1 source of ingestion for most customers is firewall logs. And so what we announced at the show today, or yesterday, is that we are federating Cisco firewall logs into Splunk. And so we introduced a program about 6 months ago where we said, you know what, if you're ingesting firewall telemetry from Cisco firewalls, we won't charge you for that. And so that's a good step, but it still uses infrastructure on the back end. What's better than free ingestion? No ingestion. Having the ability to search those logs locally that live in low-cost storage, like an S3 bucket, is going to fundamentally transform the economics of a SIEM. Remember I talked about earlier, Will that mentioned the federation into the Nexus dashboard? What this is allowing is it allows customers to look at east-west traffic patterns that Cisco has been moving those packets from A to B, for years, but the data associated with that is just much too voluminous to import into Splunk. Having that federation into both firewalls, but also into our data center switches and moving that out into the campus switches, all the way out to the wireless access controllers, this is really the vision of how Cisco and Splunk come together. It is a federated data platform that's going to not only save you economics looking at the data that you look at today, but it's going to allow you to look at that east-west traffic, because the whole point of security analytics is to identify lateral movement. Lateral movement, by definition, happens where? The network, right? But most of that data has gone unobserved. Now, while we're observing security, that's an incredibly valuable and I think hopefully clear concept, it's also really useful for observability. And so the combination of Splunk plus our Thousand Eyes capability gives Cisco really, really strong observability capability. So one of the things that we can do that no other company can really match is we have the ability to give you an end-to-end view that can identify the infrastructure, not just across the stuff that you own, but also the stuff you don't own. So if there's a problem with your application, we can tell you, is the user having a problem with their laptop? Is it their Wi-Fi at home? Is their broadband provider having a problem? Is there a cable cut deeper in the network? Is there a data center outage in your world, or is Amazon having an outage? So that end-to-end view is something that I think is really unique to Cisco across both owned and unowned infrastructure. Now, when you take that raw data and you combine it with AI agents, we can do absolutely amazing things. I think it is not an exaggeration to say that network outages due to either misconfiguration or misunderstanding of the configuration are going to be a thing of the past. Whether it's the policy verification that Dan talked about with that shadow data plane where we can test new rules before we deploy them, or the real-time troubleshooting associated with the Thousand Eyes monitoring, agentic operations are going to be transformative. And the way that we present these agentic operations is using Cisco's AI Canvas. So AI Canvas draws from these different systems, the Nexus dashboard, the Catalyst dashboard, and it creates a unified view across heterogeneous infrastructure. And it is what we call multiplayer, which means it's designed to serve multiple different personalities at once. So let's think of a real-world outage where all of a sudden your token response time is too slow. So the server admin will say, oh, is this my problem? The AI will look at it and be like, interesting. We see that those NVIDIA GPUs, the utilization has dropped way off. So it's probably not a server problem. Maybe this is a network problem. So this is a generative UI. These are actual screenshots here where you're pulling from the various systems and presenting both the network team and the server team one unified set of information so that you can troubleshoot together. And the AI is doing the legwork. The humans are providing the oversight. This is the future of data center operations. Now, tying all of this together, our service providers are a critical part of this global fabric. So I'm going to invite my colleague Guru to come up and let's talk about some of the advances we have in the service provider space. Guru?
Thank you, Tom. Hello, everyone. So I talk to a lot of service providers in my role, and I'm starting to see real energy and excitement around the opportunities they have in this world of AI. And to see why, I'll go back to something Kevin Deerling said just a short while ago, right? We are starting to see a world where more and more agentic workflows are starting to emerge. And these agents, they talk to lots of different LLMs in lots of different locations. So if you think about what that means, from a network infrastructure perspective, you need a delivery infrastructure to cater to all of those workflows, and you need places to host all of these distributed LLMs, right? This is where the opportunity for service providers starts to become very clear, right? Think about what service providers have. They have the physical assets, right? Distributed POPs, they have fiber, they have power, real estate. They're also in locations, in different metro locations in all of their service areas, which is perfectly suited to the architecture that we are seeing of these distributed AI hosting workloads and the agentic infrastructure that needs to serve them. And then if you think about one of the biggest impediments to the adoption of AI, it is trust. Trust, security, sovereignty, these are things that are really critical in order for AI to be adopted widely. And if you think about service providers, they've been building mission-critical networks that are trusted and secure for decades. And so in many countries, they are the prime provider of trustworthy infrastructure. So they have all of the ingredients to bring this together and provide infrastructure for agentic workflows to be served to enterprises, consumers, et cetera.
Guru, let me jump in here. So we believe sovereignty is like not a trend or a fad, meaning it's here to stay. So there's clearly an opportunity for sovereign infrastructure providers. But the other thing I think is interesting from a service provider perspective, remember we talked about that scale across?
That's right.
Some of these AI applications are so big that they're going to run across multiple data centers.
Yeah.
That's a real opportunity for our service provider community. Have you seen that in action? Are we just starting there, or is that actually happening?
Definitely, that's a great point. We're definitely starting to see that, because in a lot of places where even hyperscalers or some of the emerging neo-cloud providers are building AI infrastructure, they're actually relying on service providers to provide the connectivity between their clouds.
Yeah.
And this is where high-capacity scale-across switches, data center interconnect switches, such as what we're building now, come into the picture, right? So there's a lot of relevance that service providers have to play as part of the transport infrastructure.
Yeah.
So, I wanted to show you real quick a view of all of the infrastructure that we built over the course of the last couple years. Cisco has built an entirely refreshed architecture and a full stack for service providers, starting with brand new silicon. All of the silicon that you see below is Cisco Silicon One, purpose-built for service providers, with an eye to delivering capabilities that we are going to need in this age of AI, such as telemetry and so forth, right? So we have the small chips, A100 on the left, all the way to our latest announcement, which we made yesterday, the P200 chip, which is a single chip that can deliver 51.2 terabits, and Will Etherton referred to that as well. But on top of the chips, we have a number of different kinds of systems that we package these chips in. Different form factors depending on your application, because service providers have a wide variety of applications, from little cell site routers and CPE devices all the way to massive backbone networks that they build with huge chassis. And so we have a gamut of systems designed for all of those different applications. On top of that, we have software. And software has all of these capabilities that we have built in: segment routing, embedded security, some of the capabilities that Tom's been referring to. That's all embedded in our service provider infrastructure as well. And then finally, to tie it all together, network management and automation. Cisco Crosswork is the most comprehensive multi-vendor, multi-layer suite that exists in the industry today that automates the full life cycle of operations, and we've introduced agentic capabilities into it. We have the demo for it on the show floor if you get a chance to look at it. It's really exciting stuff. We've released 2 agents, and we are now starting to expand on that.
Guru, let me just ask another question. You talked about the P200 and its support for both Sonic as well as Cisco's network operating system. What does that mean in practical terms for a service provider?
Yeah, and that's a great segue into this. I wanted to spotlight this. Again, Will showed a version of this. From a service provider perspective, we're getting some really interesting capabilities in the hands of service providers now. The P200 is a single routing chip that is capable of 51.2 terabits. There is nothing like this in the world today, and we are shipping this. And we have packaged it into a number of different form factors. One example, we've packaged it into a 3RU device, 3RU box that does 51.2 terabits of routing. If you think about most service provider networks, Tom, a majority of their bandwidth in most locations is well below 51 terabits. So you can now have a single device, very compact, very power efficient, that can serve all of these needs. The only alternative way to deliver that today is by putting a big chassis in its place. That 7 to 11 RU takes 5x to 6x as much power. So this is a game changer in terms of the cost, the efficiency, and the bandwidth that service providers can
less
deliver.
systems to update, less systems to manage, right? It's just
the network gets simpler.
Yes.
The automation and operations get simpler. One final note, all of the automation capabilities I mentioned, we've leaned heavily into agentic operations. We've got agentic workflows, as I mentioned, into Cisco Crosswork. But we are also integrating Splunk so that we can now, for our service provider customers, have not only a suite, Cisco Crosswork, that manages the network, but it also works closely with Splunk to do cross-domain and secure operations as well. So you have what we like to refer to as the AI-driven NOC, along with the SOC of the future with a combination of Crosswork and Splunk. So lots of exciting stuff, and I hope you get a chance to check it out.
Yeah, Guru, thanks so much. In fact, many of the things you talked about are available on the show floor right here. You can come and see them live.
Thank you.
Thanks, Guru. Okay, so we talked about really top-of-market, high-end AI infrastructure, super fast multi-terabit networks. We talked about service providers that can string this all together. We talked about our partnership with NVIDIA and how we're going to bring tomorrow's workloads into the data center along with today's and even yesterday's workloads. Wrap it all with security. That's the Cisco platform effect. Thank you all for listening. Now, before we leave, we're going to be giving away a handful of Apple Watches. And the way we do it is you reach under your seat. If you find a piece of chewing gum, don't touch that, okay? But if there's a golden ticket, pull it up and wave it around. You're going to win an Apple Watch. And I think we're giving you more than one. So there's a couple of them. Anybody wave the golden ticket here? Wave the golden. Oh, yeah, there we go. Going back, we've got the Apple Watches if you have a golden ticket. We'll be here to answer questions. Thanks very much for listening.
Hello and welcome back to the studio. We are here in the RAI in Amsterdam, and what a great time we are having. Now, we just came out of the keynote deep dive there where we saw about AI data centers and how they future-proof your infrastructure for this AI era. Now, I am going to take a little rest for a moment, and I'm going to hand over to Vermila Virapan, and she is here with Umar Ahmed from Deutsche Bank. So welcome both of you to the studio. Thank you for coming in today.
Thank you.
And I will hand over to you, Vermila.
Awesome. Hey, everyone. My name is Vimala Virapan. I am one of the leaders in the Data Center Networking Business Unit. And I have the greatest pleasure of having Umar here today from Deutsche Bank. Umar, can you please introduce yourself to the rest of the world?
Thank you for having me here. It's an immense pleasure. My name is Umar. I head up network architecture and strategy for Deutsche Bank globally. And it's just fantastic to be at Cisco Live. It's been such a long time.
Yeah, awesome. Welcome, and thanks for being here. So recently, Deutsche Bank has gone through a transformation and moving to a more open standards VXLAN EVPN deployment. Can you tell us a little bit about this transformation?
Sure. So first of all, being a large bank, we've got thousands of endpoints, 100,000 users. We've got to support, it's not easy to lift something like this that's been built in our data center fabrics that we currently have. It's not easy just to lift and shift. So there's a number of challenges that are associated with that. First of all, when you're changing this type of platform, you can't have any downtime. It's really important that you don't break anything. You do it, you're in trouble, right? So your migration path has to be seamless. The other thing is skills transition. When we move to EVPN, we've got to make sure our folks understand what's happening under the hood. They need to know what the protocols look like and how they behave. Without that information, it's going to be really hard to troubleshoot. And lastly, design validation. You've got to make sure it works.
Yeah.
Putting it together, making sure it interacts with our ecosystem. We have firewalls, load balancers. If it's not going to work, right, and then you're not tested it thoroughly, then what's the point of rolling it out? So along with that comes where Cisco have stepped in. So with the Cisco SEs and the Cisco customer experience folks, they've given us their knowledge. They've got fantastic knowledge from all the years that you've been helping customers develop. So we kind of look for the gotchas. And the maturity of the Nexus platform It's been serving us for a long time. We're a Cisco house, and from that perspective, we're changing a little bit of the secret software source that sits on top to make it even better from that perspective, and we're learning from them. And it's not a vendor customer, it's a partnership, and that's what you're doing to help us. Absolutely.
Really appreciate you saying that. Tell us a little bit about the drivers behind the strategy to moving to an open standards-based solution.
So, when I first joined Deutsche Bank back in 2021, it was COVID times, and the fabric that we have is it's great on a GUI setup, but we wanted to have something a little bit more malleable, something that we could kind of control, take ownership of our own destiny. So with that, open standards is fantastic. Since I've been at Cisco Live, it's all been about interoperability. That's been the word that I hear all the time, right?
And simplicity.
And simplicity, and scale, and all the other bits, security. But those two things come hand in hand, right? So what we need to make sure is it is an RFC-based architecture. It's open standards. Everyone knows where everything fits. And with that, we need to have operational transparency. When you've got hundreds of thousands of switches, you can't have folks logging into every single thing to see what's going on. They need a central way a transparent way to operate, a transparent way to troubleshoot. We need to drop our mean time to innocence. We have to improve it, really, because that is quite key for us. And we need to have that decentralized control plane. For us, each box has to know the view of the network. I think controller is fantastic. It has its use, but for us, we want to move away from a centralized control plane to have everything autonomous. That's where your products are fantastic in this space. They more than do the job. So this is what we're looking for.
Definitely. So at Cisco Live this week, we announced Nexus One. And Nexus One is our way of bringing open networking across heterogeneous fabrics. And with the recent announcement, we extended this openness across the entire stack, giving our customers the flexibility to run ACI, NX, or even open APIs with our Nexus operating models, one of which you are using, which is Nexus Dashboard. So tell us a little bit about Nexus Dashboard and your experience with it so far.
It's invaluable because the best network team isn't the team that fixes stuff quickest, it's the one who knows about it first.
Yeah.
Right, to do that, you've got insights from software and hardware telemetry that the dashboard can pick up. So if there's a problem in the network, click a few buttons, you can see where things have dropped. So packet loss and packet drops inside the ASIC, inside what's going on based on the hardware telemetry. You can't see that on CLI, you can't see any of that. And it's immeasurable for mean time to innocence and really trying to get a fast response. So it's been, I'll give you an example, we had Cisco Wireless, massive wireless platform, not just the DC, and with Dashboard, it tells you the experience, what's happening around us, so we can quickly go and resolve. It's helped us so many times, and hopefully it'll keep improving as we go on.
Yeah, and as a network engineer side of the house, having that visibility, as much as we can call end-to-end, is absolutely important for us.
Absolutely. Without that, again, you have to know what's happening first. You can't wait for that, especially in a bank where heavy regulated.
Speaking of being in a bank and with so many users, 100,000 plus users, tell us a little bit about what that scale looks like.
So, as we're trying to build out on that scale, EVPN gives us that horizontal scaling platform. It's nice and simple. We can, in our data centers, I wouldn't say over-provisioned, but we've thought about every angle. When we need to expand, we just bring in more spines into our super spine structure. It's a very quick way of deploying.
Like a cookie cutter.
Yeah, it's cookie cutter. And the thing is, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to deploy it. It's functioning, it's operational, and the scale is limited to the pods in which we define. So we create our own scope, and it's manageable. Without that, it kind of becomes a bit harder to see what's going on under the hood.
Yeah, no, great to hear. All right, so looking ahead, how do you see the integration of AI and the advanced automation that you guys already have set up as a foundation?
So I think couldn't get away from the AI word.
Everyone's talking about it, right? I'm leaving it with this question.
So AI comes in two guises. We support AI workloads. AI workloads from a perspective that we can snap them onto our fabric, we can bring them in. We can add some extra features like PFC, ECN, do some magic there, and it becomes a fantastic GPU block. We don't need to change our infrastructure. So from having like the Swiss Army knife of a network, we have that, right? When we talk about AI, using AI, we'd love to see more, because I know you're baking in more tools, but operationally you must have, we want to know where an SFP would fail or when you think an issue happen in the network. For example, we eliminate all gray failures by choosing a single ASIC box. So we want to know, can AI help us achieve that. So from a workload perspective, we're ready, because we can bolt GPUs on, we can do everything that our business requires us to do within the constraints like Rocky, enabling all these things. But from an operational perspective, we have to have those tools that you're baking into NDFC, which you're bringing on the roadmap. And I think it's only going to get easier for us to troubleshoot.
Absolutely, and I will leave it as we are the Swiss Army knife, and back to you. Thank you, Omar. Thank you.
I'm so sorry we had to end that one, but it was wonderful to have you both here in the studio, and we really enjoyed hearing from Umar there at Deutsche Bank. Now, there's a lot of taglines here, a lot of slogans, but we want to see what happens after the marketing speak, so let's go out to Rob.
If you're at Cisco Live this week, then you've probably heard the tagline, Cisco is the critical infrastructure for the AI era. Now, as far as slogans go, right, it's a great one. But you can't go back to the office next week telling everyone slogans. What you need to do is bring the physics. The facts are, Cisco's helping us deal with an impossible math problem. AI workloads demand 5 to 10 times more power, storage, and throughput than traditional applications. IT teams are being asked to deploy this at scale and protect an expanding attack surface, all on infrastructure that wasn't built for it. That's where the critical infrastructure claim goes from buzzword to requirement. And I want to give you 3 proof points that you can take back with you, starting with number 1, purpose-built infrastructure that actually scales. The Cisco Secure AI Factory with NVIDIA isn't just a rack of servers, it is engineered for the physics of AI training. In a standard network, a single dropped packet can stall thousands of GPUs, wasting millions of dollars. That's why we built Nexus Hyperfabric on the Silicon One architecture. It delivers a lossless Ethernet fabric, ensuring that those massive GPU clusters stay synchronized, crunching data without interruption. And with the new G300 chip announced this week, we are now scaling that performance to massive 1.6 terabit speeds. This isn't retrofitted legacy gear. This is all new, designed up from the silicon to solve the specific I/O challenges that we find with AI, which brings us to number 2, the compounding effect. Deploy the new Catalyst 9350 smart switches built on Silicon One. This isn't just an upgrade, it's a fundamental shift. For the first time, your campus switches run on the exact same programmable architecture as massive data center routers. This means when Cisco innovates, like adding post-quantum cryptography, your hardware inherits that capability through software, not a forklift upgrade. But here is where the value multiplies. Connect these switches to Splunk, and they stop being just plumbing, and they become intelligent sensors. Because they speak the same language as the core network, the Silicon One ASIC feeds high-fidelity telemetry, flow data, queue depths, real-time latency directly into your observability platform. You don't need to buy separate probes. The switch is the probe. It trains your AI models to be smarter, makes anomaly detection more accurate, and turns every dollar you spend on hardware into better visibility for your entire business. That is the compounding effect, which brings us to number 3, digital resilience through total visibility. You cannot secure what you cannot see. And with 70% of outages happen in networks you don't own, ISPs, cloud providers, SaaS apps, this is where Thousand Eyes changes the game. It doesn't just ping servers, it visualizes the actual path traffic takes across the public internet, hop by hop. You can literally see if a latency spike is your firewall or a fiber cut in Frankfurt. Then we bring that data into Splunk. Now you aren't just looking at network paths, you are correlating them with application performance and security threats in real time. You see the full picture from the user's click to the server's code. And finally, we'll close that loop with Hypershield. It fuses security directly into the network fabric, deploying enforcement points everywhere, not just the perimeter. So when you find a threat, you can block it at the switch port instantly. That is how you turn visibility into control. So that's 3 things, right? Infrastructure that scales with AI demands, a platform where each addition adds value to everything else, and visibility across the entire digital footprint, including infrastructure you don't control. When these 3 come together, you're not just deploying AI safely, you're deploying it for competitive advantage. Cisco is the critical infrastructure for the AI era.
Thank you, Rob. That is great. And he showed us just what makes infrastructure critical for the AI era. Now we are going to go back over to the center stage. We have Balaji over there talking about or exploring how agentic ops transform operations. So sit back, relax, and let's take a look.
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming here to this conversation here today. We're going to talk about agentic ops and how that is the new operating system for modern enterprise IT. I am Balaji Venkataraman. I lead the product management team, the product team for Cisco Cloud Control. And so today, as we talk about agentic ops, how should we think about the transformation that is happening in industry today? Every transformation, whether it is virtualization, cloud, SaaS, we have had to reimagine how we manage the network. And now AI is doing it only much faster. And so the model, the operating model that we have had so far, that got us so far, will not work in future. And so before I jump into my presentation, I want to hear from folks here. What are some of the challenges that CIOs or IT administrators face? Anyone? Complexity. I heard complexity here. I could not hear that gentleman, but I heard complexity. So, all right. There are multiple challenges that we face. Right? And a couple of those really impact how CIOs and IT administrators deal with the network. The first one is fragmentation. Right? Modern IT is under pressure from these two forces. We end up with more tools, more domains, and they are all siloed. And despite all the investment that we make in IT, we spend too much time reacting to issues that are happening in the network, in the infrastructure. Fragmentation is slowing down IT. Right? And fragmentation and fragmented systems are being overtaken by the speed of AI. Your data is scattered across disconnected silos, whether it is networking, security, observability, collaboration, or compute. We have data in all these different domains, and every silo adds friction if something breaks. Right? Fragmentation was painful before AI, but once you have AI and the speed of AI, it is your biggest risk. Because fragmented domains, fragmented silos, do not provide the context, the consistency, or the trust that is needed to harness the power of AI, harness the power of agentic systems. These are some of the dashboards that our customers use to manage their infrastructure. Right? Each one is siloed. Each one is prescriptive. Data is not consistent. The troubleshooting workflows don't share context. You troubleshoot your network environment, but the root cause may be in security. A security policy might cause an outage in networking. So you don't have a shared context across these workflows to troubleshoot problems, and this is what increases the time to resolution, the time to innocence. What do we need? We need IT operations that are unified. We need to reimagine how we think about operative convergence across these domains. Right? And to be fair, IT has been moving in this direction. We have worked hard to unify our systems, collaborate more, consolidate tools, simplify the architecture, and all that is necessary, but not sufficient. In this age of AI, it is not sufficient if we just unify systems. Why? Because even unified systems, the network, the infrastructure is moving faster than humans can respond. Right? The change velocity, the blast radius, the dependency chains have outpaced humans' ability to keep pace with the changes that are happening in the network. And it is not a skills problem. We have very talented, skilled engineers and admins operating your infrastructure. It is not a skills problem. It's a speed problem. So it's time to reimagine our operations for the speed of agents. Right? That's the key insight. Right? We are not adding AI to existing tools. This is not AI slapped on top of existing infrastructure solutions. We are designing new operations for agents. It's AgenticOps. Right? So how do we do this? Right? We are at an inflection point. We are at an inflection point where modern enterprises are fundamentally need to reimagine a new operating model. On one dimension, you have fragmented systems, and we are evolving to a unified system, but the orchestration, the workflows, the automation that we have built for fragmented systems are brittle. You change one component in your infrastructure and the automation doesn't work. So it's brittle. On the other dimension, we have human speed, which is limited by time, by context switching, by the attention span of humans. But where we need to go is to agent speed, where you want to have instant analysis, you want to have continuous telemetry, continuous reasoning, always on. And so that is the speed at which we want to be able to manage the infrastructure to go from reactive to proactive. And that is why we need AgenticOps. That is the future of IT. Right? The future of IT is to fundamentally reimagine disconnected, siloed domains, standalone solutions, AI as a veneer on top, to an AgenticOps, where AI agents are observing systems, they are reasoning with real telemetry, they take actions to deliver outcomes. Right? This is not about AI answering questions. This is about really AI running your operations in an automated manner. And this is about humans and agents working together with safely, transparently, and at machine speed. Right? So that is what we are trying to accomplish here. What is Cisco doing to help in this environment? We are building AgenticOps for the enterprise. Whether it is a set of Cisco dashboards, AI assistant, AI canvas, humans are always in control. Humans are always in control and establish the guardrails in which agents operate. The AI agents solve problems and make recommendations at the speed that humans cannot match. Right. The intelligence layer is built based on more than 40 years of Cisco's expertise in various infrastructure domains, networking, security, collab, now with Splunk. We are bringing all that knowledge together to build deep intelligence models, foundational models, so that we can look at this and solve cross-domain problems, use cross-domain telemetry, use purpose-built LLMs to solve specific domain problems. And with all that, governance. Governance is built in from day one. Right? We want to protect the agents from the world, We want to protect the world from the agents. We want to establish those guardrails. This is not about replacing people. This is about using people and agents together to drive agentic ops. What is the answer? Cisco Cloud Control. Cisco Cloud Control is our unified interface for agentic ops. It's one management system that will bring together all the domains in which Cisco participates: networking, data center, security, Splunk, observability, and collab. Right? Yesterday, Jeetu, our president, on Tuesday, our president and chief product officer had a slide in his keynote, and he showed how Nexus One, Intersight for compute, security, Splunk, collab, everything comes together into Cisco Cloud Control. It's the one management plane for all domains. And we have built it by design with AI native capabilities. It's a shared data fabric, bringing telemetry across users, agents, devices, applications, and you have AI Assistant and AI Canvas, which we will talk about shortly. And so, what is Cisco Cloud Control? You see at the center all these different domains, different products. Those controllers are purpose-built to solve problems in those domains, integrated into Cisco Cloud Control. And then the next layer is about common services, whether it's a global inventory, a topology, a unified identity across all these devices to deliver the single sign-on value proposition, to be able to have common provisioning, common alerts and notification. You have these common services built on top of Cisco Cloud Control, and then the layer of agents with AI Canvas and AI Assistant and deep Cisco foundational models. All this built into a single solution that will span the entire portfolio of Cisco. And the value that we deliver, you sign on to Cisco Cloud Control once, you don't have to re-authenticate to every single domain. You get the single sign-on benefit. Global inventory across devices, across policy, agents. A single place to go look at your entire asset. Look at the license, look at the entitlement. Look at which devices are out of support, which devices have vulnerability, and the troubleshooting tips to remediate those vulnerabilities. End-to-end topology for troubleshooting purposes. If there's a traffic quality degradation, a service quality degradation, you can go to this one place to look at an end-to-end topology across networking, campus branch, data center, and security. So, a fundamental service provided by the platform. And by doing all that and by embedding agents, we go from just visibility to actually getting insights from the signals. Agents working on your behalf, using the guardrails to solve problems, to troubleshoot, to proactively remediate problems before it degrades our user experience, right? Across all these domains. So we are turning insights into action quickly, safely, and consistently. Why? Because it's AgenticOps. This is an AI native platform. Okay? And Cisco Cloud Control is available in beta today. We have got some really good feedback, but don't take my word for it. Let's hear from a customer. Kim, my friend, come up here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Come on down. So Kim, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, sure. So I'm Kim Strömberg. I'm the technical service owner at Dustin Group. So I am responsible for the network platform across all our managed services. And I'm also the team leader for Finnish, Swedish, and Dutch network engineers.
That's fantastic experience. So tell us a little bit about Dustin and the services and solutions that you support.
Yeah, so Dustin Group is a European-based managed service provider. So we have around 2,000 managed service customers today. So we're a completely Cisco tech stack managed service, so it stands heavily on the Cisco technologies. And today, the bulk of it is based on Meraki and Secure Firewall.
Okay, good. So the core franchise of networking and security.
Yes.
Fantastic. So as we onboarded Dustin onto Cisco Cloud Control, what was your experience?
Oh, it's such a seamless experience, because we log in once, and then we add all of the domains into the Cisco Cloud Control, and then everything is just there. We log in once, and we have access to everything across all the domains for the customers.
Yeah. So what we did, we introduced a technology, Cisco Unified Identity. Using that identity, we stitched those tenants together so that you could go across security and networking in a seamless manner. Fantastic. And what are the value that you got out of stitching those tenants together?
I would say that the most value for us is the visibility across all the domains. So we see all the assets in the global inventory, and we have a really easy way to start troubleshooting it together with the AI canvas. So it really helps us quick and easy help our customers.
Good. So it reduced your time to problem identification, resolution.
Yeah, exactly.
Fantastic, fantastic. So all that is good. You're a service provider. If we were to think about evolving this product, do you have any guidance for us?
Yeah, I would say for us as an MSP, it's really important for the MSP part for it. So it's a lot about scalability and us being able to move quickly between our customers, as well as maybe being able to triage across multiple customers at the same time if there's like a distributed attack on something.
Fantastic. So good news, that is in our roadmap. And so as we deliver the next version of our solution, you will see that we support the service provider use cases as well.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right. So again, bringing it all together, Cisco Cloud Control, built on 40 years of Cisco expertise with a deep network model, harnessing the power of AI assistant, a federated AI assistant across all the domains. Ask a simple question: where is this user? Where is this device? Where is this IP address? You don't have to search. Right? So AI assistant, AI canvas is our next generation generative UX with a collaborative workspace, the foundation for how we think about AgenticOps. All that coming into Cisco Cloud Control, unifying those domains, addressing the fragmentation problem to deliver AgenticOps as a service to our customers. Okay. So before I hand off and we do a demo of AI Canvas, briefly, it's industry's first agentic generative workspace. So this is AI Canvas. AI Canvas is a capability in Cloud Control. AI Assistant is built into it. You have a shared workspace. And even though we have agents, and agents are working on our behalf across domains, we need subject matter experts to collaborate across the company. So we've designed Canvas as a multiplayer game. You can go invite users to come in, and other IT administrators from different domains to join you in troubleshooting. So with that, let me ask my other friend, Richard, to join me here and do a demo of AI Canvas. Richard, take it away.
Thank you very much, Balaji. Hi, everyone. My name is Richard Jang, and I'm a senior product manager here on the AI Canvas team of Cisco, and the same organization as Balaji, building Cisco Cloud Control. And just like Cisco Cloud Control, the whole idea about Canvas is really unifying the cross domains, bring telemetry from all domains together so that you can be accelerated in whatever operations you're currently in. So let's go ahead and jump directly into this demo right here. It's a very special demo for you all. It takes place directly in Cisco Cloud Control. And for Cisco Cloud Control, because so many different products are brought into it, you can have alerts from every single product. And for example, right here, you can normally click into an alert and you're provided context about it. But what you can also do is take that context and bring it directly into AI Canvas and start to do investigation, troubleshooting, triaging like that as well. So right here, let's take a look at this alert that showed up on my Cisco Cloud Control UI. It says, there's a failed MFA on a critical application for treasury application, basically a finance app. And basically what happened, we're seeing that there's multiple failed MFA, but eventually there was a successful login. So maybe there's nothing big about it, but maybe there's something more malicious under the hood. Normally, in order to go ahead and do some triaging and investigation, I would need to go ahead and go to multiple different dashboards to go ahead and figure out what's going on. I need to go to maybe things like XDR, maybe something like firewall. Maybe I have to go to identity intelligence, Duo, Splunk Enterprise Security, so on and so forth. Now, in this case, what AI Canvas can do for me is that it can actually go to all these different products directly, reach out to their MCP servers, and directly grab that information back into my board and start doing the reasoning right away. Now, it seems like right now there might be a little bit of network latency as the board gets pulled up. So we have a little bit of a backup that can go ahead and try to go ahead and run as well. So right here, what Canvas is doing, as you can see right away, is that on the top right here, the paradigm is that the left side shows you the assistant, which tells you exactly what's going on in natural language. Right? On the right there, we're showcasing what's going on in terms of evidence. So for example, we're grabbing information from XDR. We're grabbing, when you can see right there that from Jane's laptop, it's accessing an IP address. Right? It's a little sketchy IP address. Then from the endpoint right there, from the compromised endpoint widget, we see that from the endpoint detection and response from XDR, that the status is compromised. And then if you go down a little bit further, it grabs information from all these different sources, such as Splunk Enterprise Security, saying that, hey, this laptop was accessed through a non-standard path through PowerShell. And then over here, we see that from Firewall, that we can notice that it's actually saying that there's a direct C2 traffic. And then from Talos, we can also access Talos. It says that that IP address is indeed malicious and is likely a known Volt Typhoon C2 signature. So all these different things allow us to quickly understand what would have taken us, quite honestly, probably a couple of hours to get to the conclusion of. So what we can do at this point in time is that because AI Canvas is trained on the deep network model and our intelligence here at Cisco, it takes all this context across these different security products and is able to provide you with recommended next steps for what you should do to contain the situation. Now, in this case, we can see that it says temporarily revoke access by updating SGT to quarantine, isolating the device. We should also go ahead and force a password reset as well as MFA, and also block the C2 IP at the perimeter. Sounds reasonable to me. So what we can do here is say contain immediately, contain the incident. Now, of course, normally we would probably want to have some sort of a change approval process, but given this is a demo, we're just going to go ahead and push it right away. And what happens here is that AI Canvas is going to do this intent-based push to all these different products in the back end. And what we do is we design AI Canvas in a way that we're going to showcase to you what you would likely want to see at this point. On the left side right here in the assistant, we showcase that, hey, they have been successfully pushed. Whereas on the right side here, we are showing you the evidence that they've actually been pushed. We've gone ahead and grabbed information from XDR. We grabbed information from Identity Service Engine. We've gone ahead and showcased from Firewall that, hey, look, the C2 traffic is now blocked. Fantastic, right? Now, what else we can do here is that at this point in time, I've gone ahead and contained the incident. Great. But now what I might want to do is I may want to go ahead and actually harden the entire thing. I want to harden my infrastructure so such a thing no longer ever happens again. So what's great about Canvas is I can go ahead and copy this link, and I can share it with somebody else. I can share it with somebody else. They can come join the board. And in this case, I might want to have invited a network security analyst to come into the board. And what they can do here is that, first of all, they get to see that exact same shared workspace that I had generated. But not only that, they get their own very private AI assistant that has all the context to everything from before. What they can do at this point is say, hey, show me a hardening plan for this incident. And what it'll do is it'll go ahead and reach out to all my different products, the different security and networking policy products, grab the existing policies back that are relevant to such an incident, and show it to me right here, and then take that information and provide me with suggestions for what I should do next to do hardening. For example, it showcases on secure access that all employees have access to financial applications. It showcases that MFA is not enforced. It showcases on secure router that all employees have access as well. So right here it says, hey, we should probably restrict treasury access to just financial analysts. We should probably enforce MFA. update secure firewall to block egress for these kind of signatures, and maybe also create a detection on Splunk Enterprise Security. Sounds reasonable to me, right? So I'm going to say apply hardening plan. And what it does is that it goes ahead and configures all those policies right away. And what we're able to see is that now we design Canvas again in a way to showcase to you that yes, those policies have indeed been pushed. From secure access, we can see that the financial access is only for finance users. Same thing for secure router. Everybody else is denied. We see that from Splunk Enterprise Security that we've generated an SPL for detection. So now, when you see anything like this ever again, in terms of accessing an endpoint through a non-standard path through PowerShell, it gets alerted to you right away as a P0 priority. So with that said, from the security practitioner perspective, you can see that AI Canvas is incredibly powerful. But this is only one of so many different use cases that we can perform here on AI Canvas. Then the next one right here we also want to showcase to you is one for AI-ready data center. And to demo that, I'm going to hand it over to my friend and colleague here, Arun, Director of Product Management for AI-ready data center.
Thanks, Richard. Good afternoon, everyone. Richard talked about what AI Canvas can do. I'll quickly put my notes here for the prompts so that we exactly know what to troubleshoot. So let me set the context. How many of you face problems with your enterprise applications today? Performance problems? Almost everyone. Feeling shy to raise your hands. It's fine. So I'll provide a context. So we have an AI application. And an application administrator raised a trouble ticket saying that their job completion times have gone south. Now, where do we go? Should we go to the server admin? Should we go to the compute admin? Should we go to the network admin? Who should we raise the ticket against? Rather, just go to AI Canvas and ask for solving the problem. So behind the scenes, we have our compute management product, Intersight, and network management product in the data center Nexus dashboard, both of them integrated with AI Canvas. So now what AI Canvas is trying to do is understand from both of these products the root cause, the impact, and the possible recommendation for a resolution for this issue. It starts with rendering first the summary of the trouble ticket. So as you can see, it's saying that my job completion times have gone south. So that's your first indication that there is a ticket. And now it's trying to understand from the application stack perspective, where is the problem? It's trying to come up from the bottom of the stack to up. So there you go. From Intersight, it gave me a summary that GPU utilization has gone south. So let's see. Conveniently, for this demo, I'm the server administrator. So I will analyze the performance impact for data center. So now I'm asking deeper questions. So I see that there is a summary of a GPU utilization going down. So let me debug it further. So now it's again going back to the products to understand, OK, in this context, at the same time, what are the metrics that are showing downgraded values? And what are the KPIs that I need to worry about? And where is the actual impact? So again, between GPU utilization metrics from Intersight, let me scroll to that. So it's giving me a card from Intersight which says that, hey, your GPUs 2 and 3 are showing red. But if you see the fine print, it says it's the network layer that is degraded. It's not anything to do with the GPUs at all. So at the same time, I'm getting an insight from my Nexus dashboard, which says that there are a couple of AI jobs running on the network fabric at the same time, which has an anomaly level which is not healthy. So let's debug the network side of things here. So now I'm wearing the network admin hat, and I'm trying to analyze the data center network for the specific job number 242. So let me type that. So now as a network admin, I'm trying to go deep into, OK, what is the job that's showing me a faulty issue? And at the same time, understand more of the impact of the network on that job, the root cause of it, and possible remediation. Let's see what AI spits out. Yeah. First of all, a visual diagram. How many of us love that, right? So it's giving me the connectivity of where the GPUs are connected to which network, to which server, to which leaf. and it's showing the greens and reds which tell you the exact problem. And then it's also giving me some specific metrics that are automatically generated based on the Gen UI capability of Canvas. It's showing me the interface statistics at the time of the incident, that those statistics are going northbound from an errors perspective. And then the actual root cause of it is that the transceiver temperature of that switch is violating temperature thresholds, both from a minimum and the maximum violations happening there. So between server, compute, and network, with 3 prompts, I'm able to identify the root cause and possible remediation. Because this is a transceiver replacement, I can't show it in a demo, but understand that within 3 prompts, I'm able to solve an AI application performance issue for which you might have spent millions and millions of dollars. Thank you. With that, I'll introduce Balaji back again to conclude.
Thank you, Arun. Thank you. All right. So with that, all right, Cisco Cloud Control, again, this is the platform. It's an AI-native platform. It's going to converge all Cisco solutions into a single portal with Canvas and AI Assistant as capabilities, built for AgenticOps, and controlled availability coming this summer. So stay tuned. We'll come back and give you an update shortly. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time here today.
Great to have you here with us on the live feed from the RAI in Amsterdam. Welcome to Cisco Live 2026. We are in the final afternoon of the conference. So much phenomenal content coming your way each and every minute of each and every hour. My name is Steve Moulter, and we have just wrapped a fantastic center stage session. This time we were talking about AgenticOps, how Cisco is delivering the next operating model for your enterprise IT. Balaji talked to us about the nature of AI agents that can reason, that can plan and act across complex systems. Our enterprise environments are so widespread. They span over networks and cloud and security and collaboration platforms. This means that your traditional operational model is not going to be able to keep up anymore. AI agents can solve that problem for you because AgenticOps can transform your operations by combining cross-building intelligence with purpose-built models designed specifically for the infrastructure. So we just saw some great examples of AI Cloud Campus and Cloud Control. So thanks so much to Balaji. Really appreciate all of that great content that was sent. So I talked earlier about the 4 aspects of the platform advantage. G2 touched on these so heavily in the opening keynote. So for example, we talked about scaling AI infrastructure, how agentic AI is demanding unprecedented scale. We looked at the different ways that we are fusing security into the network at every level. We're keeping security close to the workload where it belongs. We looked at integrating an AI stack, why security and availability integrate together at every level so beautifully, and that way AI performs the way it is supposed to perform, safely, securely at each level of your organization and network. And then, of course, we touched on Cisco Secure Access, how we're protecting the world from agents, and at the same time protecting agents from the world. I really love that. I had never heard it put quite that way before. G2 put it so beautifully there in the opening keynote, and it's been a great driver for everything we're doing this week here at the show. All right, so good to have you with us. Just a very quick reminder to keep reaching out to us on social media. Make sure that you are using hashtag Cisco Live EMEA. We want to hear from all of you so that we know you're here in the broadcast. And I get to turn to my left, and what do you know? Shane Corbin's hanging out here in studio with me. He just like zipped in from the side. They didn't get to see that.
Hey, Steve. Thanks for having me. Great to be here again.
So glad to have you back. It's been a year since you and I got the chance to talk, and I just love the way that they snuck you onto the set here. It felt very like, ooh, it's really like spy stuff. Been an amazing week for you. Congratulations. Everything that you have been talking about here this week. AMD, really one of our phenomenal partners and long-term partners, and we are so grateful for that partnership. So thank you on behalf of all of us.
No, absolutely, and thanks for the partnership with Cisco. It's an amazing joint partnership that's delivering true value for our customers.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So that's exactly what we're going to dive into, is where that value fits in, right? When we look at AI systems like your AMD Helios in particular, as these systems start to emerge, they become more popular, they get more traction. How do you see networking shaping the next generation of our scalable AI infrastructures?
Networking has radically evolved in the age of AI, and I'm just going to take it a little bit back first and talk about what we brought to market last year, which was our AI NIC Polara 400 gig scale-out adapter. That delivered new levels of performance for AI training and inference for MI300-based Instinct systems like the UCS system. And it did that through open standardized Ethernet, which Cisco are a big driver of as well. We're both joint members of UEC. UEC has delivered huge advancements in Ethernet to make it scale for the needs of AI workloads. Those enhancements include congestion management and control, RAS, load balancing, packet spray-based load balancing, and this unlocks new levels of performance in software. And we're seeing it in production today with our customers, our NeoCloud, or hyperscale customers, or sovereign AI customers. They're seeing up to 25% better collective communications library training performance, which translates into model training performance, which is huge. And as you take that forward and look at the next generation Helios rack scale architecture, it's a true next level leap in terms of an AI architecture. It's based on our next generation MI450 GPUs, unlocking new levels of performance. And it's interconnected. It's a true 72 GPU rack scale domain, and it's interconnected with our next gen AI NIC, our Volcano 800 AI NIC.
Absolutely. All right, so I remember when we started this conversation last year, and we had new announcements. We've got new announcements coming in this year as well. So now we start to take to the next stage. What was the core driver? We're moving very rapidly, I guess is kind of what I'm getting at the foundation. Yeah. Why now? Is it part of the time crunch of the AI demand?
Yeah, it's the scale of innovation that's happening with the model builders. If you look at over the last number of years, the hyperscalers and the model builders, models are increasing in scale by an order of magnitude every 18 months to 24 months. This is like 10x in terms of scale. If you look at the latest Llama models from Meta, it's like 405 billion parameter models. This is driving new levels of capacity needing to be built into accelerators, and that capacity has to get unlocked in a large-scale cluster by next-level networking. And that next-level networking is that we're enabling in Helios is based on our Volcano AI NIC, which is an 800 gig adapter. But what's really cool about Volcano AI NIC, it unlocks up to 50% more performance with an MI450 GPU than any competitor NIC with it. It's launching later this year. It also supports 200 gig SerDes, so it interoperates quite well seamlessly with 200 gig SerDes systems like the G300 Nexus Silicon One platforms that got launched this week from Cisco, which the true value this brings for customers is they can build larger scale clusters with less cabling and optics and less networking infrastructure, much lower power, cooling cost to deliver to run the same large-scale training workloads and unlock new levels of performance.
Amazing, amazing. You guys are just, again, you're just moving so rapidly here. What do you think is going to be most critical to scalable AI networking if we look not just over the rest of 2026, but say we look over the next few years, like maybe even take us till 2030, where do you see it taking us?
Well, the pace of innovation is going to grow unabated. The model growth isn't going to slow down. It's probably going to get even faster. We're going to see systems built with scale-out networking up to 1.6T and beyond. We're still going to need an open ecosystem to address this because customers don't want to be locked into single vendor solutions. Innovation thrives in this open environment. And what's going to be really important, I believe, is you need to have programmable flexibility in your architecture that allows you to adjust when standards evolve. And we have that natively in our platform in P4 when hyperscalers and model builders come to us and say, we have a new transport protocol we need implemented that we believe will improve our training performance by 5 or 10%. We can implement that in software without a hardware respin on Volcano today. So it's huge value, and I think it's future-proofing the infrastructure for the next level of scale for AI for these types of customers.
Absolutely. It's building trust as well at the same time.
Yeah.
Trust in the brand, trust in the capability. Talk to us a little bit about how AMD's networking products are influencing the way AI networks are being designed now and how they'll be adopted by users as we move forward.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of innovation. We spoke about 200 gig SerDes. This is enabling customers to build much larger networks at a much lower cost. We're seeing innovations like multi-plane networking, where it allows you to take that even further, where you can split the network capacity of an adapter across multiple independent planes and address a much larger GPU cluster size with radically lower infrastructure from a networking standpoint. These types of innovations are taking shape with the hyperscalers and the cloud providers and the model builders, and you're going to see them become more pervasive in open UEC-based Ethernet over the next number of years, I believe.
Fantastic. I'm going to hit you with one that we didn't talk about in advance, because it's where I kind of want to end things and wrap them up here. Why the AMD-Cisco alliance? What is it about this partnership that has proven to be so valuable for the industry, that is proving its value to customers on a daily basis? Why are we so good together?
We're both great innovators. Cisco is obviously a massive leader in networking. We're a huge leader in compute accelerators and CPUs, and we're launching into networking, and I think there's a true synergy in terms of building next generation open systems for AI, not proprietary systems where you're locked in by a single vendor.
Couldn't have put it better myself. Sometimes we just have to look for those core differentiators of why this partnership makes sense, and the partnership with AMD has been phenomenal for so many years. Shane, such a pleasure to talk with you. Thank you for coming in, making time for the studio today. We couldn't appreciate it more.
Thank you, Steve.
Really appreciate that. All right, we are going to head out into the showcase. I believe Rob is hanging out with Manu Anand. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Steve. Manu. I suddenly blanked on the name, and then I was like, but I heard Steve say it.
It's all right, yeah.
Cloud control.
Yes.
So we're here in the, what do we call this? The Cisco Platform Advantage area. And I found this fascinating because this is extremely important to our ability to really kind of stay on top of all this that's coming at us. How is Cisco helping us with that?
Yeah, so Cisco Cloud Control is essentially the operating system for what we've been calling AgenticOps. It is solving the problem of bringing together products from security, collaboration, networking under one umbrella, so that customers can really solve problems at agent speed and not just at human speed. Customers have been saying that our products are too fragmented, there are signals and insights in different products. We wanted to bring them all together in one place, so the right data and the right context under Cisco Cloud Control, so we can really allow customers to deploy agents on top of it and solve problems at speeds that they've not been able to solve before.
I got you. So it is going to encompass everything, and it's not just monitoring. So the idea is to bring in a dashboard. I'd seen AI Canvas, and of course, we see security cloud control. How do these things relate to each other?
Yeah, sure. So AI Canvas is the industry's first generative UI-based tool that is specifically being built for solving cross-domain IT workflows. And within that, what we're doing is we're leveraging what we call the deep network model, which is trained on over 40 years of training materials, as well as data from TAC, to really know how to solve problems, how a Cisco expert would solve problems. So that's what's driving AI Canvas. And then AI Assistant is also part of that mix, where it is allowing customers to first understand and monitor what's happening in their environment. And this environment is across the portfolio: security, networking, collaboration, data center, to really truly understand how those things are behaving, so that they can then utilize AI Canvas to troubleshoot those problems in a multiplayer mechanism that's never been done before. So you can actually invite your teammates, you can have AI agents all working together to solve that problem collaboratively to get to an outcome.
Is that what you meant by multiplayer? Is you're talking about the agents and the humans collaborating
together, yeah.
Okay, oh, that's interesting. Well, okay, so that makes sense, right? It has to be cross-domain because that's how we have the agents operating, and that's where the value we're looking for can't be siloed, because we're solving multi-domain problems in a lot of these situations. I assume, is that Cisco only, or is that taking in outside gear as well?
Yeah, so we're starting, it's a great question. So we're starting with foundational products that we have deep knowledge about, which is the Cisco portfolio. But we're also taking an approach where we're building these solutions in an open enough way that we can tap into data from third-party vendors, some of our competitors for that matter, that our customers use in their actual infrastructure in their environment. So we want to be aware of that and make sure that we build a platform that is not only locked into the Cisco solutions, but also is able to bring in data and insights so that those agents that I spoke about are able to operate on that data, are able to understand that context, and really deliver on those outcomes that we spoke about.
And I like that because I feel like this whole week, we kind of, it's an interesting line because we talk about the platform advantage and we talk about all the things that we can do when you're on all Cisco kind of playing in that pond, but at the same time, I've seen a consistent openness to saying, well, obviously we need to meet customers where they are.
Right.
They've got some gear that is working perfectly fine, but how can we add value to it in the system with that systems approach? And I assume that the AI agent, you're interfacing sometimes with your agents through cloud control, I guess, because that's how you're going to see it surface, and so the control part is potentially executing through that agent as well.
Exactly, exactly, yeah. So we want these agents to first allow customers to monitor what's happening in their infrastructure, look at the right kind of telemetry across these different products, be it third-party products as well, and then allow them to make the decisions. And we always want to make sure that we give the human in the loop so that customers understand how the AI is going to be making changes into their infrastructure so that we, again, build trust with how customers start to embrace AI, not just only to read data and understand insights or summarize data, but also then to start taking actions and make changes, again, as I said, at agent speed.
Yeah, and I love how we're doing that. One thing I'm kind of conscious of, and I can hear some customers, I always kind of picture who's that customer sitting in the back with their arms crossed going, yeah, what about, and I'm thinking about dashboard fatigue. We got a lot of dashboards here.
Sure.
How does that work? Do some of those dashboards become unnecessary when you're working with cloud control, or they're always there if you need them for some reason? But for the most part, the idea is we're driving simplification through the singular interface.
Yeah, so we're doing both. There's customers who've built years and years of knowledge in their teams of how these existing products and dashboards operate. So we want to make sure, first of all, we deliver a unified identity experience, so the customers experience single sign-on through all of Cisco's portfolio products. So you're not like remembering how to log off from one product and get into the other dashboard and get into the third one, what we basically call swivel chair troubleshooting. We want customers to have that single sign-on experience through this common identity. What that also allows us to do is then bring data and context from all these products and also deliver a simplified experience, particularly through things such as AI Canvas, where you don't really have to think about what dashboard am I logging in, what data I'm supposed to look into. It generates the right kind of data for you at real time from those products so that you can solve the problem you care about.
Very outcome focused. Well, let me, as a final question, tell me about status. Is this shipping, so to speak? It sounds like it's software. It's probably cloud delivered as well. What's the status that's being available for us to play with?
Yeah, so thanks for that question. So we are rapidly moving through our phases of development. We had alpha that we announced around November. We're announcing beta availability for some of our North America-based customers here today. And our goal is to have this being generally available in the second half of FY 2026 to all customers so that they can start to unlock the value that we think Cisco Cloud Control will deliver. From a licensing standpoint, we want this to be as frictionless as possible. So just like AI Canvas, this will be delivered as a free license. It will have its own SKU, but we want customers to really realize that compounding value that Cisco Cloud Control is planning to deliver to them based on the products they've already invested in.
Yeah, no, very nice, because I think beyond dashboard fatigue, a lot of us have subscription fatigue as well, and you're like, oh no, is this going to be another premium?
Totally.
So I like the price point. I love that as well, and of course with the beta, we can all watch and potentially even participate, I guess, if we've got certain infrastructure. That would map into that as well. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're most welcome.
I appreciate the time. What a successful week. And guys, with that, we'll go back to the studio.
Rob, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Great overview there. It's really nice to be able to take a look at cloud control and what Cisco is doing. So thank you for bringing us that story. Much appreciated. We are not going to take any break before we go back out to the show floor. And I'm going to let Cedric know why. You happen to be about to chat with one of my favorite human beings here at the show, Narissa Khan from our CX team. Just adore the work that she does and the energy she brings. So Cedric, good to see you, my friend. And say hi to Narissa for me, please.
Well, I can't see you, Steve, right now, but I can hear you loud loud and clear in my ear. But yes, I'm here with Narissa, and it's awesome to meet her. She is indeed amazing, as you said. Steve says hi from the studio.
Hi, Steve.
Narissa, how are you doing, first of all?
I'm great. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm a little bit tired after 3 days of Cisco Live, but
Yes,
like, how have you experienced it so far over here?
So far, so good. It's been busy throughout the week, but it's been great to feature CX and all of the Cisco services.
Right, and that's where we really are right now. We are here at the showcase again, but in the CX section, right? I see a couple of activations or like demos over here. So why don't you talk us through what's going on?
Absolutely. So throughout the Cisco showcase, we have 11 demos throughout the 3 pillars of the one Cisco story, as well as we have 1 in the secure global connectivity, as well as 4 right over here within the CX area. We have AI-powered support, we have professional services, AI adoption, as well as customer success. And then right over here, we're featuring Cisco IQ on a self-service demo with some of our experts to talk through it. And it is an interface, actually, for customers to see the whole holistic view of their Cisco products.
That's awesome. So it's one place to bring everything together for all of our customers to see how Cisco is engaged with them.
Absolutely.
Basically. That's awesome. Now, this is kind of the interesting part for the engineers and so on. I kind of see like maybe it's 40 people on the other side. Simon, if you do it almost 180, right? We see that there is a surfboard activation, right? So let's come and have a look there, Narissa. So we just see someone on the surfboard right now, but what's really going on over here?
Absolutely. So within the Cisco Live Challenge, there's actually the CX Big Wave Sweepstakes Challenge. So we have a list of tasks for attendees of Cisco Live to complete and learn all about Cisco services and our products, going through some of our PSO sessions, as well as seeing our demos. And then one of the fun pieces is using the virtual surfboard right here. So they have a VR headset, and they can play the game that goes through there.
Now, I see that you have a leaderboard there as well at the back. Yeah. I don't really know, like, is that, so can you win a prize, or is that bragging rights, or like, tell me about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So the leaderboard is mostly for bragging rights to see who can get the most points. But using the actual activation, as well as posting a selfie on social media, they get to get an entry within the task for the sweepstakes prize, which is right over here. So one lucky winner gets to win this whole thing and go home with that. The entire thing.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's the same VR headset probably that's being used for the activation round? Yep. Okay, cool. That's really awesome. Now, you mentioned as well that you have some sort of, is it a ceremony or something that's happening later on at center stage over here as well?
We will be announcing our winner later on, so those folks who have been diligently completing all of the tasks throughout the week, they will be here. And then we'll announce those later.
That's awesome, great. I always love seeing these activations coming to life, because I passed here quite a bit throughout the week, and it's just really great to see that like many people are standing on that server and experiencing it. But also, I think people really love to watch as well, because they just want to see somebody, I don't know, like do you spray water on their face or something as well to make it real?
Yeah, I believe they have a fan to blow back your hair.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. I'm going to try that in a bit, but thank you so much, Narissa, for this.
Thank you so much.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
I think, as you can hear, it's really important that we talk about the technology part here at Cisco. We had great innovations at the keynote, like on the showcase. You can. I have a speech disorder, I think, from like talking so much this week. But here on the showcase, you can experience all that technology with our experts, with our people on the ground, ask them questions, get the demos, as Narissa just said. So that's one part. But then the second part as well is really about the professional services that we offer with Cisco as well, to go and implement these technologies in your organization, and together with your team, and it's also a true partnership. Now, I'm getting a little bit sad, Steve, to be honest, because like this is like we're nearing the end of our Cisco Live broadcast in the conference here, and it's always a great time to spend time with our customers, our partners, with Narissa, with my coworkers, because I work at Cisco as well, with you, Steve, as well, and with the team. And I think with that, like before I start crying, I'm going to give it over to you right now.
I appreciate it, my friend. No crying yet. You can save crying for the final show. That's totally good. Appreciate it. Thanks to Narissa as well. Really love what the CX team does. Cisco CX, our customer experience arm, that is about maximizing your investments in Cisco. So if you are already part of our ecosystem and you're thinking, well, what more could I do? Am I taking full advantage of everything within the stack that I have paid for, that I've invested in, that I rely on? I'll bet there is more that you can do with it. I'll bet there is further that you can take it, and CX is there to help you out. We're going to go back to the show floor where Rob is with one of our favorite humans. We got Michelle Moreira on camera with us. I love that.
Yes, absolutely. I was like, So never be afraid to say, you know what, maybe there's an easier way to do this. And I saw Michelle like, oh, yes, absolutely.
We're here to talk about some really cool stuff.
Yeah.
I'm happy to talk about Splunk and the Cisco Data Fabric. It's been a hot topic all week, and I expect it to be for another couple months. Are you kidding me? This is some really cool stuff. So I'll give a quick overview.
Yeah, please do.
Basically, the Cisco Data Fabric is an architecture about harnessing and combining, unifying your machine data. What we hear every day in the market from so many customers and folks in general is the amount of machine data that they are getting and having to deal with. I think the global amount of volume currently is 181 zettabytes worth of data. That is an unimaginable amount of data that folks have to sift through and use. So Splunk, what Splunk does, what the Cisco Data Fabric does, powered by Splunk, is unify all of that data. We create incredible visualizations that all teams feel comfortable utilizing and making informed decision-making off of. So it's about cross-collaboration. It's about unifying your machine data, and it's about feeling empowered to make those decisions.
That's crazy. I always feel like more data is what we say, oh, you need more data, and then of course, then you begin to realize, well, I need the right data and I need good data. But then what we've also found is that attackers and negative sources like that are always looking for the places that we're not looking at as much, such as infrastructure devices and things, and those become little things that we weren't paying attention to in the past. I think people are getting the message now, and we're making it easier through tools like this to say, no, don't be afraid of collecting large amounts of data, because we are going to handle the compression for you and work with you to be able to make sense out of it. Is that fair?
That's so fair, thanks.
Okay.
And data without contextualization is chaos. So not only is it the overwhelming amount of data, but what to do with it. So your data management strategy is something that we chat about every day. It's imperative to your maturity. So what can you filter out at the edge before having to ingest? What can you keep in a data lake for cheaper cost and then federate when needed? These are all things that we work hand in hand day to day with our customers.
That is incredible. We're going to have to run back to the studio, but is there one thing you want us to remember before we go?
I want to leave you with the Cisco Data Fabric and architecture to unify your machine data.
Okay, unified. Oh, I'm told we're not necessarily that busy. Well, I want to just
yes.
Well, so
more
no,
time.
20 seconds. Tell me what you've got going on here with the F1 team.
Are you kidding me? Maybe this is why Lando won last year.
Oh.
And I'm saying maybe as in, yes, absolutely. So we sponsor Splunk is deployed all across the F1 cars. They have sensors everywhere, and then engineers end up seeing a very similar dashboard, and they make inclusive and cross-functional decisions, and then end up telling the drivers what to do moving forward. So you see all this telemetry, you see the health status of a lot of things around, and then it helps them make decisions as a team.
That is incredible. And what's funny is I love the references too, because so I used to always say security, to think about it as an enabler, is how many things would you do if you could do it securely? You do a lot more. And I'm running out of time, so I'm going to go ahead and throw it back to Steve. Thank you so much. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
I'm so glad we got that overview. Bravo, Michelle. Really well done. And, you know, data right out the source, being able to maximize it right where that data lives and secure it right where it lives. Fantastic. Thanks for bringing us that story. All right. We are about 2.5 minutes out from our next session. I want to go all the way back to the opening keynote, some words of wisdom that we heard from Jeetu Patel on the 4 T's that are driving us toward the build-out of critical infrastructure for the AI future. So Jeetu talked about time, trust, talent, and technology. So let's take them in order. Time. He said every single second has never presented us with a greater opportunity than it does today to win. Time is slipping away. Gordon, for example, he said, are we moving quickly enough? Because preparedness cannot be a long-term goal anymore. It's an immediate imperative at this point. We have to reset our organizational DNA at this point, because most of our organizations just aren't ready for AI yet. Time is of the essence. Number 2, trust, right? Cisco turns what if into what is. So powerful. AI has got to start with safety and with security. We have to assure that the ecosystem stays open, that we are backward compatible, that we're ready for everything that comes next. Our partner ecosystem here, key part of Cisco's success, part of our launch of Partnership 360. It's part of the sovereign trust that we're creating across EMEA for flexibility and control. Then we talk about talent, right? Talent is human potential. Technology, we take that platform-first approach that combines observability with collaboration and puts them together. So all those 4 T's started at the keynote, and it's driven us through as we wind down the last afternoon of Cisco Live 2026. We've got a great session on the way for you right now, about 45 seconds right now. It's called Leading Better with AI, how we turn insights into action. So Kelly Jones is our Senior VP and Chief People Officer at Cisco. Kelly is amazing. AI is reshaping the way that we work. And the conversation is starting to move a bit. We're going from efficiency to impact. Well, Cisco has something called the AI Workforce Report. It is brand new. It's giving us fantastic insights into how AI is truly transforming the employee experience, how it's unlocking so many new sources of growth for people and for our businesses. So excited to hear from Kelly. Go enjoy the session. We're going to meet you right back here in the studio on the flip side. Away we go.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. It's always fun to be like the last session on the last day. So thank you for coming, those of you that chose not to get on the airplane early. I'm Kelly Jones. I am the Chief People Officer at Cisco Systems. And today I have great excitement because I have Adele Trombetta with me. And Adele, for those of you who don't know, is the leader of customer experience in our EMEA region. But she's not actually only that. Adele is a leader that we have at Cisco that is not only incredibly culture forward, she's also a bit of a pioneer in the AI space. And so what we're going to talk today about, I'm going to be sharing some insights with you from our AI workforce study that we did, all the insights we learned about driving adoption, learning and skilling, and the impact on engagement. And Adele's really going to help us bring this to life.
So first of all, thank you very much for having me, and thank you for being here to listen and to have a very interactive conversation. So this topic is the topic. We have been talking about AI in each and every session, but then there is a reality of adoption of AI, and we need to make sure that it works fine. And I must say that I am really in a privileged position because with my team that are all technical experts, and they are here to see how technology impact the real life. So AI is going to impact, and we want to see the how, because we have definitely passed the stage of if, should we adopt AI, yes or no? Now it's only a matter of how we do that. So really great conversation, and looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, the conversation around this has definitely evolved. I was here last year, and I think I was on this stage, and we were talking about leadership. You know, what are the leadership capabilities we need in the era of AI? And what we got really curious about, so we have an 86,000 person workforce. And so I lead the people strategy, and we got really curious about what do we know about AI activation in our workforce? What are we seeing as an impact? You know, what are we seeing around adoption? And so my team actually spent about a year between August 2024 and October 2025. And what we did was we took all of the AI adoption data we had of our internal tool, which we call Circuit, but we also looked at HR data in the background. We looked at things like performance ratings, promotional velocity. You know, we looked at all different types of data to really understand what was going on in our workforce, to get underneath some of these insights. Some of it didn't shock me. Some of it was really surprising. So we're going to share that with you here today with some recommendations around how you can drive some of these pieces. So this is the research study. I mentioned we looked at the 90,000 some employees that we had over this period. We also did focus groups, I forgot to mention that, and individual interviews when we found things that were really, really interesting. But what I really want to stop with is the drivers of adoption, because Adele touched on this a little bit. You know, that's step one. And what we realized at Cisco is for us now, it's kind of table stakes. We're actually seeing really high adoption. Yes. Over the last fiscal year, it's doubled. So at Cisco, what we see is, I think it's like 7 out of 10 of our employees are saying that it is helping with their performance, it is helping with their productivity. So we're getting really high adoption. I want to say we're at like 97% at an enterprise level. And when we really got underneath it, 2 things were driving this. One of them was kind of a, well, of course, and the other was really kind of an, oh, wow. The first is the leadership multiplier. Oh, yes. So never underestimate the impact of leaders when you're looking at this, because employees are twice as likely to use it when their leaders do and their leaders talk about it. So if you have a leader that's modeling in it and talking about it, you're going to see increased adoption. If not, it's going to be a little more quiet. I think the second is around the choice effect. And this is one that really kind of baffled me, if I'm just being honest. So at Cisco, we have a hybrid work program that says each team and leader gets to decide, are you in office or are you hybrid? And so as a result of this, we have teams who have a return to office mandate, who have to be in the office, say 5 days a week, 4 days a week. We have other teams that work more hybrid and flexible. And what we found was there was significantly higher adoption in the hybrid and flexible group. So employees who chose to come into the office 3 days or more, but did not live under a mandate, had significantly higher adoption than those that were under an RTO mandate. And this one was really fascinating and led to a really long debate about causation and correlation and why might this be. But I'd really like to introduce you into this because I know you've seen a lot of this in CX. Like, I'd love your perspective on what you're seeing.
Look, actually we have seen exactly both. We have seen people coming more often to the office and coming together to innovate, to think differently. What else? How we can use AI? Which are the use cases where we get the maximum in terms of value? And so the flexibility plays an important role. We are not forcing, but they are coming. And second, as you rightly said, the role of the leaders. As a leaders, look, we have, first of all, we need to create the right environment where people can innovate, because this, let's be honest, AI is just started. We still don't know which trajectory this will take, and we together can define this trajectory. So definitely creating the right environment is number one. And also, we have, as a leader, we have to provide the tools, because we need to make sure that our people knows how to use, which are the main use cases, which are the product that they can use to get to start using AI. But to me, the most important one is being role model.
Yeah.
Role model as a leader is always been important, is always been foundational. With AI, even more than before. We keep saying that do as I say, will never be as powerful as do as I do. So, and that's exactly the kind of approach that I have decided to take, and my team is taking as well. And I give you a concrete example of what we are doing. At the beginning of this fiscal year, we have defined our new strategy, what we call the formula for success. And we have decided to make AI, the AI adoption, as one of the pillars of this strategy. The reason was very clear. We want to pass a message that we cannot succeed overall if we do not succeed on the AI adoption. And there is one important next step. We know that AI will benefit everyone, but the how is different based on the role that you play in the organization. So there is an element of what we call the T-shape approach. There is an horizontal, common way of approaching AI, but there is also a vertical one where we create specific communities by role. We have a community for the project manager, for the engineer, for the architect. And for each of these communities, we define which use cases, which playbook to accelerate the transformation. Very last point, I know that it's a bit of long, but I'm super excited about that. We should not underestimate the change for the leaders. Because yes, leaders has to be a role model, and for leaders, it's completely different to lead an organization at the AI era. Why? Because in the past, the leaders were the ones that always had the right answer, the ones that know how to do. Now leaders are the ones that know how to navigate. It's completely different. It's completely different approach. And we need to make sure that we help our leaders every step of the way.
Yeah. I think that's such a great point. And if you sat in Marcy Penno's session that was in the Purpose Pavilion, she said something, I'm going to quote her, or I'm going to encapsulate what she said. She said something exactly to that point. What she was saying is, it's no more, being a great leader is not having all the answers.
Yes.
It's having the right questions. So it's an interesting pivot, and I can see is why it would make leaders uncomfortable. Because we're used to being the ones that have the answers and we set the direction, and it's a, don't underestimate the change. I love that point. So now I want to talk a little bit about the impact on experience, and I will say there was some eye-openers in here for me. So in general, 7 out of 10 of our employees said that AI is making them more productive, it's saving them time. And so that's not shocking. You know, if we've used it, we know that's the case. What really surprised me in this, and I thought was fascinating, is there is a very positive cycle around AI usage and employee engagement and performance. And let me unpack that for you, what that actually means. We looked at the promotion data for our last reward cycle, and we found that more AI use, 50%, the people who were recommended for promotion used AI 50% more than their peers, which is quite a dramatic uptick. So we also saw they were getting promoted faster when we looked at like who had gotten promoted that cycle and the cycle before. We also found that they were 40% more likely to be designated as critical to retain, which is something we do to look at where is our top talent in the organization that is critical to retain. And we use this data for all types of things, including compensation. So if you look at this, 40% more likely, the users of AI, the heavy users. And then the last one that I thought was really fascinating, and this was a good one for me, I love to hear this as the Chief People Officer at Cisco, is that those users are staying. They're 2 times more likely, AI users they're 2 times more likely to stay if they had high usage. And so that's exactly what you want. You want to see the stickiness, but this really positive cycle of like, it's not just creating room for increased innovation and taking away some of the drudgery of the work they're doing, it's contributing to their career velocity. And the external data tells us there's a 55% wage premium on AI fluency. And so it feels like a good on both sides. So this is, I don't know, this one really surprised me, and I'd love to hear what your teams are doing and how you think about this.
I would really, I would echo these results. And I tell you, in particular, I like when you talk about, of course, we expect productivity. And yes, we are seeing an increase in terms of productivity, in terms of quality and efficiency. And we are seeing an impact in terms of creativity, in terms of innovation. What we say is we are redefining the art of possible thanks to AI. And what is also interesting, Kelly, is you see here an impact on the employee experience. And I can tell you on my side, I see a correlation between the employee experience and the customer experience that we know is our ultimate goal.
Yes.
And the reason is quite simple. I was talking to one of customers here at the Cisco Live, and the customer said, oh, you lead customer experience. Can you give me a definition of what you mean for customer experience? And I said, okay, in short is, I see you, I serve you, and I will partner with you. And with that, what I mean, and if you think about these 3 steps, well, AI can help us and is already helping us to better understand what our customer wants, so we better see our customer. But AI is also helping us to better respond to their needs, to have what we say in a hyper-personalized experience, so that every customer really feels as the only customer. But if we do that right, if we better understand what they need, and we better answer to their needs, well, the result is we will partner for a long time. That's exactly what we really want to do. So 100% with you, I think that more and more we will see AI as part, and as a leader, we will make sure that AI is a foundational part of the way we measure the performance and the success of our teams.
Yeah. I love that you pulled on that thread, because we didn't start with this at the beginning, but I probably should have. We know that companies that have massive scale adoption of AI drive better results for their customers. And what she just did was unpack why is that. It's somewhat linear. And I think your organization really leads the way in this. So thank you. That is such a strong connection. Now we're going to talk a little bit about learning. This is a really interesting one, and I think we all know that we learn by doing. All of us probably have experienced that before. You do a thing, you learn a thing. It came out really, really strong in this report. What we learned was you can't legislate AI learning, by telling people everyone must go take this one course to learn AI. And I've seen that approach sometimes, where people are saying, here's the class, go and take it. Cisco takes a slightly different approach in this, and we have in our learning organization, what they've said is we're going to look at this very persona-based, And we're going to look at this role-based, because when it's role-based and it's specific to your job, of course, it's going to draw a better connection with what it is that you do. So what we see is 87% of our employees are saying they learned by doing. So sending them all to one big class is never a good idea, but creating the time, space, and maybe a little bit of structure for them to innovate. Some of the things that we tried in this space that worked really well, within my organization in 3P, we did something called a Clue Chasers game, which was literally an interactive game where you had to use Circuit, which is our internal AI tool, to go in and solve a mystery, and you had to kind of create agents to do it. And so it was one of those things where when we rolled it out, you always have that moment of, is this cool or is this corny? I don't know if you ever ask yourself that. Is it cool? Is it going to be weird or is it going to be cool? What we found out was people actually loved it and they learned how to create agents. And so this hands-on learning is really, really powerful. And then the other is around specialization. You know, the enrollment in the infrastructure AI training was 3 times as high because it was targeted. And so we've really taken that learning into how we provide learning to the organization at scale, and we're very much going persona-based. And I know your group has actually done some really cool things in this. I think it was before you saw this, before we ever talked about it, maybe before we even had the research study, so you were ahead, but I'd love to hear how you see this show up.
Look, we launched something similar, hackathon and contest. We did that in November, and in less than 1 month, we had more than 100 new use cases, of which some of them now are at global level. So there is such an appetite from our employees and our leaders to really participate and innovate. However, I think that, Kelly, it's really important to stress one point, and you are doing amazing from that standpoint. We really, as a leader, we need to avoid what I call the AI efficiency trap. Because it's so easy to use all the gains that AI will give us in terms of cost, in terms of time, in terms of resources, just to have a productivity and say, okay, we can ask our team to do more things in the same time frame. But I genuinely believe, and as you are saying as well, that's not the way. We should, yes, use part of this time to increase the productivity, and we should use this time also to continue to learn, to continue to innovate, to strategize. And what is fascinating, what we have seen as well, is that out of these new use cases, hackathon that we have done, well, teams are coming together cross-organization. They are thinking broadly. They are not thinking only, okay, I'm an engineer, I need to solve this SDA implementation. No, they are thinking, okay, if I do that, how can I help my adoption team to make sure that customers understand what's the value of technology so that I can renew? So we are making them thinking broadly. That's exactly what we want to do with our principles as a Cisco as well. So this is something that we need to think. But the only way for us to be successful here is if we are consistent in the message. If we show that we, as a leader, in our playbook, in our speeches, in our KPIs, that we have intentionally decided to use part of the quantitative benefit of AI to improve the quality of our operations, the quality to make more inclusive our space, our environment, and to finally improve the quality of our customer and partners' experience.
Yeah, I love that. And you're touching on something we're going to get to a moment when we talk about the cultural environment. I know you have a lot of passion around that. But there is something in how we've been talking about it, I think, that's been driving adoption. And it's what she just said. You know, the idea that we want to create time, we want to remove the work that feels like drudgery, remove the drudgery, and then not automatically fill it all with something else, but really focus on learning. And we've introduced Time to Grow, which is structured learning blocks where we want people to go out and grow and experiment and learn. And I think that might be contributing a little bit to what we see as optimism in our workforce. Because in general, there's a lot of pessimism when you look at the news cycles around AI. And at Cisco, we're seeing a slightly different story. And when we started to figure out why is that, a lot of it is the way that we are talking about it and modeling it with the teams, you know, because people will always notice what you do. And so it's one thing to say we're not going to do that. It's another thing when it happens to then not do that.
Yes.
So thank you. That's great insight. So let's talk a little bit about the cultural piece. I kind of inadvertently teed myself up for this. So what we see at Cisco is a little bit different than what you're seeing in the news. And this is kind of the things that you're seeing the headlines for. And I've talked to some of my friends in the media, and I think some of it is this gets clicks. It's very clickbaity. You see these things. People are very motivated by fear. They tend to read it a little bit more. A lot of the headlines are about this. You know, the world is ending. No one's going to have a job. And so what we find at Cisco is there's a slight difference in terms of how people are interpreting this. And we think it comes down to a few things. One is what Adele touched on, which is clear communication about what we expect, but also clear guidelines. So we have an ethical AI framework that we, from day one, it was the first thing we did before we started really pushing AI usage, is develop and discuss the ethical AI framework. Because I think at my team, we're a people team, makes people nervous to think about people data and AI and what can I do, what can't I do. So we had to have a lot of conversations about the ethical framework and what they could and couldn't do. I also think it's the consistency of the leaders saying, here's why, and here's what we can do with that time when you free it up. When you free it up, I want you to be able to go work on that thing that you've talked to me about, that's been sitting on the shelf for 6 months that you haven't had time to get to. So it's consistency and repetition. And if you've heard the term, you have to say something 7 times before people understand it. With something like this, the big cultural shift it is, I would argue you probably have to say it at least 14 times. But when you do that, it builds this culture of trust. And I know G2 was really talking about this in his opening, in his keynote. Trust is the most powerful currency we have as a vendor for our customers, in the work we do with our partners, and with our employees. Trust is the thing. And so when you have trust, you can do that. The other thing I would say is we're talking about culture. I don't want to paint a completely rosy picture, because we also learned some things that people were nervous about and that weren't going as well as we would have liked. The number one thing is the lowest adoption rate at Cisco is directors. That's concerning, because directors at Cisco tend to have large teams. So when you think about that leadership number around people model what their leaders do, low adoption amongst directors is quite scary. So we got very curious about this. What's happening with the directors that we're not seeing as much lean in? Because we're seeing early in career, and people that have been with Cisco over 20 years are the highest adopters. It's this fascinating middle, so we're trying to get underneath that a little bit more. What we also learned from our Cisconians was there's still some fear about the accuracy of outputs. I think 50% of our employees said, I still have some concern with this data. I'm using it, I'm leaning in, I'm not 100% confident in the data. We also had a lot of feedback. A third of the people we talked to talked about skills atrophy. The idea of we become too reliant and we stop being able to do the thing. And I have a 26-year-old daughter. If any of you have kids in that age band, you might be starting to see that, where we're having to have these conversations that says, no, it doesn't do all the work for you. It is your assistant in the work. And so I think that's a real concern. And when I think about learning and development and how we create a future-proof workforce, this critical thinking element is so important. And so our employees are feeling this as well. And then the last thing we saw that wasn't a great moment for us was adoption when it was individual and not amongst a team actually degraded team trust. So if Adele and I work together with 4 other people, and Adele is off being our highest user that we have on the team, and others are not using it, what you actually find on the team is there's a lack of trust because they start to mistrust her outputs. And so that's a really interesting thing when you think about high-performing teams and team dynamics. When it's adopted individually and not collectively, it gets a little bit concerning. And so one of the things we're doing in this area, we're looking at AI pace setters, those people that are out in front and kind of doing the most, and we're trying to ensure each team has a pace setter that is not just bringing their ideas, but bringing everyone else along with them.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, so it's really interesting, but I'd love to kind of go to you, and I'd love for you to kind of bring us home on this culture piece, because I kind of said this at the top. I think you're one of the best leaders we have in building culture on a team, but I'd love to hear from you about what you're doing and how you're seeing this.
So first of all, before I talk about culture, it's interesting what you said, that you use, or your daughter used the AI as a consultant, as an advisor. That's really true. The way I'm using is like, in a way, as an advisor, an external one that can challenge my thinking.
Yes.
Because it's even very important, because we believe that we know the answer, again, back to the point of leaders. But maybe it's not. There is way more opportunity that are just waiting for us. So very, very important. Culture. Look, I genuinely believe, Kelly, that culture, the cultural aspect, is probably the most important aspect when it comes to the AI adoption. The companies that are rigid, fearful, as you said, fearful, that are risk adverse, well, I'm sure that they will miss the benefit and the opportunities that AI can bring. But the companies on the other side that are open, that are really innovative, that are looking to what else we can do, like Cisco is, well, we will harness all the potential. And to your point, I believe that definitely, as we have proven, AI, so human can thrive with AI, but it's true the vice versa. AI will thrive with the innovation, the creativity of humans. The way we see, I say we because that's the Cisco culture, we see the future is an agentic AI or AI combined with human. We see a future where it's still and will be human-centric, embraced and supported by AI. And to do that, the environment that we build is foundational. And that's where I want to call out the incredible job that, Kelly, you and your team are doing. Why? Because not only you have created an environment where you are really incentivized us to embrace, to experiment with AI, but you are also allowing us to call out where we are failing. We should not underestimate that. If we do not experiment, if we do not innovate, we don't fail. But if we innovate and we take risks, and we have to, we will fail. But it's fine. What matters is that we fail fast, and we are not afraid to call out, hey, I need help. This is not work. This is not what I was expecting. There are so many times when I see the result that AI is giving me, even as a recommendation, saying, it's not what I was expecting. But if I look into that, if I filter that with my human expertise, with my human intelligence and emotional intelligence, well, the result is completely different. And we can really create a fantastic symbiosis between AI and the humans.
Yeah, I really love that. The failure piece is interesting because you're 100% right. We have to be able to say, and I say this to my team, everything we're talking about is not going to work the way we think it's going to work. And that's okay. You know, but we're in this era where no one can tell you, if you think about HR systems, tools, and processes, and how AI comes into it, I'm leading that for my team right now. I can't tell you exactly what it's going to look like in 4 years. And anyone who says they can is lying to you, because we're all experimenting with this. And so that ability to kind of try things and be curious. It goes back to yesterday, 2 of our team members did a presentation around adaptability quotient. We were talking about EQ and IQ. And then this idea of AQ. You know, adaptability is the new key skill for leaders and employees. And if you remember one thing we talked about today, you know, when you're thinking about your career and building that, the ability to adapt and evolve is going to be the human superpower that sees everyone through this technological
transformation. I will use that. I love it.
Adaptability
is a new one, yes.
I need you to call some people about this great compliment you just paid me. We just did talent assessment, and I felt like you should have done that before my talent assessment. I'll call on you next time.
With pleasure. I love it.
Thank you. So 4 quick things I would say, how we turn these insights into action. You know, these are the kind of the 4 key things to land. The leadership by example in your organizations, that is absolutely key for AI adoption. You know, investing in some experimentation and the role specific. You know, general AI training does not work. Role specific AI training is great. And experimentation in that space. The communication, and I think in times of change like this and in times of cultural change, if you think about it, everyone is dealing with a lot right now. The world is very heavy. There's a lot of unknowns happening, both in companies and in the world. So being able to communicate clearly and oftenly about the strategy, about what's happening and what's coming, is really important to make people feel secure to experiment. And then, of course, humans always in the center. So I want to say thank you for coming. If you're interested in these topics, Adele and I talk about them all the time. If you want to geek out on AI adoption and humans in the world and what's happening and what's going on in the future and what we're doing at Cisco, we don't know everything, but we experiment a lot and we do a lot around people analysis with our people insights team to understand what's going on with our employees. So if you'd like to join the conversation, feel free to follow either one of us on LinkedIn and join us in this conversation.
We would love to hear from you as well. So please really join our conversation because your experience can make our experience way richer. So thank you for listening to us and looking forward to continue that, to continue to experiment.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
And we are back in the Cisco TV studio here at the Amsterdam RAI. We are in the middle of the world of solutions, bringing you all the action on behalf of the entire studio team. We are so glad to have you with us. Even though it is ticking down toward the end of the conference, do not stop reaching out to us on social media. Whatever platform you prefer, great, terrific. Just make sure that you include hashtag Cisco Live EMEA. That way our social team knows that you're out there. They are responding to every post, every comment, every emoji, every photo, every celebration of this incredible week of technology and all of this great content and engagement. We have just come out of another fantastic center stage session. Kelly Jones, our Senior VP and Chief People Officer, was talking to us about how we lead better with AI. What are the ways that we can turn insights into action? Okay, so why is that so important? AI is reshaping the way that we work. It's changing the nature of the conversation, again, from efficiency over into impact. We're starting to see these incredible transformations in the employee experience as well. How do we unlock new sources of growth for people and for all of our businesses? Kelly introduced us to something brand new. It is Cisco's AI Workforce Report. She shared some of the most compelling findings from that report, what those findings mean for our future of work. So just as an example, we heard about what is actually succeeding when it comes to AI adoption across our global teams, how our companies can skill the employee to use AI more effectively, more intelligently, how AI is driving more measurable gains in performance and engagement. So as we continue to build toward the AI future, we are combining real data with human potential and with AI possibility. We bring them all together, and that's what Cisco does best. So in just a couple of moments, we're going to head back out to Amy. She is going to have an interview with Lady of the Hour, with Kelly, and I believe Adele Trombetta is going to join her as well when the time comes. Make sure that you stay with us all the way through the conclusion of the broadcast this afternoon. There is so much more content on the way. I'd like to say that every one of these segments gives you actionable authority. It's not just about, let's tell you about the latest box, or let's tell you about the latest camera, or the latest capability. This is about how you can actually get to work, how we empower you here at Cisco to drive toward the future that you envision for your organization, for your teams. Because this is both internal and external. So again, for your employees, for your customers, it all works out to your benefit. So stay with us for every moment of the broadcast. All right, looks like we're testing things out on the show floor. I'm going to send it on out to our own Amy Vertanis, who is with the people of the hour. Hi, my friend.
Hello, my friend. Yes, I am. I'm here at the center stage, and I'm really excited to have with me Kelly Jones and Adele Trombetta. So let's go chat to them. So hi, thank you so much for joining us. Great session you just had there on the center stage. How is your week going?
Oh, it's been wonderful. The excitement at Cisco Live is always so contagious.
Yes, I can't believe it's almost over.
I know.
I know. And how about you, Adele?
It started excitement, and now it's excitement, excitement, and excitement.
I love
Way
it.
More.
It is. Okay, so let's start with the first question. What's the last thing you used AI for?
You know, it's interesting. I use it all the time, but the last thing I did was actually, we have an ability within the system to upload a lot of our thought leadership documents.
Yeah.
And I wanted to create a summary biography of kind of what it was I was talking about for a session I had coming up. So I literally went in and I said, pull out these 3 themes and pull out my previous talking points and land a talking point draft for me based on this. And so I used it for that.
It's so helpful. I used it for a very similar thing when I was doing a summary of something. It's just so helpful. It makes life so much easier.
For sure.
And how about you, Adele?
Well, I constantly use and I used last time as my external advisor, as someone that can really challenge the way I think and come with new ideas. And it's working very well.
It is. It is. I think we're going to get to a point where we wonder what we did without it. Yeah. Exactly. And so the next question is, what's the biggest AI fail you've seen? Which is a hard one, I think.
It's a really hard one because some of them are humorous and some of them are serious. I think I'll go with the serious one because it's a more recent one. It's in the news headlines. Right now, there's a lot of discussion going on around how it is used in assessment tools for hiring. And so there are a few companies that are a little bit in hot water right now around the AI tools that they've used, because sometimes the models, they're using past performance to determine future behavior. And so what we're seeing is they're making selection criteria based on who's been in roles previously versus who might be best suited for the role going forward, and it inadvertently is creating some discrimination. And so I think that's a real big one, and when we talk about humans in the loop, which I know is kind of a very well-used term, that's one where it really becomes absolutely critical.
Yes, absolutely, and that's good to know that we're needed. Yeah. And what about you, Adele?
Well, I will use the funny one. Have you ever tried to play the C battle with AI? I would recommend. Or I also tried to create a poster for a French bakery, and that ends up to have a croissant pizza in Marseille. I don't know if it's a good idea, but you can try.
It might have been giving you an idea for a new recipe. Okay, and then so what's your top tip for leaders to really get their teams to be excited about this new AI journey?
I would say it's two things. Number one is modeling the behavior. You know, our data shows us that if leaders use AI, their team is twice as likely to use it. So number one, you have to talk about it, you have to use it, you have to create the safe space, and you have to have the conversation in a way that unlocks what happens with that time that they free up. Because I think there's this paranoia around, if I free up time, I'm just going to get more work. And you have to thoughtfully navigate that and ensure that they're able to use that time to continue to learn and continue to focus on the strategic human-led work. The second one that I would say is to really make sure that you are focusing on having the right conversations around this, and that you are driving adoption yourself.
Okay, brilliant, yes, absolutely. And then what about you, Adele?
And to me, one main message. We as a leader, we are defining our future. And especially now with AI, there is no already defined trajectory, so we can, together with our team, say what the future will be. So embrace that and make the best usage out of that.
Absolutely, thank you. Now we've got a little bit more time, so I just want to ask you both, in your daily work life, how often do you use AI? Is it really a regular tool of your work day?
Every single day. Yeah. Every single day, in my work life and in my personal life.
Yes, yeah.
And same. Seriously, I'm start thinking how to do without.
Yes,
Seriously.
exactly. That's exactly what I was saying. Yeah, and so this is an obvious question, really, but has it improved your work productivity?
Oh, 100%. Because the other thing, Adele was kind of touching on this, I sometimes use it as a bit of a coach to tell me why something might fail, because it's very easy as leaders to kind of fall in love with and marry your idea, and of course it's your idea, you think it's great, it's going to go great, and it will do that for you. I will sometimes go in and give the context about like, hey, I'm thinking of this, and give me reasons why this won't work, and it will show you your blind spots sometimes. But yes, I think it's had an infinite lift on my productivity.
Absolutely.
It is definitely improved the productivity. At the same time, we have discussed about that. We do not expect to have always the right answer from AI. It would be a big mistake if we do not filter whatever we receive with our thinking, with our expertise, with our emotional intelligence, because it needs to be personal. Whatever we do cannot be just the same of someone else that has just used the same prompt. We really need to make it personal.
Absolutely. And just to go off the subject of AI for a moment, we've heard this morning, it's been announced to everybody now that we are going to be in London next year, which we're excited about. What are your thoughts on that?
It's funny, I have mixed emotions because I have like this affinity for Amsterdam because we've been coming for so long. Both climates are pretty cold in February, but I do really love London, and there's a lot to be had there, and so I'm kind of excited.
I don't think London's quite as cold as this at the moment, so hopefully we can have that next year. We'll see what happens. And what about you, Adele?
Well, my experience with London, maybe it's only me, but every time that I'm there is always a sunny day that waits for me. So looking forward to that.
Oh, well, Let's hope you bring the sunshine to London next year.
She will.
Well, thank you both so much for joining us today, and enjoy the rest of your day. And thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, well, thank you very much, and we will go back to you, Steve.
Appreciate it, Amy. Adele does bring the sunshine wherever she goes. That's just the nature of who she is. Kelly, fantastic job. Great center stage. So appreciate it. In just a moment, we are going to replay one of our most popular deep dives that we ran this week here in Amsterdam. I will set that up in just a second. Before we get to that, though, Cisco is so essential to agentic AI adoption. And I always want to ask the question, why us? Well, we provide the infrastructure, the security to deploy agents and do it at scale. Cisco is redefining how our teams and our AI agents can collaborate and do it through AgenticOps. And the reason that's so vital is our workplaces today, they are not ready. We heard this from Gordon in the keynote. It's from a few levels. On the technology level, more traffic required, more devices, right? Low latency demands. We look at the security side. We have intensifying threats, unmanaged devices, wider attack surfaces. We look at our operations. We've got all these new complexities that are coming in by adding AI capabilities. We've got a growing skills shortage. Gordon talked about that in the keynote heavily at the top of the week. And when it comes to our people, they are demanding better experiences in every single interaction. That's internally with our employees and externally with our customers. All of this together means we need to reimagine the data center for the AI era, and that's what we have been doing here all week long, and that's super exciting. All right, so as promised, we are headed into one of the most popular keynote deep dives that we ran here this week. It's called Scaling Secure Enterprise Networking in the AI Era Using AgenticOps. It is transformative. This is a great technical deep dive with unified branch, modern industrial networks. We're going to check it out right now. Enjoy.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. I am super excited to spend the next hour with you. You know, to start with, a year ago, we were here in Amsterdam, and we were talking about AI and the possibilities that might bring. You know, fast forward 12 months, and today, we're not talking about possibilities. We're talking about production. We're talking about scale. We're talking about real use cases in your environments. Now, but if we're honest with ourselves, you know, for the practitioners in the room, for the architects, the people that build our networks, that keep the lights on, this era is going to bring about a new type of pressure for all of us. It's going to bring about pressure because of the pace of the business is fundamentally changing. You know, for decades, we built networks for a human-paced world. We built them for users that click on links. We built them for IT teams that had the luxury of planning change windows over weekends. That world is now gone. You know, today, we have to think of networks not only for the people and devices that connect to them, but we have to think about networks for a new type of user. They're AI agents, and the workloads that these AI agents are going to bring. And now, if we talk about these agents are relentless. They are bursty. They require a new level of latency. And they're not going to wait for that 4-hour troubleshooting in order to be able to resolve an issue. You know, our traditional networks and the traditional network operations that powers them just simply can't keep up with this new AI era. So to thrive, we need to not just build a faster network, we need to build a new network. And importantly, we need to build a new operating model to support that network. You know, as we see this transformation, and if I look around this room and I think about all of the sectors that are here today, all of you are feeling this change. Think about manufacturing. You know, right here in Central Europe, we have a home appliance manufacturer who's seen an explosion of autonomous guided vehicles across their environments. These autonomous guided vehicles are leveraging micro-segmentation, because ultimately underlying these vehicles is multiple different vendors that have to work together in unison in real time. And if there's a blip on that network, the factory floor stops. Or think about healthcare, where we're seeing a new type of AI diagnostic imaging to revolutionize how patients can be served. But this AI diagnostics is going to create bursts of secure network traffic across the campus. Or in healthcare, in retail, when you think about AI agents providing a new way to be able to bring together the physical and the virtual world to provide new forms of personalized customer experiences. Ultimately, what we see is that this is when we talk about the One Cisco story for the future workplace, about how do we transform not only your business, but transform it through a set of new networks. And a future-proof workplace is not just about how we reinvent and deliver better Wi-Fi. It's about how we deliver an intelligent and use intelligent infrastructure to simplify the operations and to empower the productivity. But doing so requires a new kind of network in a new architecture, purpose-built for these challenges and the opportunities of this next era. You know, many of you yesterday heard G2 lay out this vision, a future-proof workplace built upon intelligence, on simplicity, and a fundamentally new architecture. And today, in this session, in this deep dive, we want to break down this new strategy through these three core pillars. First, how we deliver simplified operations powered by AgenticOps. You know, we're moving away from just simple chat-based interfaces and communication to true agentic capabilities to revolutionize operations. But we're also looking at how we can drive security fused into the network. Because in this era, security cannot be thought of as a bolt-on. It must be woven into the fabric itself. And we need to deliver scalable AI-ready devices, because none of this works without a rock-solid foundation. So at the end of the day, though, AgenticOps is not about replacing the human expert. In many ways, the humans are more important than ever before. But what we have to deliver in this new era is around how we can deliver a level of augmentation, a set of digital teammates, to be able to take the manual out of manual labor. You know, it's one thing to really kind of hear me talk and be able to see this vision laid out, but it's another to be able to hear from one of your peers about how they're leading into this next era, how they're delivering mission-critical infrastructure. And so with that, I want to go ahead and welcome on Robert from Bayer, who leads connectivity, to be able to share his perspectives. And so Robert, come on stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
You know, it's a treat to be able to get to spend a few minutes with you. As I was sharing right before this, my family comes from a farming background, and my younger brother actually works for Bayer. And so, you know, first of all, can you just share a little bit about from an overview of Bayer and your role?
Sure. At Bayer, I do have the pleasure of leading the connectivity unit department. We do serve 650 of our sites. Those are production sites, those are R&D sites that do play into our mission, Health for All, Hunger for None. And there we're responsible for the wide area network, wireless, switching, and everything that comes along with it.
So, you know, we've talked about the challenges in this kind of new decade, this new era. Can you talk a little bit about some of the kind of biggest changes that you've seen within network operations at Bayer?
Yeah, one of the biggest changes we had started to implement roughly 3 years ago when we went from classical networking towards software-defined networking in our global network modernization program. At the same time, we also were focusing really on getting more and more efficient in our department. So just remembering, like 5 years back, we were looking at more than 100 people really doing operations on a day-to-day basis. Today, we do it with roughly 30. So this is from the technical side of view, whilst, and you already said it in the beginning, our consumers are dramatically changing. We're moving from rather static environment to a more and more agile and to a more and more AI-driven environment where we simply have to be faster.
And you talk about that managing through the complexity as you add sites and you add applications, but you just talked about dramatically reducing the size of the operations team. So how do these challenges show up to you and your overall team?
So adding sites, adding new applications, the biggest challenges and hurdles that we do currently see is, on one end, the standardization that we do see, so we're looking continuously for patterns to be implemented. On the other side, we are looking forward to standardize our processes really across the unit. So we do have another team next to us that is taking care of security. We do have the application colleagues who are working with us. So having that end-to-end view on the process and that accountability is really the challenge that we're looking at.
You know, we talk about connectivity as an end-to-end problem, but connectivity isn't just about reliability. It's about how do you deliver a great experience. And so with your teams and ultimately buyers spanning so many different places around the world, you know, what are some of the hardest problems that you're facing and that you have to solve when it comes to delivering a great connected experience?
One of the biggest challenges is really reliability, and reliability for us goes beyond stability, and that are repeatable results. So going into the business process, delivering really what the consumer wants, being on the site, being embedded in their OT teams, being embedded in their research teams, and therefore better understanding what they really need, then to adjust the processes on our end, adjust the technology so that we can serve best.
You know, and when you and I were talking last week, you shared a little bit about this network modernization journey that you're on. And so can you talk about the business outcomes that you're trying to drive through the modernization, and what is that first step or that next step that you're taking within your modernization effort?
Sure. Some of the business outcomes that we're trying to drive is getting the researcher, getting the production crew closer to what they really want to implement. So we do have researchers in one of our radiology sites that do have to test new devices that they develop on a day-to-day basis, which means they have to add new devices to the network. They have to require direct internet access. Sometimes they need a different setup. So their requirements are changing on a daily or sometimes hourly basis. What we're trying to give them is a product that reacts to what they need, that fulfills their requirements, and that doesn't take weeks to be implemented, but where they do get a result really within minutes. So we help them to get to the market in a way faster pace.
Yeah, that pace is truly accelerating for you. And so when we think about the application of AI inside of network operations, you know, what are some of the ways that you're approaching it from having to consider the constraints that buyer has in terms of the compliance and regulation?
Yeah. In terms of compliance and regulations, we do have to uphold, and we like to uphold all of the FDA requirements to make sure that the aspirin that you take today has the same quality like tomorrow, which means we have to have repetitive outcomes. So that's why right now we are looking at AI to assist in operations, to help our operators on a day-to-day basis to drive decisions in a better way, in a faster way. And as time develops and we understand the risks better that do come along with it, I'm also looking forward then to increase really that impact from AI-assisted operations really to an AI ops model that is going to be more pure and more driven by the AI and less than by the engineer.
And so when you think about that operational workflow, as you fast forward to the next couple of years, what are the areas within that workflow where you see it providing the most value for your team?
So the most value for my team will be to react and understand what are the requirements and the necessary steps before and after what we do. The biggest benefit in agentic operations that I personally see is to have that holistic understanding of the business process that is at hand, of the case that is at hand, the service request you call it, because there will be agents that we will be serving. There will be cloud applications that we will be serving. There will be security items that have to follow what we do. And AI will hopefully be capable of handling all of that in the right context moving forward.
Yep. And so when you talk about AI agents, we should also talk about security, but I want to talk about security through how you work and kind of bridge across these different functions. And so you mentioned security operations are handled by a different team from the connectivity team. So what are some of the challenges that's creating for you, and how do you see that really bridging the gap in the future?
The challenges start at having the same interfaces, having the same targets and the same goals within those two organizations. So as we go away from a more human-centric and more into a process-centric view, I hope that we will overcome some of those hurdles and the people will be able to just focus on delivering new solutions working together. And the day-to-day operations will be highly standardized through the interfaces that each and every one of the group is going to create.
And so talk a little bit more about the kind of the organizational hurdles that you're encountering, especially as you think about scaling the infrastructure across Bayer for AI and some of these new digital demands.
Yeah. What we do see right now is there is a lot of tribal knowledge when we're going into major incidents, when we're going into debugging, where there are individuals who are with the company for 20, 30 years, who know pretty much everything that is available in our environment. Moving forward, this is going to be more and more complex. As we all know, technology gets even more complex as we speak. There is more that you have to know everything, and I believe it's at this point in time not possible really to have that tribal knowledge of everything moving forward. So we're building on AI, helping us, driving debugging, driving incident analytics, moving forward to give us that holistic overview, and to not rely on highly valued individuals right now that do deserve to take a break every now and then.
And as we were sharing and talking about last week, you reminded me that in its simplest form, Bayer's a research company. And so you need to support the research teams that are looking to bring in new applications and new devices. So how are you balancing their needs with the requirements when you think about that security and compliance?
We're in deep discussion with security and in alignment how we can use patterns, use standards, and not really have to deeply analyze every individual use case. As the analytics process on that today takes somewhere between a week and a month, really to have that thoroughly worked through and then adapted to what could be the right security statute that you want to implement. So moving forward, what I'm really looking for is to use these patterns and have these patterns then again implemented on an automatic basis. So something that can fit can be implemented in mere hours.
Yeah.
And that is a real factor if you think about that. There is hardware like DNA sequences that do cost far above $100,000. And so every day that you have that standing around, every day that a researcher is unable to make use of that means that there is potentially a day that we will be later to market, and that also means that potentially a day later we're going to have not just a new trade on our seats, but that we might have a medication that might saving lives moving forward.
Yeah, that's a powerful story. We got time for maybe one more question. So when you think about this network modernization journey, what are you most excited about next within Bayer?
I'm most excited about seeing the organizational change. As I see how the organization is adapting to it, new talent is joining really our organization, embracing that new way of working, and making use of it, and this is attracting new people, and this just increases the energy, and I love to be working on that forefront of technology with them, and to learn alongside.
That's great. Robert, I wish we had more time, but with that, I want to thank you for sharing your story, to be able to share it with this group and where you are in your journey. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. As we go into this next section and begin to talk about agentic operations, I want to start by thinking about a question. How many of us in this room feel like on a daily basis we're asked to do the impossible? There's an inherent paradox that we see where networks are becoming more and more complex, but at the same time, we're being asked to do it, as Robert shared, with less people than ever before. You know, we've all had these days where we seem like we spent the entire day chasing down a DHCP pool exhaustion problem. And so at Cisco, we asked ourselves, you know, what if we could do better, right? What if we could be able to augment your teams with a set of digital teammates that can help you to be able to scale your impact? So at the Cornerstone, we believe that answer is AgenticOps. And so I want to spend a minute here talking about what AgenticOps really means and breaking it down across these 4 core areas. At its foundational level, it's the underlying data, having the widest set of cross-domain telemetry that then is built upon a set of models, an ensemble of models that leverage both the leading foundational models, but importantly also specialized models like our deep network model, where we have the ability to codify decades of networking expertise to be able to then allow the capabilities to be expressed. Now, these get expressed then through a purposeful set of agentic capabilities that we'll show here in a demo for how we can be able to drive faster troubleshooting, faster optimization, faster validation. And then allowing you to interact with these models through these agentic capabilities through different purposeful interactions, whether that's specific dashboards, whether that's the assistant, whether that's AI Canvas, whether that's cloud control. Now, I'm so excited for what we've launched here at Cisco Live across troubleshooting, where we are delivering what used to take hours, if not longer, down into minutes to be able to drive a level of autonomous troubleshooting around optimization for how do we keep your networks in the best state possible automatically, or how we think about trusted validation so that we can make every change not only safer, but more predictive. Now, when we talk about driving these agentic workflows, one other important area that I want to express is that agents by nature are a non-deterministic system. But when you're making changes on your network, non-determinism is the last thing you want. And so what we talk about inside Cisco is how do we bring a level of deterministic execution? So while the agents can be able to plan and reason and come up with suggested actions, these can be backed through governed workflows to ensure that we maintain the level of networks. And so with that, we have Raj on stage. Raj is at the forefront of helping to drive a number of these key capabilities. And so Raj, I want you to be able to bring these new capabilities to life. So let's go ahead and have you start the demo.
Absolutely. Joe, thank you so much. Folks, I am so privileged to be able to share more about our AgenticOps capabilities. The way that I see it, Cisco's been providing you incredible insights about your infrastructure and your network. We're building on that foundation with AI in order to provide you actionable recommendations and actions. And if you think about why we're doing this, it's to simplify your day-to-day life and get you more productive, and through the use of AI to deliver better experiences consistently through the experiences that you're familiar with. But we're also going to work on, and by the way, this might look familiar, new experiences that center in on how your users and your colleagues experience their day-to-day life. To that point, what you see behind me is the experience metrics in the Meraki dashboard. Now, if you're anything like me, before a meeting, you open your laptop first thing, settle yourself, and then hope really, really hard that you get solid bars of Wi-Fi connection. And if you don't, it's one of the most frustrating parts of your day. Now imagine, that happens all the time, consistently inside of your organization. And that's why we're bringing to you thousands of different aggregate data points together in one dashboard where you can see what really matters to users. Things like successful connections or time to connect. Now, we're going to go through this example real quick and take a look at a day in the life. I have my handy-dandy to-do list over here. Walk through it with me, and we'll see how your daily life transforms with AgenticOps. So my first item on my to-do list is, it looks like there's a VIP issue. There's an executive complaining of access to WebEx. The dashboard visually guides me to successful connects and DHCP. I want to take a look at clients because there's a particular executive client that's having some issues. And Cisco's agentic capabilities for troubleshooting allow me to ask in natural language what the issue is. As it's going through the reasoning, it's providing an analysis of all of the different data already available in the dashboard and providing me information in the form of a recommendation for what I should do next. Here's a great thing. In this same panel, I can also ask the assistant to then give me a recommendation. In this case, it looks like I have to check the DHCP configuration. It goes through an analysis step by step, provides a little bit more about its logic, and I can ask it to actually take the next step, provide me an actionable plan that I can execute in order to expand the DHCP pool. All I have to do, and by the way, all I'm doing is just clicking around here, letting the AI drive the bus. I will see that the DHCP pool has now been expanded, and the client that was having DHCP connection issues has now been resolved. All right. Well, I just saved the day. So I'm going to go check out what's going on with the rest of my organization, and I expect to see a field of green. That is not green. Looks more like tulips, but we're in Amsterdam, so, you know. So I'm actually not worried. And the reason why I'm not worried is I have an architectural expert at my fingertips. Folks, we've brought decades of experience delivering to you Cisco-validated designs that contain architectural best practices and imbued our agentic capabilities of optimization with that knowledge to contextualize recommendations to your network. So now you no longer have to think twice about being able to figure out, oh, by the way, I should be able to enable 6 gigahertz on a bunch of my access points. Clearly, I'll be able to release some congestion on the 5 gigahertz band. But let's say you didn't know any of that. If you pop into the recommendations tab, you can actually see not just the suggested action, but you can see the expected impact of that action. You can actually see more information about exactly what I just said, the benefits of enabling 6 gigahertz without moving anywhere. And in fact, not only can you get that recommendation, you can take action and accept those recommendations from the same panel as well. I haven't even finished my coffee. I already got through 2 things on my to-do list. VIP issue, check organization. What's next? Oh, this is great. Security audit. Okay, well, I'm going to need a lot more coffee for this one. And definitely not getting through it in one day. I'm going to have to flip back and forth between standards documents and figure out how I go and gather information inside the organization. It's going to take me a while to do that. Or I can hit a button. I flip back to my AI assistant, and I can see performing a security audit of this network. Now, this is really, really important, folks. Personal note, I struggled a little bit with calculus. Why? I would always skip steps. They would say, show your work. Well, I took that to heart. Our Cisco AgenticOps capabilities for validation iterate through dense standards and work through a series of different steps to reason across all of the different requirements that would be necessary for validating your environment. As you can see here, it walks through for a security audit based on a runbook methodology for Arch 003, listing out the network devices, assessing layer 3 and level 7 rules architecture, evaluating your VPN security configuration. This would take me hours, but guess what? All of this information is already available in your dashboard itself, and the agentic capability for validation is performing that systematically. Now, I mentioned that we want to see, and for the sake of time, so don't get pulled off here, I'm going to skip forward for a second. We want to see not just showing the work, but the results as well. And as you can see, excuse me, the full audit report is here. It's provided me top 3 immediate actions, gone through key findings, including actionable areas that I need to go and resolve to improve my security posture, metrics for security, and finally, recommendations in a prioritized order. But remember, recommendations and action. Not only is it providing me for this particular audit all of the things I need to keep in mind, it's also giving me the steps for resolution piece by piece should I choose to action that as well. Okay, all right. That was pretty easy. I got through all 3 items. But Raj, this is Cisco Live EMEA. The people want more. What if I wanted to provide all these capabilities wrapped in one experience? I want to avoid common pitfalls. I want to make sure that I adhere to best practices architecturally. I want to make sure that I double-check my SOPs and my own business practices to deliver the best experience for my colleagues and my users. I can do that. Flip back to the AI assistant. As you can see here, I've asked it to create a network optimized for WebEx meetings and enabling troubleshooting monitoring for WebEx performance. It's gone through, created a full plan. I'll spare you guys from reading this whole entire blurb here. But it's 19 steps. And here's the best part. Scroll, scroll, scroll. I was able to then take all of this planning and deploy it directly into a workflow, agentically created in order to action it inside of my environment. Now, sorry, this is amazing. Okay, all right, so folks, just to recap. Oh, okay, all right. Okay, just to recap. Our agentic capabilities for troubleshooting reduces problem solving from days to minutes. The idea is that we want to take the trouble out of troubleshooting. It is no longer a long, drawn-out process. Teams can go straight from identifying an issue to knowing the root cause and the right fix within minutes. Our agentic capabilities for optimization also allow us to tune the network to stay at its optimal point without waiting for something to break. And with a live model of user experience, we contextualize all of those recommendations and expert actions within the environment, allowing the network to keep pace with real conditions, closing the gap between optimization and application. And finally, my favorite, validation. You saw how our agents make every change validated and double-checked before they take place. There's less second-guessing, more predictability, and stronger compliance, so teams can move fast, but with control. And you also were able to look at our experience metrics, how teams can shift their focus from simply monitoring systems and just device connections to truly understanding and appreciate how users are experiencing the network. In a single click, you can get connectivity, capacity, quality, and peace. Joe, this is how AgenticOps turns day-to-day operations into opportunities for teams to do more with less friction and more impact. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Raj. All right. You know, I loved all those capabilities, but let's keep the story moving as we think about what's next, and let's talk a little bit about the campus. And you know, I love talking about the campus because in many ways, the campus is the most chaotic part of our environment. It's where our people, it's where our devices, and it's where all of our guests collide together. You know, and for years, right, we've thought about the campus and campus security like a castle, where we try to build the biggest moat around the perimeter, and we assume that everything inside is safe. But in this new era, right, everything needs to be rethought. We need to believe that our campus is inherently porous. And we're seeing an explosion of new types of devices, whether these are IoT devices or OT devices across our networks. These devices are not just talking out, they're talking across each other. Right? And the challenge we hear from you is, you know, how do we stop a threat from moving laterally across my network? In doing so, how do we stop that without making the network inherently so complex that I can't operate it? Traditionally, we would think about security from a firewalling perspective of say, let's send all of our traffic to a centralized appliance. But that's a costly approach, right? It creates an inherent bottleneck with our environment, and we should think of this as really the legacy way of thinking about security. At Cisco, right, we believe that we need to do something different. We need to fuse security into the fabric itself. And we need to protect it in a way that treats your infrastructure as a seamless end-to-end security architecture, right? By providing you a clear, unified visibility, whether that's across your clouds, across your data centers, across your workplaces. And so we're helping customers move from this open and flat network architecture to one where we provide minimum access that they need in order to just do their jobs. What underpins this is, first off, microsegmentation, right? How we enable every segment to be inherently isolated from one another. How we provide an AI-powered device classification, so you always know what's connected to your network. And how you provide continuous monitoring, so only the authorized users in the devices are able to access the resources they need. And Cisco Secure Access is a key part, right? It goes further by ensuring the applications are only visible to those that are explicitly authorized. And with Cisco, what's powering our architecture is the ability to have common policy created once, distributed enforcement across the entirety of your network, so that you can apply policies everywhere without slowing down users, and importantly, without harming the inherent experience across that network. Right? So when networking and security are working together, they deliver a resilience and protection that goes far beyond what they could do independently. All right, this is the power of what Cisco can provide with secure networking. And so to share a little bit more of that, we've got Steven from our team. Steven's got a great demo that shows about how we can be able to bring identity, security into a new campus environment. So Steven, let's go ahead and take it away.
Awesome, thank you, Joe. Couldn't ask for a better intro. Joe really, before we go to the demo, can we go back to the, I want to set up the, I want to frame up, yeah. So exactly what Joe just explained is what we're going to try to work through in this demo. So we've been given an opportunity, and the opportunity is bring together a few different components that would normally take days versus hours versus minutes. So from a customer perspective, we're using a healthcare example, and this example can be expanded to others, but we've got a healthcare customer that has multiple locations. They have a mix of deployments. We call them hybrid deployments. They're cloud and they're on-prem. So we've got multiple management consoles from Cisco, controlling, monitoring, and enabling security across the network. We've got a distributed network footprint. We've got strict compliance requirements. And then finally, multiple network and security domains. So what's the opportunity? How do I do this across domains? How do I do this by enabling agentic AI ops? And then how do I make it easy so that I can abstract all the complexity and focus on the operational simplicity that we've been talking about here. So if we could cut over to the demo real quick. So one of the first things with operational simplicity in these hybrid environments, one of the innovations we wanted to showcase here was our global overview. It gives us the ability to bring together what we've seen from our cloud management products as well as our on-prem with Catalyst Center. So in this case, we've got 11 plus locations with a mix of them. So what we want to do is we're going to focus on how we accomplish some of the tasks. We're going to go in. Now, one thing I wanted to frame up first. In this demo, one of the things that we want to do, or we've been asked to do, is create an IoT network, right, for our medical devices, provide access to a specific set of users, and then at the same time distribute this policy throughout the entire architecture through both on-prem and cloud-based mechanisms for firewalls, VPN users, without having to actually know the construct within the network and have to communicate something that would take days or weeks to be able to accelerate that down into a few minutes. So we're going to go into one of our architectures here. We're going to use our Amsterdam network, and we're going to use the AI assistant. So in this case, very much like Raj has showed before, we're going to use our AI assistant to act as that intermediary between us and Cisco workflows to be able to take intent into action. So what Raj was talking about before, what we're doing with RCA, what we're doing about with some of the other capabilities, using that with our workflows product, we're going directly from intent to the actual action. So what we want to do is we're just going to ask it to create a new network for our IoT devices. Once we actually enter that in, we're going to get prompted back from that, and it's going to say, here's all the things in order to do this that we're going to have to touch. Normally, if you're a network operator, your head starts to spin because we have to touch ICE. We have to touch our individual dashboards. We have to go into secure access. So what we want to do is make sure we're coordinating all this, removing some of the human component out of this so that we can have that common policy, as Joe had mentioned, and that common policy is the same across the network and being able to be delivered down across the individual domains and individual platforms. Now, the most important piece of this, as Raj had mentioned, is the feedback coming out of this. So we want to know exactly what we did so that we can make sure that it was pushed out correctly. So all we're going to do is we're going to say, hey, this is what we want to run. We click on yes, and then we're prompted by the assistant with the information. It's asking us, giving us suggestions on what do we want to enable on the network. In this case, we're calling it an IoT network. We're asking it for the right encryption. So again, we're starting at wireless, moving throughout the network all the way to security and firewall policies. As it says, it's asking us, do we want to deploy this on a firewall? Do we want to deploy it on a remote access VPN? And the critical piece, as Joe mentioned before, we're using micro-segmentation here. So we're going to use, for us, SGTs or secure group tags, but as a user network operator, I don't need to know the tag numbers. All I want to do is I just want to know the names. We enter in the names, and it comes back, and the AI assistant will give us a list of things to change that it's going to touch, and then we move forward and acknowledge it again, and then it's going to actually go through for us and create the policies and initiate the activities. So again, in a matter of minutes versus a matter of hours or days, we're able to go through, instantiate the policies, issue the commands to each of the individual platforms, and then come back and have it verified. And I know it's a lot, but we'll just to show through, every one of our platforms comes back into the AI assistant, allowing us to see exactly what was configured without leaving that portal. So we don't have to bounce to each one of those to make sure it was, but unfortunately, I'm going to bounce to each one of them for you anyway to show you that it actually did work. So, but at the end of the day, it gives you suggestions on where to go to look. So what we're going to do, we're going to jump into our dashboard to show Access Manager. Now again, Access Manager plus ICE, those are our two identity platforms that allow us to come together, distribute group tags across our entire infrastructure, and provide policy. So this was created dynamically through AI Assistant, through workflows, and we can actually see that we have our two MRI networks, our users and our devices, and the policies dynamically created to permit them and deny everything else. So again, I didn't have to know anything about SGTs. I didn't have to know anything about the underlying infrastructure. I asked the AI assistant a question, it came back and it configured it for me. And then the same thing, if I go into the adaptive policy piece, I can actually see up at the top here, I can actually see that an access rule that was created to assign my MRI devices to a network and classify them correctly, all within the context of the AI assistant. And then moving into Cisco Security Cloud Control, we also bring Security Cloud Control into play to be able to show that the fact that we've actually configured the VPN components as well. So with that, I know I've got a couple minutes left, and what I would like to do is switch over to the slides, please, so that we can discuss a couple new interesting innovations that come along the way. So these are a couple things that actually are really exciting that we've actually started to focus on from a firewalling perspective. So as Joe had mentioned, it's great to have a firewall on the network, but what we want to do is we want to be able to distribute those policies and be able to redirect traffic. So we've come out with our service security insertion, and what SSI does is it allows us to redirect flows, individual flows, to the firewall. So we don't have to have a firewall at every access layer right now. We can pick and choose using SDA to bring those flows back to a centralized firewall and only inspect the traffic that you think is critical. One of the other innovations, again, if I look at PQC or post-quantum crypto, it's a huge topic now. One of my favorite topics actually to talk about. So, at Cisco, we always bring best-in-class products. So post-quantum crypto is going to be embedded in all of our products. But the end goal for us is to deliver best-in-class architecture with a post-quantum encrypted secure architecture end-to-end. So right now we've got our switches and our routers that are supporting it. Looking forward to bring it out as the industry comes along. So again, protecting us for the future. And finally, talking about protecting mission-critical operations. We've heard from our customers we can't just have mission-critical capabilities. We also have to have mission-critical abilities to upgrade software. So we have XFSU, it's our fast software upgrade. So we're bringing this so that in order to provide that always-on, always secure network, we've got to be able to bring in and upgrade our software near instantaneously so that we can actually provide that continuity of operations for our customers. So with that, Joe, I'll turn it back over to you.
All right.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Stephen.
Absolutely.
That's a... What a great job, Stephen. Thanks for sharing that demo. And as we kind of switch into this last section, we spent the first couple parts here and chapters talking about the brain of your network, talking about the AI agents and the inherent reasoning within it. But the reality, right, is a brain is going to be only as effective as the body it controls. And so to scale in this new era, we must also talk about our muscle, right? The scalable devices underneath it. And for decades, as an industry, right, we've built hardware for a human-paced world. And as we've talked about today, we design routers and we design switches that have been able to handle predictable and steady traffic. But as we discussed, right, AI agents are fundamentally different. They're going to reshape how networks are delivered and the traffic within them. Right? They're bursty, they're hypersensitive to the latency. And so in this new era, we can't just build bigger boxes. We must build a more intelligent infrastructure that can scale alongside the software that we build. And so at Cisco, right, we have a fundamental advantage in this, right? We think about this through 3 different layers, right? First off is that while others in this industry have leveraged off-the-shelf or good enough components, we've doubled down inside of Cisco on building our own custom silicon. And people ask, why does that matter? Why does it matter to build your own silicon? Just as Stephen mentioned, is because by designing our own chips, right, we can bake the intelligence directly into that silicon. This is what allows us to deliver post-quantum cryptography at line rate so that we can provide that protection without sacrificing any of the inherent performance. As we move up the stack and we talk about the operating system at Cisco, we're inherently proud of iOS XE, the industry's leading networking operating system that scales across your entire campus. And as you bring the operating system and the silicon together at the system level, this is what fuses everything together in a platform, right? What gives you the visibility, the programmability, the efficiency that you need. So when you bring this together, this is magic, right? And to share a little bit about this magic, I want to have Stephanie talk about how we can take this magic and be able to create a unified branch to scale across our environments in a matter of minutes. So with that, Stephanie, I'll let you take it away.
All right, thank you. All right, so I'm Stephanie Chastain, and I'm a director of technical marketing. And before we start, happy Cisco Live, everyone. I want to ask a show of hands. Who has spent days and hours configuring and deploying all of your branches in your network? Am I the only one? All right. Well, I want to talk about Unified Branch, and Unified Branch is going to be a game changer. So what is Unified Branch? It is a full stack branch solution. That means it's routing, it's switching, it's wireless, and it's security. And it's based off Cisco validated designs, powered by automation and AgenticOps, and as you're seeing, it's managed in one dashboard. The components of Unified Branch are the newly announced Cisco Secure Routers, the smart switches, and our wonderful APs. So just as Stephen had a healthcare issue that he wanted to deploy quickly, I have Acme Branch that has a switch, a router, security, wireless. And so I've asked in the beginning, how many have spent days? Well, this would be a long day. Can I do it in less than a minute? Let's see. So I'm going to start with our dashboard, like you've seen from everyone else. And I'm going to ask the platform to do it for me through AgenticOps. This is where the power of automation comes in to make my life simpler and hopefully yours. So I'm going to start with going to the AI assistant, and I'm going to ask it to deploy me a full stack unified branch based off Cisco validated designs. And so it's thinking, and it goes back. The AI assistant runs through all of the workflows, and you can see it picked the unified branch full stack workflow. What is a workflow? It is a cloud-based, low-code or no-code network automation tool built inside this dashboard to bring you the best practices. So let me proceed on all of the steps. So it's a little bit more than Stephen's was to deploy all the wireless switching routing together. And the AI assistant is now listing all of the variables that you could configure to make this happen. All of these variables are customizable. So for this one, I said my name of my branch, I'm going to call it Acme Branch. And I'm going to scroll through the workflow, and you can see all of the variables. All of these are customizable for your network, but I'm just going to leave it same for the sake of time. So I'm going to click again, and yet again, we have to keep a human in the loop. As we mentioned in the beginning, you have to keep a human in the loop, so it allows you one more time to review all of the variables, because once I hit proceed again, this is when AI is going to start doing its magic, and it's going to start deploying it. And you can see all of the steps that it is configuring, step by step, the outcomes, every one to do a full stack branch. You can see there's a lot more than what Steven showed, even to the point where we have the network URL so that I can start to manage these devices through the AI assistant. Even more than that, as we've already mentioned, recommendations and actions. If I keep scrolling down, you'll see the next steps and recommendations, and it will tell you where to go to next. So what action do I want to take? I said, so AgenticOps, AI assistant's been deploying this branch behind me. If I drill into it, this is a visual representation of every step that it's done. And if you look, it did it in less than 50 seconds. How quick is that? But let's look into this more in detail. As I scroll through the workflow, let's dig into it. Just see, so you don't take in my word for it. You're like, Steph, this is beautiful, but let's drill in a little bit more. Let's click into create a VLAN 2 for the network. And if I go even more, you can start to see all of the API calls that were configured. Looking even more, I can go into a DHCP for DNS. And if you scroll down, all of these are API calls that I could have manually looked up. That meant I would have had to have known the API call, I would have had to have scripted it, and it might have taken me a little more than 50 seconds. As I scroll through the entire workflow, you can see all the steps that were taken, and I look into it a little bit more, and I see that I can actually do security policies as well. And you can see that I've created IPS and IDS, as well as other security policies through this workflow. So as we scroll down, let's see if I brought it back up. And if you look, Acme branch is back online, and it is up and running. Fast forwarded a little bit too fast, but believe me, it was up. We can talk about it more at the World of Solutions as well. So I want to show you guys that unified branch. We talked in the beginning, AgenticOps for operational simplicity. Unified branch, check. Security fused into the network. We talked about putting firewall policies and IPS, IDS, secure firewall, check. But the last one was scalable devices for AI, and this is where I want to step in a little bit more. You might have heard G2 talk about it a little bit yesterday in the keynote, but we are launching a set of Cisco secure routers as well as campus gateways. And these are scalable devices for AI. They're scalable, programmable, they have advanced telemetry, and they're a unified platform. So digging in a little bit, let's get into it. We launched yesterday 2 new 81 series secure routers, and they're both orderable now. And so we have a hybrid managed with iOS XE that gives you 3 times more throughput. It gives you DSL to fiber conversion, all with secure firewall, 98% efficacy from NetSec Open. In addition, we have for our Meraki customers the same 8100 series running the MX OS with 2 times more throughput. So we have that. And lastly, we have a new campus gateway. All of the flexibility for all of your campus sizes. You're used to the larger campuses. Now these are for your medium and growing campus sites. And they do have easy cloud management as well. So Joe, I think this is pretty exciting, and I hope you guys are as well.
All right, thanks.
Thank you so much.
All right, so we've talked about AgenticOps and how we're redefining simplified operations, and we talked about this new campus and how we're fusing security deep into the network and underpinning it through that strong foundation of AI-ready scalable devices. But I want to kind of bring it home by going back to how we started today's session, right? We talked about this challenge of how we're all being faced with this shift from a human-paced world to a new agentic-paced world, right? We talked about the paradox of how our networks are becoming more complex than ever before, but we have less resources than ever before, right? Over the last hour, you've seen, hopefully, how Cisco is trying to answer some of these challenges, right? You saw the new agentic capabilities to dramatically reduce the time for troubleshooting, to go from hours down to minutes, from an optimization to ensure how do we keep our networks, whether those are wired or wireless or WAN, into an optimum state, driving a level of validation to help you to answer challenging questions such as your security posture in a few simple clicks. Right? We touched on the muscle, right? The muscle of our custom silicon that allows us to be able to deliver post-quantum cryptography at line rate. We touched on the shield that allows us to be able to provide a level of policy enforcement distributed across your environment, right? And importantly, you heard from Robert at Bayer, who brings together a perspective of not only why this isn't something to think about in the future, but what he's doing right now in a leading organization to deliver new networks at across a mission-critical set of infrastructure. Now, I want to leave you with a key set of takeaways, right? In this AI-paced world, right, your value from a network operations is not going to be found in the manual CLI entries or how you chase down DHCP errors, right? Your value is going to be in the architecture, right? Your value is in the strategy you bring to your business. Your value is being the visionary who ensures that the network doesn't just stay up, but it helps you to drive your business forward, right? We're augmenting the teams with AgenticOps, right? So that you can get back to as thought leaders and ultimately key parts of your business. So you can get back to what you do best, right? How you build, how you create, and how you innovate. So thank you for spending the time with us today to be able to talk about how we're delivering across this future-proof workplace. I hope you have a great rest of your Cisco Live and enjoy the rest of your day.
And you are back with us in the Cisco TV studio, coming to you live from the World of Solutions show floor here in the final couple of hours of Cisco Live 2026 in Amsterdam. Amazing. It's great to have you all with us. We have got another fantastic keynote deep dive that we have just come out of, looking at scaling secure enterprise networking in the AI era. We talked about AgenticOps. Big conversation. We saw the transformative power of AI in networking. We saw the architecture and the innovations that we have got to be able to build out for our secure campus and our unified branch, our modern industrial networks, everything that we need for the AI future. Cisco is the critical structure for the future of AI, and at the core of it all is an AgenticOps-powered platform. It radically simplifies our operations, our insurance, and it does it across your entire network. So we've got a few fun things to bring you here during this segment, but right now, oh, good, look at you, just relaxing out there. I'm working hard, and look at you in the massage chair, Cedric de Valder.
What can I say, Steve? Like, you know, we all choose our places, and, you know, I'm also happy to be roving about, as always. And it's great to be here, like, in the massage chair, just for a difference. Like, we're standing on our feet every day, you know, as a host, right? So, yeah, so Rob is here with me as well, and we're just going to have, like, a little bit of a chat. Isn't that right, Rob? Rob, wake up. Right, let's have a chat.
Oh, yeah. Okay, go.
Right. Oh, what was that? Oh. Yeah,
that's
no.
Right. That's my food coming.
Yeah, no, it's not a full dining service, right?
I'm never sure how to dress for the massage.
Yes. Are you enjoying it?
Absolutely.
Great.
You were dead on. This was a great idea.
Yeah. So basically, let's talk a little bit about Cisco, right? While you're enjoying
Cisco,
that experience. Sure. Yeah, you haven't forgotten about it, right?
Yeah. Go ahead.
You know, like we talk about our Cisco portfolio coming together. Mm-hmm. Like, how do you see that, right? Like, we've heard a lot of innovation this week. We've done a lot of visits on the booths and so on. Like, what has stuck with you?
I feel like, whoa, I'm not sure where that one came from, sorry. I feel like Cisco's made a lot of positive moves. I feel like things are coming together in in ways that I haven't. Oh yeah, sorry. Do you get?
Rob, focus.
Just things are coming together in amazing ways. I feel like the proof is there. It feels like we've got good language in terms of how to describe value to. Oh yeah. Yeah. Steve, what do you think? Did that make sense?
It's not going that well for Rob.
It's all falling apart. I know we're ticking down to the final hours, kidlets, but Rob, all right, sit up, Rob. Rob, vertical, let's go. Come on.
Oh,
come
sit
on,
up.
Rob, back
Yes.
in. You're too old for this, like me. You're younger than I am, but you're too old for
I
this.
think he's stuck, Steve.
I'm trying to figure out the eject code.
All right, there he is.
Cedric, I think you better take over. We've
Right.
lost Rob. It's
Right,
official.
Right. No. I think, like, you know, as we talk about Cisco, like, or the power of our portfolio is really important and is really like what lives to us right now. If you think about like that, we need to have the network as a foundation. Like we're in this AI era, and like it's very important to have the network as that foundation, as that backbone. And then if you start bolting on security, because there's so many threats right now out in the world that we have to have, like we bring that in straight away. Think about collaboration, about people working together across countries. Think about Thousand Eyes in terms of having that full stack visibility. Now you're going to sit on the table?
Well, if anyone can hear me, I have to talk through your mic, I think, because I'm completely disconnected.
Right, okay,
oh, my
okay.
audio's on. I just can't hear them.
Okay,
Which means
great,
they can't cut me off. You were saying.
Yeah, so I was saying like the power of our portfolio in terms of having the network as a backbone, having collaboration, having Cisco Thousand Eyes, having data center, having everything there is just so amazing, I think. And there is no one company that can deliver that like Cisco, just connecting the unconnected.
I think Cisco has always had expertise. You tell me if they're coming in. He said my mic's working, I think, so we may be okay. But you think about the fact that the network is a requirement for all of these amazing assets to kind of come together, and it's also going to be the key to how do you deal with things at this velocity that we've never experienced before, 100%. Right? And so the idea is that we're going to have to travel the network anyway, but when we see things like the custom silicon that's being developed and then developed in such a way that it becomes reprogrammable, now you're laying a foundation where you say, I'm nervous as someone who needs to invest in infrastructure because as I look out, I go, things are changing way too quickly. And you go, I get it, but you need value now that you can be competitive with and still have the confidence that you're going to be able to adjust as needed in the future without feeling like you just wasted everything in a certain direction. I agree with you. I don't see how Cisco is not an answer for you.
Yeah, no, 100%, Rob. And I think that's a great closing thought. With that, like, Steve, back over to you. We're going to like have another session over here.
No, actually, I need Rob to climb into the chair with you. Both of you will be in this massage chair next time. And by the way, you're being photobombed in the back. I just want you to wave to all of the people back there behind you. They're enjoying all of this time. Yeah, you too, right? All right, every Cisco Live includes a fantastic parallel program called IT Leadership. It's tailored specifically for IT leaders to elevate your business and your technology skills so you can network with peers, you can learn from Cisco IT executives. It has never been more important than right now because the digital landscape is growing and expanding so rapidly. Our companies are under all this incredible pressure to be AI ready now, today. And that means that we've got to reimagine the data center and the workplace. We have to drive digital resilience to connect and to protect every aspect of our organizations. And that is why we host this multi-day IT leadership program to help leaders grow your business acumen, to future-proof your workplaces. Let's check out some of the highlights from this week's IT leadership event. Here we go.
The Cisco IT Leadership Program is an event that was created as a result of feedback from previous Cisco Live attendees.
It's coming together of both business and technical. There's a great 3-day program here, a lot of topics to be covered.
It's a program curated by IT leaders for IT leaders to share all their knowledge and experience to help us and future leaders be more successful.
So the IT Leadership Program this year is going to be covering a range of topics, including digital resilience, future-proof workplace, and AI-ready data center networking. It's also got some great Lead in 15 sessions where you can pick up some nice tips and tricks for leadership skills.
I am personally excited to meet Nina Schick. She is our special guest speaker. She advises NATO, the EU, and other large AI-driven organizations on how AI will impact companies and power in the future. I really hope people will walk away with a whole set of tips, techniques, knowledge and experience from the large number of speakers that we've had all week.
What I'm hoping that everyone walks away with after this program is being able to take actual actions, not just ideas. And I want everyone to walk away with at least 3 new connections.
And most importantly, they're inspired to be stronger leaders in the future.
Fantastic, fantastic program. If you are an IT person for your organization, if you would like to become a part of the IT leadership program, fantastic. Reach out. We would love to have you join us at our next IT leadership event. That's going to take place in San Diego in June. We're going to continue on the IT leadership path in just a moment. I want to send out a reminder. According to my clock here, Central European time, it's about 4:28. We are ticking down to the conclusion of the event. There is still a ton happening out in the world of solutions. The energy is still high here at the show. Demos are still running. The Cisco showcase is still full, still loaded with people asking their questions, getting answers, exactly what they need to run their organizations. But for all of you out there viewing here on the platform, remember, hashtag Cisco Live EMEA. Hit us on any social platform of your choice, whatever it happens to be. Plenty of time left in the day for us to be able to hear from all of you. All right, so what we're going to do at this point, we're going to go out to the IT leadership space to learn about how Cisco is helping to build Europe's secure digital future and how we do it at the speed of innovation. So vital right now. Sovereignty has been an enormous topic all week long. We've got Guy Diedrich and Agostino Santoni with us. They are going to share how Cisco is partnering right now, today, with European nations to architect a digital future that does not force a choice between speed and safety. Sovereignty is a key right now. It's an enormous conversation. So what we're going to do is get a deep dive into how Europe can and must move at the speed of innovation and do it without compromising the trust and the security that really defines European values. The simple fact is, foundationally, the stakes are enormous. They're existential. Nations that cannot upskill their people and do it at the speed that AI demands, they risk outsourcing not just jobs, but their capacity to shape their own future. Let's head out to IT leadership right now. Here we go.
We're going to talk today about a secure digital future, but doing it at the speed of innovation. And I'm going to be up here shortly with my colleague and friend, Agostino Santoni, who runs Southern Europe for Cisco. We're going through a radical transformation, and it's happening at a speed that none of us have ever experienced. Think about it. What we're used to as humans are ages. So we had the industrial age, 250 years, give or take. We had the information age, 45 years. We had the digital age, 15 years. And now we're in the AI what? The AI micro age? The AI moment? Think about it. For those of us in Cisco, we know that we've had AI embedded in our networks for 15 years. It's nothing new. In the academic literature, AI has been around since the early 60s. Yet only 3.5 years ago did we see its emergence through ChatGPT and it come to the public consciousness. So essentially, the public thinks AI is about 3.5 years old. And it's in the process of getting embedded in everything right now as we speak. It's moving forward so fast, we've already gone from ChatGPT, generative AI, to agentic AI. And pretty soon, we're going to have artificial general intelligence. And then it's going to be embedded in everything, be invisible, disappear. We're going to take it for granted. It's going to be a commodity. And we're going to be on to the next shiny thing, which is quantum. Let's look at the data associated with the advent of AI. AI isn't just increasing the threat landscape, it's mechanizing it. It's industrializing it. Back in 2015, cybercrime accounted for about $3 trillion. About $3 trillion of damage to economies. By 2031, the estimate it's going to be 12 trillion. Today, if cybercrime was an economy, it would be the third largest economy in the world behind the United States and China. Think about that. There are entire countries whose GDP, to some degree or another, depends on what they steal through cybercrime. Some of them, it accounts for as much as 20%. The challenge, of course, to companies and to countries is that everyone knows the change is happening. Everyone knows that cybercrime is a threat. In fact, 87% say the AI risks are rising faster than they can keep up, because only 13% say they're ready. Think about that gap. The gap between who's ready and the threat that's out there. There is no stopping this. It's only going to get more and more efficient over time. And the key here is that it's not about technology. That's not what's holding us back. It's the human skills. And this transformation that's taking place is happening again at such a rapid rate that having the skills necessary to keep up is going to be the greatest challenge of the next 20 years. Because, according to the World Economic Forum, 170 million jobs, new jobs, are going to be created. Jobs maybe that we don't even have a title for yet. We certainly don't have a job description. At the exact same time, during those same 3 years, 90 million jobs are going to be displaced. So imagine that. From no fault of their own, 90 million people are going to lose their job because of technology transition. So what do we owe them? I think we owe them a new job. I think we owe them some training as technologists, as industry, as academia, as governments. We need to retrain those 90 million so that they can contribute to the 170 million deficit that we're going to be experiencing between now and 2030. Plus we have 80 million net new people to skill up for the first time. It's a massive undertaking, and nobody's going to be able to do it alone. That's why industry, academia, and governments have to come together in order to pull this off. We had a project at Cisco that we started a couple of years ago. We brought together all the big boys and girls in our industry. We brought together Google, Microsoft, Accenture, Indeed, all of these big, massive conglomerates of tech. And we asked the question, what is AI going to do to the 50 most in-demand jobs in our industry? What's going to be the impact? And we studied it. We put together the AI Consortium workbook, which now will actually show you what the old jobs are, what the new jobs are, with AI embedded, and what the training is to get from where you are to where you need to be. What we learned was that 90% of all ICT jobs are going to be dramatically impacted by AI. Personally, I think that number is 100, that the 10% that reported that it weren't going to be impacted by AI are in denial. But let's just say it's 90%. It's overwhelming. What are the implications of getting this right? If we skill at the speed of innovation, and let me explain what I mean by that. innovation is happening at basically the speed of Moore's Law. Our entire industry is churning every 18 months. If you went to G2's keynote, that's all been developed in the last 6 to 12 months. Everything that was presented, that's an entire churning, not just of Cisco's products and services, it's an entire churning of our industry. Setting a whole new standard, a whole new benchmark that then will be churned again in 18 to 24 months. We get the skilling right, we're contributing $6.5 trillion to global GDP by 2030. Now you combine that with the 6.7 trillion that we could contribute to global GDP by connecting the 35% of the world that's not connected to the internet in any meaningful way. And you're talking about a wholesale $13 trillion change to the world markets. That's the sort of power that's sitting in this room. That's the sort of power that's sitting in this building. I want to leave you, before I hand it to Agostino, with some other sorts of thoughts, more contextual than anything. With all of this change, with the power of AI, the more artificial the intelligence, the more critical the human in the loop. The more critical the human imperative. And let me sort of explain what I mean by that. So before joining Cisco 12 years ago, I was a university vice chancellor. And for those 10 years, I watched as engineering programs skyrocketed. Everybody wanted to study engineering. Mechanical, electrical, petroleum, didn't matter. If it was engineering, biomedical, they were all signing up for it. Hard sciences, chemistry, biology, biochemistry, computer science, all skyrocketed. At the same time, we saw a 30% fall off in the humanities. I mean, just a cratering. Nobody wanted to study humanities, and I get it, because the engineers and the scientists were making 3 times as much as the humanities majors, the liberal arts majors. Yet here we are, come full circle. And we're seeing what I love to call the revenge of the humanities, coming back with a vengeance. Why? Because technology has taken such good care of us. When you have access to all of the information in the world at your fingertips, what becomes the most important skill? Asking the right questions. The domain of the humanities. It's going to be important to be able to have fundamental training and understanding of languages, philosophy, ethics, problem solving, the humanities. And I'm not suggesting in any way, shape, matter, or form that an electrical engineering major at a university is going to change their major to philosophy. That's not what I'm talking about. That's never going to happen. What I am suggesting is that the best well-rounded engineers and technologists and scientists moving forward are going to have an injection of the humanities into their curriculum, into their background. Because those skills that we have forgotten are now more relevant than ever. The more artificial the intelligence, the more important the human in the loop moving forward. What it comes down to is the fact that with technology, where it is now, where it's going, answering the question, can we, is easy. The answer is going to be probably yes. We need people capable of answering the question, should we? Because those are much more difficult questions to respond to. the difference between can we and should we, will be a defining factor in what the future looks like for we as technologists and the companies with whom we work. With that, I'm going to invite up my colleague and friend, Agostino Santoni, to continue the conversation. Thanks very much.
Well done, as usual. Thank you. Good afternoon. So what I'm offering you before starting my presentation, I ask you to close your eyes for 5 seconds. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Close your eyes for 5 seconds. Welcome to Cisco Live 2025. Last year, talent, cloud, sustainability. Do you remember? How fast you are moving your workloads to the cloud? Board request to CEO. How fast? How fast you make an agreement with the hyperscalers? Please assess your IT infrastructure to make sure that the infrastructure is sustainable. Do you remember these old days? Raise your hands. Close your eyes. 5 seconds. Welcome to Cisco Live 2026. What you notice? There is another S. It's not security. It's not sustainability. These are mainstream in our infrastructure. There is a new S that is sovereignty. There is a new thing, AI. Stay with me. I will not bother you with AI. Relax, enjoy. And there is a common bridge between last year and this year that is talent. Talent remains. Technology changed. And reflecting on it, when we were thinking about innovation, we are, of course, as Cisco, we are so proud about our innovation capability. But at the same time, innovation means also how can you make your technology sustainability ready? And how can you consider ability to innovate? How can you consider sovereignty at the same time? This is what I'm going to talk about. I really would like to showcase what we are doing this year to make sure that we are helping all of you to be ready in your talent pipeline creation, to be AI-powered, and how to make sure that you have the opportunity to have choice, control, and autonomy of your own infrastructure. Trust. Trust is not static. Trust is dynamic. Trust is part of Cisco culture. For those of you that are in Europe, we are in Europe since 30+ years. We are actually accelerating our investments in so many countries. And Guy, thanks to you and your team, massive investments. I have so many examples. We have a chip design center in Spain. We are helping Spain, the talents in Spain, to be more competitive. We are innovation center all over the countries. We have innovation centers in Paris. So trust is part of Cisco culture. Trust is the way we are creating our platform. Trust is the way we are serving our customers. Trust is the way we are evolving our partner program. And it's dynamic. It is not static. Now, trust is talent. That's my favorite words. Talent is equally distributed in the world. Opportunities are not. And we are the bridge. We, Cisco, we are the bridge. And then you can say, hey, come on, give me an example. Last year, in the region, we trained 2.1 million people. 2.1 million people. That means that now, while we are here, there are 8,500 people in one of the largest classrooms in the world that are trained on AI, on cybersecurity, and networking. 8,500 people. Who is looking for talents? Who wants to hire an AI specialist? Who wants to hire a cybersecurity expert? Who is looking at a network specialist to make sure that the infrastructure is AI ready? 8,500 students now are in our Cisco classroom. Trust. It's real. And then you can say people. Which people? Students at the university. Reskilling people in the IT organization. Reskilling soldiers. Reskilling people in public and private sector organizations. Giving a second chance to people that is not working, unemployed people. So this is the things that we are doing while we are preparing, as you have seen yesterday, the platform, the technology for the AI journey. And then there is the other part, that is sovereignty. The 24th of September, we made part of a global program, one super important announcement for Europe. Our CEO, Chuck Robbins, together with our EMEA president, we announced the Sovereign Critical Infrastructure Portfolio, a set of products and services ready to help you to give choice, control, and autonomy. Let me give you an example of 2 meetings I had. Recently, I was invited to present our Sovereign Critical Infrastructure Portfolio to 2 boards. One big retailer in Europe and one telco operator in Europe as well, big one. 3 main takeaways. The board, not the CTO, not the CIO, the board. 3 takeaways. First, boards wants to have a clear view of the company data strategy. What does it mean, company data strategy? I really would like to know that all the AI workloads, where the data are, how you manage it, how you structure your data strategy. Priority number 1. Priority number 2, they want to see an IT assessment in the context of sovereignty. We have done it before, right? Before it was security. I want to make sure from the governance perspective that the infrastructure is by design secure and all the policies on top, right? We have done it in most of the cases. We are not yet done, but we are in that process. And then we say, hey, it has to be sustainable, of course. And now there is a new chapter that, hey, I want to see your vendor strategy. I want to see how your infrastructure is ready in case of crisis, where crises are geopolitical conflict. I mean, so many. News. This is a new thing. And there is a strong pressure on it. And this pressure is going to go through the organization, through the CEO, CIO, CTO, and our amazing infrastructure. Are you ready, yes or no? That's why we are so proud to have this portfolio ready for you. And the third element is, yes, I want to know which use cases you are adopting as a company. At the same time, I want to make sure that all these use cases, we know how to manage this data. Back to G2 presentation. You probably remember most of the data now are in the business processes from machine. Do you remember this statement? The data that are coming from machine has embedded the intellectual property of the company. Think intellectual property for a second. Don't think about data. Because data is data. Okay, it's data. Think about that in that machine, you have intellectual property. that is moving from one place to another. Does it make sense to have some governance on top? I think so. That's why we have introduced a Cisco critical infrastructure portfolio. Super important. And it's a big investment for Cisco. Why? Because you have choice in how you deploy technology. I have a great example of it. One of the most relevant business processes that we have is the contact center, in public and private. And you know, from the technology perspective, you can make decisions. You can say, you know what? Back to 2025, my strategy is going to be one. I will move everything in the cloud. Agile, latest features, up and running. You remember? It's a good strategy. Click 2026. You know what? The contact center is taking from an hospital patient data. And you run an hospital, and you run a country. Would you be available to give all this data to someone in the world now, in the new context, or you would like to have choice? I would like to have choice. From the technology perspective, Cisco, what we said, we have choices. You can say, I'm going to run my contact center by the cloud, or I'm going to run the contact center on-prem, where when I'm on-prem, I'm in full control of my destiny. Then you can say, easy. It's not easy at all, because it requires strategic investments, because you have to combine the investment in both on-prem and on cloud. I'm sure you know what I mean. This decision is not coming in a fraction of seconds. This decision is coming because we saw that. Splunk. Observability is top of mind. Why? Because you have to run the AI infrastructure, amazing performances, so your network has to deliver incredible performances, and at the same time, you would like to see what's going on. And what's going on means data, and data relevant to options. Would you like to run it on the cloud, or would you like to run it on-prem? Choice, both. You can decide. You can decide your own destiny. From Cisco point of view, significant investment. That is a great example of choice. By the way, these are two of several we have. Control. Back to the Splunk conversation. Observability is critical. The understanding of the real meaning of sovereignty is super important. What does it mean, air gap? Data privacy. How can I protect my IP? How can I run the business? So my humble suggestion to all of you, please, 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 invest your time in understanding from the infrastructure point of view, what does it mean, sovereignty? It's a big statement. And we need to be super connected on this, because we spend incredible amount of talents and investment and energy to be able to support you on this journey. And third, autonomy. I want to run my infrastructure. I don't want to be bothered by Cisco in case of crisis. Can I do it with Cisco technology? Yes. In part of our portfolio, product and services, you will run your business standalone. This is what we wish? Not as a citizen of the world, but at the same time, we acknowledge that the most relevant process that we have to take care in these days is how to manage risks. And it's super relevant in the decision process. So that's why we are in this journey. As a conclusion, this is the 2026 slide. And it's amazing to see how the dynamic of our journey is coming in such an environment. So, of course, we have to look why we are running our amazing infrastructure around the ever-changing geopolitical thing, the cybersecurity aspect that is still very active, very, very active. We have to watch out around sustainability, because it's still there, luckily. And then we have to take sovereignty AI and the talent in the same conversation. It's an amazing moment for all of us being in this industry. And the main reason I'm saying it, because in the past, we were, for those of you that were in the IT industry or are in the IT industry, for a lot of years, we have been in a corner like a nice technician or developers, right? Now we are daily in the press and in the news, our industry. So we are even more accountable to define a new world. And I wish all of you an amazing new world, AI-powered, and count on us on helping you to achieve your business outcome. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful Cisco Live.
And for the very last time this week, I get to welcome you all back to the Cisco TV studio. I cannot believe we are headed into our final segment of the show. It feels like it has just whipped by, but my gosh, the quantity of value that we have been able to deliver, the great conversations we've had all week long. We've just come out of another fantastic session, this time from IT leadership. We talked about how Cisco is helping to build Europe's secure digital future and how we are doing it at the speed of innovation. We heard from Guy Diedrich and Agostino Santoni talking about how Cisco is partnering with European nations to architect the digital future. What a great note to end the show on here, right? It's about sovereignty. We're making sure that we don't force European nations to choose between speed and safety. There's no reliance on other nations for your security, for your connectivity. Because there really is no space to compromise trust and security right now, because those are what are defining European values, and they're defining the AI future. Agostino and Guy, they showed how Cisco is ready to upskill the people within your organization. We're giving you the speed that AI demands for your company. We're helping you shape your own digital future. And I think that is a great final session. I've got Amy in the studio with me. Hello, my friend.
Hello.
I think that was a terrific note for the last session that we got to see.
Yes.
We are in EMEA, European sovereignty, so incredibly vital. We've been talking about that all week long. How do we get people to their AI destinations? And you've had a lot of great conversations all week around that subject.
Yes, yes. I've been talking to Adele. I even spoke to Agostino, not on camera, but I have been chatting to him behind the scenes because we work together a lot. And yeah, just a great week chatting to people. I don't know if you saw earlier, but I spoke to Adele and Kelly Jones too. So it's just been a wonderful week chatting to everyone and hearing all about how, you know, people are really enjoying using AI in their everyday life.
They're getting excited about it, and I love to hear the enthusiasm. Again, when you think about our lasts, that was our last center stage session, was with Kelly and Adele, and Adele is such a phenomenal voice. I like that she kind of bookended the conference this week, kicked us off in the keynote, and then she's part of the final center stage session as well.
Yeah.
Very, very strong. So any final comments on that? We're going to go out to the floor in a moment, but I just want to kind of get your overall, like, kind of big picture there at the end. Do you feel as energized now as you did at the front of the week?
I do. I really do. And earlier when you were speaking to Gordon and I was listening, you know, lots of people now, I spoke to obviously Joe this morning and then listening to you talking to Gordon. And then even when I was chatting to Adele and Kelly, just the excitement now of how incredible this week's been, how much has changed in a year, how much is going to change over the next 12 months, and what we're going to be seeing in London next year. There's excitement everywhere. It certainly hasn't gone anywhere. We're just even more excited.
Couldn't agree more. We are going to go back out to the show floor one or two more times, but Rob is out with Thierry in the Purpose Pavilion, and I think Purpose is a great way to kind of bookend the show here as well, because making sure that this show is as sustainable as possible, big part of what we're doing here at Cisco, repurposing our capability, which also benefits our customers. Rob, let's go out to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Steve. Started coming out of the massage chair, and now my voice is more mumbly than I thought it was going to be. Well, you know, we've spent a lot of time this week talking about the impossible math problem that we're dealing with. As we talk about all the new computing that we're trying to get done is demanding so much more out of our infrastructure and out of the ways in which we house our equipment that we need new answers, and some of it's going to come from just being smarter about how we're deploying that equipment, the architecture that we're using. We've seen a lot of really neat stuff on direct chip cooling from Silicon One, and some of the options there. But there are more answers, because we'd seen a little bit here, but I did not realize that we were working on this from a almost an incubation perspective. But I'm going to introduce Terry here. Terry, thank you so much. You mind explaining, because we're going to talk about immersion cooling.
Yes.
And you actually blew my mind with the efficiency on some of this stuff, but this is what your team is doing, as I understand it, is you're working with partners to figure out how do we solve this problem in unique ways that can eventually become, I won't say productized, but certainly more palatable or doable as we look to the future of where that's going to come from. I don't know if that's fair.
Yeah, yes, correct. So we are on the Purpose Pavilion, and it's about AI-ready data center and how to better cool the system, okay? And we are relying on a liquid cooling technology, but in particular immersion technology that exists over years for HPC systems. So it's a proven technology.
Yeah.
And now with this, we have worked on a program allowing to test our system and check the advantage of that technology. It relies on a fluid that absorbs the heat 25 times more than the air. So it brings advantages. So at first there is no dust, it's not flammable, not conductive, and it prevents from temperature peaks. And so there is less stress on the component. And also you have higher density because you don't need the space between the servers to have the air circulating.
Yeah, because you get this this dielectric fluid that you mentioned. It's non-conductive, safe. It's not something we need to worry about as humans.
Yeah,
correct. And then and so it can absorb more heat, and obviously can get into the nooks and crannies because this not only changes the facilities in which we put our gear, but it also changes sometimes the way we design our gear. Because we've had examples here where the air cooling meant you were looking at a 3 RU box versus 2 RU when it did some on-chip cooling or some kind of hybrid. So now all of a sudden you can work with stuff because of the efficiency of getting that heat away from the components, which as you said also extends their life expectancy.
Yeah, yes, exactly. The maintenance can be reduced by 50%.
50%.
The energy used for the cooling in the whole system by 40%. The total cost of ownership, consequently, is reduced by 50% as well over 10 years.
Yeah.
And another element very important is the floor footprint because of the higher density. So then you can have much more in a less footprint. I can
you have a picture that I loved, and I asked you to prep this for
animation.
me. So this is your typical, and then as you begin to try and replace this, because I approached you thinking, oh, we need specialized facilities to build because you do talk about there's this tank that has gear in it facing up, so it's a little bit of a different way of thinking of it, but then the idea is that fluid, the heated fluid needs to be taken over to a condenser or to some way to translate that and then flow back in. People are looking at how do we reuse that heated fluid to potentially offset costs of heating a building or something like that, right?
Yeah, exactly. So there is an heat.
That's amazing.
There is an heat exchanger. So you have the fluid,
that one has it in there. Okay.
the fluid that circulates, against water that circulates. So then this water can be sent to your system to heat your building, or it can go into your regular chiller also and come back at 18 degrees Celsius, and then it's good. And you can see that it's in a regular office workplace with a desk because there is no noise, there is no fan, and no vibration. So for people bringing back in their premises AI, data, models, security, you don't need to build a data center, a new data center, if you don't have one. You can just set this as it is in regular offices. So it's really important, in particular in Europe, this sovereignty umbrella.
Yeah, how does that, what is the sovereignty messaging there? It's, in other words, because you're going to bring it in-house, but you may not have time or budget or just whatever the constraints may be to be able to have the right facilities to be able to bring that on premise?
Yes, so the idea is really simple. It's just a partial decloudification of your system.
Unclouding.
You just uncloud it. So you just bring back stuff that were in the cloud, mainly your critical data, your critical AI models, as well as the local security, and you can operate them directly. Yeah. It's a new Neo private cloud, still connected with the rest, but you are fully in control of the system.
Can you tell me, I wanted to look at this over here, and then I was excited to play with this remote control, But so this is a demonstration. This is a UCS server that you've got fully immersed, which just blows my mind because it's got power. And then, of course, I just like playing with the fact that it goes up and down, which is much more fun than my sit-stand desk at my house. But what's important to understand about this? Obviously, the vertical orientation, you've got the cables coming up through here. What else do we need to understand about this?
So just to show that it's really easy to operate with this system, of course, in a big tank like this, you have a crane, as you said, that allows you to take this. So you can remove rams, etc. In 3 minutes, it's dry, so you can really operate, etc. Then you bring it back, and that's it.
Because for most people, I mean, how often, in most situations, of course, I remember old Cisco routers that have never been turned off, you know, at some points. And obviously, these are more complex. But in general, once you get these things configured, you're not having to touch them much anyway. You want this to be untouched. In most situations.
And in particular with this system, you have much less failures. So you will have to operate much less oftenly.
That's interesting too. Yeah, but, is that a condition of the fact the heat that normally causes component degradation?
The dust, etc.
Oh, and the dust. That's a great point. We're not, the fans aren't pulling in all that junk from around us.
And the fluid, that is the biofluid, is warranted 10 to 25 years. So you don't have to change it or recycle it, etc. every year. And it's
no smell.
Yes, and it's biodegradable. Excuse me, in 1 month. So it's really clean.
So as we wind this up, what is important to understand about what your group is doing and how our audience, which includes practitioners, customers, partners, in general, what should we know that could help you achieve what you want to moving forward for your group?
So it's available. It's arriving, and we are working with an ecosystem of partners to make this available for our partners and our customers. And we are working within Cisco to focus in particular on one use case, the Unify Edge.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
That is particularly appropriate for edge DCs, and this is typically an edge DC use case.
So we're going to see some GPUs floating in here.
Yes, floating, if you go on the AMD stand, you will see the very same with GPUs.
Okay, that's perfect. Terry, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time and appreciate you sharing your knowledge here. Guys, while there's still time, certainly check out the Purpose Pavilion if you've not already, but also certainly go online, get these materials. We've got to figure out new ways to handle the power demands that we're facing because we're up against that physics, right? We're up against that wall, and things like this are going to help us leap over it, if you will. Steve?
Rob, fantastic. Really, actually, a lovely final thing to bring us here within the broadcast. All week long, Rob and Amy, we've been talking about proving why Cisco is the critical infrastructure for the AI era. That's exactly what we just saw, right? We've been looking at the value, at the outcomes that Cisco is delivering to all of our customers by combining the power of the Cisco portfolio with Cisco's integrated strategy. And what I love so much, and we just saw it here in this story, and what I love about this event is that it proves, it shows the end-to-end portfolio that we see over in the showcase, all of our phenomenal partnerships here on the show floor. Only Cisco brings together every piece of the puzzle, right? The networking, the security, the observability, the collaboration. This is how we help our customers thrive in an AI-driven world. And I feel like we've explored all these different ways all week long that Cisco is redefining security for the AI era as well. We do it by fusing security directly into the network. This is what Gordon and G2 talked about at the top of the conference during the opening keynote. And all of a sudden, we go out here to Thierry, and he's showing us how, when we talk about the ecological impact of AI as well, right? Now we create these biofluids that are able to flow in and out of our systems to cool and allow them to work at longer capacity for longer periods over longer numbers of years. This is where Cisco infrastructure comes into play.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. And also the fact, you know, that you can then use that liquid and heat your house, you're saying, or heat your office.
Right.
You know, just reusing things. But just everything there was incredible watching that. And yeah. We are brilliant.
We are brilliant. Oh, there you go. Okay, so there's your button on the week. We here at Cisco, we are brilliant. Amy, I'm going to see you again in just a moment. We're going to take a very quick station break. Do not go away. We'll be back 19 seconds from now. Still so much more to come here in the broadcast. Here we go. So one of the things that I talk about again and again, if you've been on any of these broadcasts for years and years, you hear me come back to it over and over again. Ultimately, at its foundation, Cisco is a people industry. We're a people-driven business. The human element is every bit as important as the technological element. We work together with these phenomenal partners. We build these incredible capabilities, and the whole point is to serve an industry. The idea being that if the individual is not getting core benefit out of what it is that we create, what's the point in creating it in the first place? It's all about human interaction. And where that really comes into play is every time we get on a Cisco Live floor, regardless of the region, whether it's here in EMEA or in the US or in Melbourne, and I encourage you to come to whichever regional conference is coming up next for you. This is where we get together in the room with fellow human beings. Yes, fellow leaders, fellow technologists, fellow developers and engineers and IT people and creatives, but ultimately it's where we network with fellow humans. So I want to hear from a few of those fellow humans right now who joined us here in Amsterdam. Let's check it out.
Inspiring. AI. Innovation. Automation.
Cisco will play a key role in AI, and those chipsets which he said he's releasing, which is related to AI, I think this is a fantastic opportunity for companies like us to start looking at it.
The one thing I've learned at Cisco Live this year is about security service insertion. It's this awesome new capability in our switching layer that allows you to bring firewalling and inspection to any traffic flow without changing your network.
I think it's all about AI, right? I think that's the word which is going all over the place. Not only on the network, it's going to be at the edge, it's going to be on the devices.
A lot of customers are excited about one of Cisco's products called AI Defense, where they're able to build their first-party applications to really accelerate innovation.
Three things I learned would be connectivity, openness, and innovation.
A lot of educational and exciting sessions this year around new Cisco Secure routers.
I met a lot of interesting people here, and I get familiar with the new Cisco products.
Like such a wide variety of technologies, all the new latest developments.
We need to figure out a way to do probabilistic stuff deterministically.
The platforms win, and I think we are going to do that.
It's worth investing in AI. It's not tomorrow, it's the compelling events to make it happen. Thank you, Cisco.
There you go. Just a few of the more than 21,000 people that we had here with us in Amsterdam this week, and they are the real story of this conference. I actually want to take just an extra moment to call out a few people who are very special to all of us, kind of the unsung heroes. We have got a field of truly brilliant talent here in the Cisco TV studio that make all of us out here in front of the camera look and sound good. And I'm going to take a moment to shout my thanks out. I know I'm going to forget some people, but I'm going to start right here in the studio with us out behind the cameras. Mark, Alex back in the audio area, Pete and Alfredo, our lighting guru, Matt, Simon Cox, our engineer, our production manager, Derek on video, Martin. We've got Vicky and Lucy back in the makeup area, adore them. We've got our stunning producers, starting at the very tip top of the entire group, Simon Gascoigne, Erica, Carissa, Pete, Brandon, Amy, Carrie, Rashi, just amazing producers who make us all look good. Our teams in master control, media processing, James, Dylan, their incredible crew. Engineering, Colin, Raj, Alex, Janan. Our technical director, Ed, L, who keeps the videos rolling and keeps us connected to one another. I always love her voice in my ear. Our amazing roaming teams, Sammy, Steve, Kim, Simon, Scott, Rahul. I know I'm leaving some people out, and I'm saving a little special love for our floor manager, the amazing Ali Sones, who's out here. These people are so good at what they do. They make us look good. So on behalf of all four of your hosts, of Rob, Cedric, Amy, and myself, we are so grateful to all of you. Thank you. And you also happen to be incredible human beings as well, and we just love being with all of you. We're going to see a few of those amazing people in action right now. Check out this video.
4, 3, 2, 1.
everyone around the world to Amsterdam to Cisco Live 2026.
Camera 3 next. This counters to camera 3.
So, in all honesty, I was watching that video and I was tearing up a little bit. Honestly, these people, I just can't tell you how good they are at what they do and how wonderful they are to work with. And it's really like family every time we step in the door at every one of our Cisco Lives around the world, and just beyond grateful for all of them. They are amazing. A little earlier today, I had an opportunity to sit down with Sarah Walker, who is our Chief Executive for UK and Ireland. Sarah is great. She is such a good visionary, and she's so passionate about what we do here at Cisco Live, and I want to share that interview with you right now. Let's check that out. Hey there, everybody. I am so happy to be here in the Cisco TV studio with the fabulous Sarah Walker, our Chief Executive for UK and Ireland. Hi, my friend.
Hello, how are you?
Good. You have not been around to visit us enough. I'm just going to tell you that. So next year, when we're in London in your territory, you're going to come and you're going to visit us more often?
We'll fix that.
We've got that laid out. First of all, I want to congratulate you on this year's conference. I would love to get some of your feedback as you've been walking around, as you've been talking to our customers and our partners and the folks here in Amsterdam, what they are excited about, what you've gotten excited about, and then we'll take it from there of where it goes from this point.
Perfect. So, I mean, this is my 4th Cisco Live as a Cisco employee.
You're a net vet.
I am, but this has been the biggest and the best to date, unquestionable. The overriding sentiment from our customers and our partners, you know, there is no mistaking now that we are the critical infrastructure provider for the AI era. Now, we've made that statement for a number of months, but that's landed this week, Steve. That has really landed. Our announcements around silicon, our announcements around the continuation of our investment in AI ops, the things we're doing in Unified Edge, these things are game changers for us. And they are game changers for our customers. And there's a lot of excitement about what that means when it's in the hands of our customers and how they start to think about how they transform their business. And we've established ourselves as a platform company. And that's huge. That's really significant for us. And the sentiment, again, that there is that real recognition now that Cisco is the only provider, the only technology partner that can help them end-to-end and provide that full stack capability. And I feel really excited. I feel really proud that we've been able to position ourselves in such a compelling way in such a short space of time.
Couldn't agree more. I love that. And I think what lands even more, it's not just the technology, people are getting it. They're starting to see themselves inside the Cisco story, and that's really our goal to begin with. We can build terrific boxes, but until they see how they improve their lives and create value, we're not there. Yeah. So the fact that you've seen that this week is amazing.
Yeah, completely. This has moved beyond technology now and actually how this transforms. We've got a huge amount of customers here from public sector in the UK. We've been talking about how transformational this is in healthcare, how transformational this is in defense, how excited our customers are to think about how they start to innovate at the edge. We talk about meeting our customers where they are, they're meeting data where it is, and actually how do you create that real-time, you know, analysis and decision-making at the edge. It's really exciting for what that means in the real world when we take that back into our customers.
Absolutely. So now let's start doing that. We begin taking to our customers, people up level. They really dive into the power of the platform that we've been discussing all week long. Now we get to start to look ahead at what happens for the rest of 2026. Where do you see it going?
So there's a few things that I think our customers will be looking at in anger over the next 12 months. The first is the network transformation. what is abundantly clear is that the opportunity for AI is only made real by the network that underpins that and actually having that capability. So I anticipate that we'll see a big acceleration in investment in network transformation. The second is AgenticOps and autonomous agents. I think, again, we've seen so many use cases throughout the course of this week of how that really transforms operations. So I think we'll see that become front and center of a lot of the use case building and adoption for our customers over the next 12 months. And that experimentation at the edge. Unified Edge is a game changer in a number of verticals, and I think we'll start to see customers really experiment on what that means when they don't need to bring all those workloads back into the data center and they've got that agility for decision making and analysis at the edge. So I think they're the three things that we'll see our customers accelerate and experiment more with over the next 12 months.
Fantastic. I'm so glad that you brought Unified Edge into the conversation here. We've been seeing it at more and more events. Cisco is really pushing that to the fore. I sort of feel like there are certain stories that we're pushing into deeper observability across the entire stack. Unified Edge, again, our power of the platform for investment, safety, and security for our customers. And again, this is what people are gripping onto because they have to go to their leadership and they have to argue for budget and for access and for opening up for new capabilities. So that's part of our story as well, right?
It absolutely is. And I think that sustainability of investment is so important for customers now. And the key thing that I haven't shared so far, which is a big game changer, is that the security is infused across that network as well. So these aren't different point investments that our customers are having to think about how they mesh together. This is full stack with security native within the technology, and it's sustainable investments over a long term. So, as I say, I think it's a really exciting period for us, but to see that our customers feel it's an exciting period for them as well has just been, really exceptional this week.
And G2 brought it up in the opening keynote. He said two things: put the security as close to the workload as possible, and number two, the safety and security is what allows people to press forward and make the investment. So we're about to move into your territory. Next year, we're going to be doing this, you and I sitting here together, only we'll be doing it in London, right, in UK. So what changes between now and then, and what is your team preparing for as we shift toward Excel?
Well, unfortunately, the one thing we can't change is the weather, so everybody still needs to bring their coats and their umbrellas. But we're hugely excited to showcase just the level of innovation and creativity we have across the UK and Ireland as a theatre. The UK is trying to establish itself as the faster adopter of AI within the G7, and we play a huge part of that, working with government and local government and businesses across the UK to deliver that and to bring the breadth of Cisco Live to London and showcase just how much we're leading in that space is really exciting.
It is exciting. I'm going to ask you a strange question. How big is the team underneath you building it out? Because we know about the team that builds out Cisco Live all the time. What about your team independently?
It is an army.
It's an army.
It is an army. And I mean, the events themselves are just extraordinary. And there's a few people like myself and you that get to do these wonderful things and talk about the events. But the people behind the scenes that think of the minutiae of detail to make these events as exceptional as they are, they're just extraordinary people.
We say we're like the duck, right? Up on top we glide, and underneath we're just paddling like mad. Sarah, I am so excited for you. I'm so glad we got an opportunity to sit down and talk. Congratulations on all the amazing work this year and what we're headed into, and I can't wait to do this with you at Excel Center in London about 12 months from now.
Exciting. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And would you look at this? They actually let me out of the studio for the first time, I think, all week to hang out with my dear friends. Hello, my dear friends.
Hello.
And I love that we're kind of like lounging around here on the leather sofa. All right, speaking of friends, you'll have to pick the Friends character who you would be here in this broadcast. Cedric, who are you in Friends? Who are you?
Good question. Gunter.
You're Gunther.
Right.
You're behind the sofa serving us coffee, so somebody out here must have some coffee for us. Okay, I love that.
Yeah.
Amy, who are you?
I'm going to be Rachel, but not when I was working for Gunther.
Okay.
Good.
Why are you Rachel?
Because I want to be served by everybody.
She's beautiful.
Be loved
because
by
she's
everyone.
beautiful and wants to be served by everyone. As a woman with multiple children at home, with 4 children at home, I'm sure you want to be served for a change instead of doing
I've been
the
enjoying
serving.
this very much so. Hair, makeup, I'm going to miss it tomorrow.
You are going to miss it tomorrow. Rob, who are you?
I was going to go with Chandler Bing.
Yeah.
I don't know if you had a speaking role, but what about ugly naked guy?
You're going to be ugly naked guy? It's a different broadcast, Rob, but...
My bad.
You know,
let's go
okay,
with
so
Chandler.
if you're Chandler, I guess that's got to make me Ross. I was thinking maybe I was on the Chandler
guy.
side, but I don't know. I don't know about the smart one, maybe the weird one here, so...
Yeah.
I agree.
All right, enough of that nonsense. I want a very, very quick hit from each of you with your favorite moment of the week. Let's, Rob, start back with you.
My favorite moment is just seeing how everything comes together.
Yeah.
I feel like it's, and for the first time in a long time, I'm staying up at night actually studying what we did the day before.
All right, Amy, quick hit.
So many moments. I think my favorite moment was, first of all, being in the keynote at the start of the week, but secondly, and most importantly, being with all of you guys.
All right, we got 20 seconds. Cedric, go.
I can do it in one word, passion.
Passion is good. With me, humans, always humans, everybody around us and everybody here now. We are so great that you guys are here with us. Thank you for joining us on the broadcast. We will see you at the next Cisco Live. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Welcome to Cisco Live. We have 21,000 of you here with us this week, the biggest event we have ever had in EMEA.
AI isn't coming. AI is here. We are not stopping. We are working at speed because AI isn't waiting. You are the architects that will unlock AI potential across Europe, Middle East, and Africa. It's a really exciting time, and we're in the driving seat together. Let's not just let the future happen. Let's get building it together.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are tuning in around the world. Hey, it is time for Cisco Live 2026. That's our open.